Hi, Vincent.
Hi, I know what we can talk about today. I'm almost done finishing an article about hard versus soft polytheism. And the problem is that, so hard polytheism is about moral relativism, right? So you have separate and distinct
Is
poly.
it? Sorry, I don't quite understand your reasoning about hard and soft polytheism.
Okay, hard polytheism says that the gods are separate and distinct beings that have no back underlying unity to them. They are like separate and distinct people. Whereas in soft polytheism, the many gods are a little bit more like a hive mind and broken off essence of a main monistic principle. So
Can you give examples?
okay, Hinduism is soft monotheism where there's many gods, but they all go back to the Brahman, right? The one universal principle that makes up the universe. Whereas Greek polytheism, where the gods descended out of chaos, um, is hard polytheism. So the thing is that hard polytheism maintains moral relativism. And so, because there's many gods and they have different opinions and they can argue and whatever, or come in with different opinions.
So you're
Um,
saying there's no supreme authority,
no, there's no supreme authority.
and that is a problem.
Well, for you, it's the problem. For me, it's the solution. Um,
To what problem?
well, to the problem of how to organize your society, because in different phases of your society, you're going to need different kinds of principles in order to make it work or in order to keep the people happy, or what are the people going to follow, what are they even going to tolerate.
Exactly. So in any group, and we're not even talking about countries, we're talking about any group of people, or let's say a club, there would be a president and, you know, people who work, and officers of the club and, that kind of idea.
Well,
And
you
I
can
mean,
think
like schools have, the principal and.
even okay, even in hard polytheism, there were leaders of the gods, but other gods could kind of cause trouble for the leader, right?
Okay, so you are saying that Zeus is the king of the gods on Mount Olympus, and the ones below him would argue and fight with each other, yes? This
And
is part
him,
of Greek
and
mythology.
yes, and him. I mean, they would fight with the king, and kings can be disposed. And the Olympians destroyed the Titans, and gods can be killed and removed from power and things like that. And
Yes, but thank you for mentioning the Titans, because if you look at the Titans, they were material gods, like, the goddess of the earth. I mean, they were of material things.
well, yes, Hinduism has the same thing with the Devas and the Asuras, where the Asuras are um, gods of lakes, rivers, gold, things like that, whereas the Devas were gods of things like immaterial things like love and law and immaterial things. And
Yes,
so
abstract ideas.
yeah, but the
Yes.
devas are considered okay in Hinduism. In the early phases, when all the gods get along, the Asuras and the devas are equal. But as time changed, the Asuras started becoming viewed more with associated with wickedness, and the devas were more like the good ones.
All right. Um, so let's have a look at the Titans. So there were 12 children of the primordial parents:
Yeah,
Uranus, Sky, Gaia, Earth, with six male Titans: Oceanus, Coeus, Creus, Hyperion, Lapetus, and Cronus. So I'm not quite sure what they represent, but anyway, they're the male Titans I've just mentioned, and female Titans called the Titanides or Titanesses, and they are Thea, Rhea, Themis, Mnemosyne, Phoebe, and Tethys. Okay, so I'm not quite sure, but anyway, I reckon. Okay, maybe they're not that organised. So, I mean, Oceanus is the ocean, and Coeus is. We don't even know what he is. He's an obscure figure. So I don't think it's kind of very organised. I mean, that they didn't even organise it properly and give them proper names and say, this is what they represented or didn't represent. But it would appear that the Titans were gods of material things, while the Olympians were gods of abstract ideas.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't think that's very fortunate. I don't think that that's good. Well, I don't think it's good to make the material gods evil and the immaterial gods good. And perhaps that's even where some of Judaism came from. I'm sure if well, we know Hinduism is older than Judaism. So if this prejudice towards the material gods was in old pagan cultures, that could have led to Judaism's, despise for gods that take shape, and saying that God takes shape.
Okay, you sound a bit far away, like you're in the other room shouting to me.
Hold on 1 second.
You are, okay. I mean, it's not going to be like that forever. Okay, and I'm saying, obviously, we can't have a mind independent of us physical bodies. Because if our minds reside in our brain needs a physical, what do you call it? Not
Hardware.
vehicle. I mean, yes. I mean, just somewhere to hold your brain in. And I was thinking of skulls and, basically the human body. I know the religious think, but the soul goes, is just in the body for a temporary, the lifetime of the body, and then off it goes to somewhere else, either to be reincarnated or go to the worse or better place in the afterlife. But anyway, I mean, I'm talking about the soul, obviously, and some people don't believe in the soul. But you can define the soul as maybe the memory you leave behind after you are dead, because most people will leave some kind of a trace behind if they have children or if they have achievements. And I guess religion is what people use to make them feel good and happy, and that there is justice in the world, and the wicked will be punished and the good rewarded.
Well, yes, but what is wicked and what is good?
Well, God says so through his laws. And it seems that the Greeks hadn't worked that out yet. Or if they had, they didn't write it down, and in time forgot about all the things that made their civilization successful. Because if you don't write things down, you forget about them. And this applies to civilizations. And that is why the Torah is so special, because it was the first time that it was transmitted and written down and preserved.
Well, yeah, it's a good idea to write things down, and I'm not opposed to stealing from Jews, which I do, and, there was pagan anti-Semitism, and, maybe it blinded them from stealing what was a good idea.
Well, we know that. Have you studied Akhenaten?
No.
Well, anyway, this was prior to Abraham, and basically it was this pharaoh who had to deal with all these priests of all these different Egyptian deities like Isis and Osiris and all the others, and he said he wanted the Egyptians to worship Aten, this god that he created, which was the sun disk, and that he was the intercessor. And he basically wanted to bypass the power of the priesthood by abolishing most of them.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
but after he died, everybody, the Egyptian priesthood reverted to what it was before.
yes, I've heard of that, and like it's an example of non-Abrahamic monotheism in the world, and unfortunately, and you can see it was all about power and control, and a desire to end any kind of um, um, questioning of him, and that's what monotheism is about. It's about ending questioning, and it's about ending evolution and change, and it's about creating basically a static state.
So basically, there was something unappealing about Aten, who wasn't a loving god, right? I mean, it was just a sun disk, and it was the means through which Akhenaten wanted to control his kingdom by saying, instead of wasting no time worshipping all these deities through the corrupt priesthood, which I can't quite get rid of at the moment, worship the sun disk through me, your king, your pharaoh. And that was, I imagine, what he was trying to say to his people. A kind of one-stop shopping idea. Like, I'm your king, you should worship me anyway. And but I'll it's a kind of divine right. Yes.
Right. I mean, yeah, monotheism would probably work better for a king, especially the king could say, "Well, I'm the divine intercessor of the one true God," rather than having to select one of the gods, and then the other priests have different ideas, and they're not partial to his God, and so
Yes. So would you agree that the Abrahamic God, because it is supposedly compassionate, has more followers? Because I mean, the whole the story of Abraham begins with this sacrifice that he staged of his son, and he said, I mean, the story goes, I heard a voice, God was telling me to sacrifice my son, and being an obedient sort of fellow, I obeyed. And lo and behold, this compassionate God who told me to sacrifice my son said, I was only kidding. I'm a compassionate God. I don't approve of human sacrifice. Go and tell people that I am a God that doesn't approve of human sacrifice. And therefore I should be worshipped over and above the gods around you now that do believe in human sacrifice. So come and worship me.
yeah, but you paid for that. Well, the thing is that not all pagan cultures practice human sacrifice. I mean, that was probably a small percentage of them, and but in order to get rid of that, you got a whole lot more problems. I mean, you were killing your children, you were prophesying to other gods, raping babies, stealing, kidnapping girls to make them your wives, these different kinds of things. Taking a woman who practices idolatry and shaving her hair and forcing her to marry you. Lots of other fucked up things happened because of that god.
Yeah, because women are seen as the vessels containing, the seeds of the next generation. I mean, they were seen as breeding machines, and every man wanted one for himself to achieve status in the world. And I think, maybe women thought, well, if that's the only way to achieve status in the world, let us marry the best kind of husband that we are capable of getting. Did you listen to the stream on Stephen James's channel when he was talking to Thomas Barton Rees?
I listened to part of it and I was a little bit impressed by Thomas Barton Rees. I can see he has charisma. He has a PhD in math. He's not unattractive. He's actually attractive. He has a nice body. I can see, why he has some clout. And then he's this uber, anti-establishment to the point that he can't get a job and, lives at home. And that, applies to a lot of these people in the alt-right, no job, living at home, sucking off their parents, and really not caring because, they believe that since, because he says he's not the problem, society is the problem. And to a degree, society is the problem, but I think there's more going on there than just, society keeping him down.
Well, I suppose he cannot help but want to express his views, and because he does express his views, many fields of employment are closed to him, and that is why he lives at home. But he has this compulsion to say what he wants to say, as we do. Let us admit our own compulsions too, Vincent. You want to say what you want to say, and I want to say what I want to say. And we should be allowed to say what we want. I mean, if it's, all nonsense, then people should be able to argue with us and best us in argument. But nobody is capable of doing that. And I think one of the complaints he has is that his parents just won't discuss politics with him. They really won't discuss it with him, and that is why he discusses it with strangers. And I think we are in the same situation, don't you think?
Yeah, that we can only talk to fringe people, and you know what? But something has happened because fringe used to mean intellectual, avant-garde, into like books that are just fringe used to be something productive. Fringe used to mean you were a communist who was organizing a communist party and spreading the communist manifesto, organizing meetings. That was fringe, crazy. Now fringe and crazy is autistic. I mean, really autistic. People call us autistic, but schizophrenic, paranoid, no job, no girlfriend, no kids, refuses to leave the house, doesn't organize in the streets, does nothing, addicted to nonsense. Like fringe used to, old fringe, I wouldn't mind old fringe, followers.
Yes, but they're not even organized. And I think social media probably is a problem because it makes us think we are engaging in political activism when we're just posting into an abyss of being shadow banned. But the point is that we could. I mean, okay. If you're talking to somebody and you're not just monologuing on your own, you kind of have a little step that you can raise yourself to, and then maybe you find a group, and maybe the group gets bigger, or you can't get any bigger because you're being kept down. There are all these kinds of things. But what heartened me about the discussion between Stephen and Thomas is that Thomas believes in God. Did you get to that bit?
No, I didn't. I do want to watch it. It was a little bit interesting. I don't know why. Maybe it's just his charisma. Maybe because I don't usually watch these things because it's usually just nonsense. And I don't want to hear about. I don't care what so and so is doing, and that they cursed out so and so. A lot of it is that, like, these politics. A lot of it is not real politics. I'm talking about like internal politics within the dissident right. Um,
Yes.
and a lot of it is nonsense. A lot of it is speculative talk. I'm not interested in metaphysics. I'm not interested in discussions about the origins of the universe. That's a lot of that goes on there. And then of course the stuff.
I mean, they only talk about that because they are asking themselves questions about whether God exists, and which suggests that they are thinking of believing in God, because only God can save them, right? I mean, that or only God can assist them. That is why they are showing a sudden interest in religion and theology. And as do you show interest in religion and theology.
No, but I don't share it in that. I'm not asking. I'm not like saying, well, how did the universe get here? And it couldn't arrive by itself, so therefore God must be outside space and time and have magical powers and be pure spirit and have always existed, and there was never a time that he didn't exist. And you know, I don't, I don't think about those types of things. We already talked about this. I care about what religions believe insofar as it affects physical reality. I care about Charles Taze Russell, the founder of Jehovah's Witnesses, being a Zionist. Zionism was part of his theology, but um, it's more practical.
You're interested in okay, I think you're interested in cults and religion because you see that certain people, because they take on certain beliefs, act in a certain way. Yes, that's why you're interested in religion.
Yes, they act in a certain way, but even like I stick with what's a little bit more hard and fast. Like I told you, I don't want to debate whether rapture comes before or after.
Nor do I.
I don't want to discuss when the rapture happens. I don't want to discuss whether 144,000 people are going to heaven, or are they on earth, or are they Jews, or are they
Nor do I.
You know what I mean? That kind of stuff.
I'm only interested in the practical applications of belief systems.
Yeah.
And how they assist the group, the religious group, in acquiring status and remaining in existence.
Yes. I mean, so am I. I agree with Beyondism. I care about what people's religion is because it affects them, and it affects them, and it affects how they live, and it affects their eventuality, and that's something I think that is important. And I mean, but I don't think that what matters is when the rapture comes, or I mean, okay.
I agree. I never discussed eschatology.
To a degree, okay, like, I think that if you're teaching people that the end is coming tomorrow and not to get a job or have kids or, not to plant your field, I care about that because I think that will really affect the outcome of your society.
Exactly. And if you get to a certain point in the video, in the conversation between Thomas and Stephen, you will hear Stephen fretting about not dying without issue.
Dying without what?
Well, dying childless.
Who? Thomas?
No, Stephen. I mean, Thomas actually said he's not worried because he feels that he will have a legacy in his books and whatever. So he's not bothered, but Stephen is, because he doesn't want to die without issue. And now that we know what Stephen wants, we can offer him secular Quranism, but he has this wall around him in that he will change the subject the moment you talk about theology, because he doesn't want to discuss it because he knows he's going to lose. He's on shaky ground. He doesn't believe in God, and therefore all his plans for survival would be about working within the system. And that is not heroic, and women will despise him for, scuttling around like a frightened rodent.
I just want to Skywork 600 is in this thing, telling us that what is our aims? We're the only one with aims. We're the only ones with systems and bullet points about what we want and rules and laws and setting up courts. And you're gonna say that we have no aim, but you're gonna go listen to these right-wing people that have nothing to talk about except each other and whether God is material or not.
Yeah, just sort of stupid gossip, pity parties, and no women talk to them because they're just revolted by them.
Yes.
And they can't, they can't understand it. It's like, I'll give you advice if you really want progeny. Convert to Islam, regularly attend your mosque, and somebody will fit you up with some single Muslim of the opposite sex. That's a way to quickly do it. And Stephen's not doing it because he wants to keep his viewers and subscribers. So on the one hand, he says he fears dying childless. On the other hand, he won't do the necessary thing, which is to take courage and find principles to defend.
Yeah, I know the mosques like to set people up, for marriage. I know that they actually go out of their way, to find you a lady, these mosques. And actually, I was reading at these mosques, they actually have spiritual marriages, and they do this. There was this woman who said she went through 2 or 3 spiritual marriages that it wasn't an official marriage, it wasn't recognized by the law, but it was recognized by their imam,
It wasn't consummated. I mean, what was the point of what is a spiritual marriage and what is the point of it?
It's not recognized by the government. It's just an Islamic marriage with the imam and the mosque.
Oh, right. I think it means that they're not really married, but they live together and they get more benefits as an unmarried couple. Yes.
Well, it's just the way. Well, I think they allow it for testing, where they allow you to have a spiritual marriage and try each other out, and if it doesn't work, you can leave. As this one woman, she became a Hindu. She was a Muslim. She was a white woman who became a Muslim who became a Hindu. And she had gone through 3 spiritual marriages.
It sounds like sounds like she's been pumped and dumped.
Yeah.
By Muslims, and now she's going to be pumped and dumped by Hindus. I mean, I don't imagine she would be in the prime of her beauty, and must be in her 30s, at least.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, whether you believe in God or not, we know that people who come from a traditional background are more likely to get married and stay together for the sake of the children. Well, they're more likely to get married before having children. And this is really the thing, the only thing about religion that is, about the purpose of any religion worth its description. And I'm afraid Westerners don't understand that Christianity is the weakest link to this human practice of marrying before having children. And when you tell them, their heads explode, because most people can't see the point of marriage, because in the minds of most people, they think it's an optional extra. And the government doesn't care.
No. But this is what happens as soon as you have options other than marriage.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the sexual liberation thing, began in the 70s when, these are marriage substitutes. These arrangements, like dating is a marriage substitute. And being gay is also a marriage substitute. Because it's saying, it's okay, you don't have to marry anyone to have sex with them. It's legal to have sex with another consenting adult.
Yes,
and that is a problem. And people can't accept it.
Mm.
This was how their ancestors, had to do in order to have sex. Because it was the only legal way to have sex. Or yes, you can go to the local brothel, assuming it's legal in your neck of the woods. But that would be frowned on. And your visits to the brothel would be treated as a sordid secret. But this is the reality of marriage. I mean, I'm not even talking about God, but for all religions, the idea is that we observe the rules of sexual morality, we maintain minimum standards of sexual morality because we are supposed to believe in God. The Jews, Christians, Muslims, and the Hindus and the Buddhists, that is what they're supposed to believe in. And, unfortunately, Christianity is saying everything is allowed. Because Christianity now is a liberal who expects to go to heaven.
Yes.
And it's becoming increasingly clear, because it's like, oh, look what the Pope is saying is okay now. Look at him partying with the transgender people. Look at him partying with the Muslims. I think yesterday they were saying, oh, look at the Pope, being nice to Muslims, and the day before he was being nice to the trannies. And then talking about, it being okay to be gay. I mean, the thing is, if you're supposed to be forbidding that sort of thing, which Christianity once upon a time did, then I guess you have no business saying it's okay for the priesthood to do these things that they used to forbid. But you can see that Catholicism is breaking down. Even the people who are questioning the authority of the Pope have broken ranks with each other. We saw this video of E. Michael Jones denouncing Michael Voris, didn't we, only a few days ago?
Mm-hmm.
And so they can't stay united. And E. Michael Jones is obviously saying, I'm a better questioner, a better challenger of the Pope than you are, Michael Voris. Even though, you go to the gym and you have this bigger following and you're better looking and you have your hair and so it's already breaking down. But And earlier you were talking about supreme authority. So technically, the Pope is supposed to be the supreme authority of the Catholic Church. But, who knows who is the supreme authority of those in Catholicism who wish to challenge the Pope's authority? I mean, nobody even thinks somebody's got to be the head. So, when he speaks on behalf of all the people in Catholicism who challenge the authority of the Pope. And this is how you organize your ideological battles, I would have thought. I mean, I don't know if have you heard of the term sedi vacantist?
No.
So basically, it is, you're a Catholic who doesn't accept that the Pope, who is currently the Pope, has a right to be the Pope. And you're, promoting other candidates or suggesting that you might be a candidate. I mean, that is the ultimate threat to the Pope as a Catholic. I mean, of course, you can just leave Catholicism, but if you want to remain in Catholicism, you have to say who would be a better Pope, if you don't like the one who's currently in position. And they're not even thinking in those terms. And of course, I think they already know, Michael Voris and E. Michael Jones, that it ain't going to happen. There's not going to be, Pope Eugene or Pope Mike. And there's not going to be any Pope Michael of America. And even if either E. Michael Jones or Michael Voris became Pope, they would have no influence at all. Because they would have no authority. Because the whole point of papal authority was that it was supported by the might of the Roman Empire, which Europeans instinctively respected. I mean, that was the source of its soft power. And even after the Roman Empire fell, people still, for sentimental reasons, I suppose, and maybe just instinctive hatred for Islam, decided that they were going to, just fix Christianity by establishing their own churches or whatever. But they weren't going to abandon Christianity and take on another faith. But I think that they've run out of options now. Because, the rules keep changing. And obviously, the Pope and the Archbishop of Canterbury are just going with the flow. We see them do this every day. They have no principles other than to submit to their government or whoever is the imperial power. So in a way, the Pope has no choice, if he wants to remain Pope, to do what Washington requires him to do and follow the social policies that Washington wants Westerners to follow. And neither does the Archbishop of Canterbury. Because, have you heard of Thomas Cranmer?
No, who's that?
Well, he's a martyr of the English Reformation in that in the time of Henry VIII, he arranges marriages, and he was very useful to Henry VIII, who became his own pope when he broke from Rome and established the Church of England, which you Americans call the Episcopalian Church. So after Henry died, his son Edward reigned only very briefly before he died in his teens, and the crown passed to Bloody Mary, the Catholic daughter of Henry's first wife, and Mary basically said to Thomas Cranmer, I know you're something to do with the Anglican Church, but I'm Catholic, and England's got to become Catholic. So which is it going to be, Tom? And he said, I will It's going to be the Anglican Church, and he was burnt at the stake. So he was the most famous martyr of the English Reformation.
Yeah, Bloody Mary. Is she Mary Queen of Scots, or is that another Mary?
That's a different one. Mary was kind of, well, she married a Spanish prince. She had a Spanish husband called Philip, but she died young.
Bloody Mary or Mary Queen of Scots?
Mary Queen of Scots is a different person from Scotland.
Did she come first or after?
She was executed in the time of Elizabeth, who took over after Mary died. After Bloody Mary died.
No. Yeah, I mean, this is just ridiculousness going all the way back, and the fact that they lost all this blood and good DNA over this kind of nonsense, you know what I mean, is disgusting. It's really, really disgusting, and this is very heterosexual behavior, to murder the best of your men and women because they don't, believe in some absurdity, and this is why I say that heterosexuals have mismanaged everything. And, it's just obvious from the way the world is that you're incapable of managing your own affairs in a peaceful and civilized way, and that everything you do is dysgenic, from murdering the best of your men in war, to making them celibate priests, to making them celibate nuns, to having haphazard random marriages with just anyone, you know what I mean? Just and political marriages that are not based on eugenics, but are based on wealth and power and prestige and these different kinds of things, or religious marriages, or marriages to bring families together. This isn't a way to program your population. Genetic breeding is how you program your population to be what you want it to be, and that's not a program. That's just whatever.
I think if God exists, He is breeding us.
Well, He's doing a very bad job.
Well, I mean, He's basically saying you're not allowed to breed until you marry first, and that's what He's been saying for millennia. And it's only recently that Westerners have forgotten it, or pretend He never said that such a thing.
You say that marriage is eugenic, but it's obviously not, because the vast majority of the human race practice monogamous marriage, or at least now they do, or they've been doing it for centuries, and it's produced a weak and sickly race.
Well, you can't find. I mean, you can't isolate everything. Everyone will say, well, obviously, to be marriageable is the most objectively desirable eugenic trait.
Yeah, but marriageable, I mean, if you're a dumb, ugly, stupid, ignoble bitch, you can find a dumb, stupid, ignoble man to marry you. That's
okay. You can get round this loophole just by getting some person of the opposite sex to marry you, but that is better than saying people should just randomly have sex, and that there are no consequences to unmarried parenthood.
This is the heterosexuality is slavery, because you're right. The only way it works is if you force everyone to have sex with one partner for the rest of their life, and even if they don't like it, and to have lots of children, and women can't be too educated or too uppity, because then the men don't want them, and it's slavery. It's a slavish, horrible system, and the fact that you can impregnate each other is what the problem is. That the fact that a woman can get pregnant from any man she sleeps with is what the problem is. That's why you have to regulate yourself sexually, and and through marriage, and why you can't leave your partner and find someone new, because it overcomplicates things to have children in two different places, and then you can't raise them the same. You know, in my system, it's like, a man can't get another man pregnant. So, if you're using artificial ways to breed, then but there's still no need for sexual regulation of the population.
No, but then with your all male society, who is who will have rights to have progeny?
Everyone will have the right to have a progeny.
They might
But
all be, well,
the
degenerate.
thing is that I think homosexuals tend to be more eugenic anyway, but I think that homosexuals are also noble enough to say, you know what, I'm really not worthy of having children. I'm not very intelligent. I'm not very attractive. I don't have many talents. I don't think that gay men who are just, you know, unhappy in their existence, there's plenty of women that think that, but then they accidentally get pregnant. Or plenty of straight men that think that, but then they accidentally get pregnant. And I'm sure that there's two alcoholics out there that said we shouldn't have kids, and then they accidentally did. I just think that it's not a problem for a homosexual who's an absolute alcoholic and can't take care of himself. I think that a homosexual is more likely if is going to say, well, not me, someone else do the breeding. I'd rather pay an attractive, intelligent man to have children for me, than
Well, you're assuming a lot of things, aren't you? I mean, you can't prove that homosexuals are less selfish than heterosexual people.
well,
You're
well,
just saying it because you hope it is, but you have no objective evidence to say that, homosexuals are by definition more noble than heterosexuals.
I have life experience.
Then it would still just be anecdotal evidence.
I know, but sometimes you have to go on your life experience. Not everything. Yeah, you probably couldn't do a study to find out who's more noble, heterosexuals or homosexuals. But if you've gone throughout your whole life and met both, and you're able to make a distinction, then
Okay, so, I mean, somebody will just say, you're very lucky, Vincent, that, the homosexuals that you've met have been nice people. But, I mean, look at this other homosexual who's been really screwed around by all these other horrible homosexuals.
look, gay people don't abuse each other as much as straight people abuse each other, especially the way men abuse women. We're both on equal par. We're both, kind of usually physically able to handle each other. And,
You have to prove it beyond reasonable doubt to get your idea accepted.
well, I don't need to convince homosexuals they're more noble than heterosexuals because they already know they are.
Do they?
Yes!
Who?
Homosexuals complain about heterosexuals all the time.
Well, I'm sure it happens with well, I'm sure heterosexuals complain about homosexuals too.
I know, but heterosexuals, well, yes, they complain about us. But what I'm saying is that homosexuals notice a difference between the two, and they prefer or feel safer amongst other homosexuals, than they do around heterosexuals.
Well, and water is wet and fire is hot. You need to prove that the kind of society that you propose is going to run well. And okay, let's suppose that you get the artificial wombs that you want, and women have been that the no, everybody, all the human beings in existence are gay, and they have the artificial wombs. You're basically saying they're just going to clone themselves, right? They're just going to
Not
clone
clone,
themselves.
but genetically engineer, and not. I mean, yes, cloning can happen too, but it's not everyone's going to be a clone. No.
You should really get a ghostwriter to write a science fiction novel. I mean, I'm sure somebody can make
No, I'm not
a
writing
really
science.
great gay porn movie.
No, I want to be more serious than all that. I don't want to write fiction. I hate when people have ideas and they want to do something and they get scared and they just write a fiction book in order to get their ideas across without actually doing the hard work of saying, well, I actually believe all this and this is the way I think the world should be. And, I hate that shit. Cowardly fake bitches.
In a way, you are like a Jew, in the sense that you're supposed to, you're supposed to want to do all these things, but you haven't got the numbers to do it.
Well, I'm just starting out, and I mean, like, you don't have the numbers either, Claire. So, I mean, you're not really one to go around judging. And unlike you, I don't pretend that I have one up on the Jews, and I don't sit around pretending, oh, poo-poo with them with their no-hide laws. They're getting nowhere. I'm going to get everywhere. Everyone's going to want what I want. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not that haughty.
Well, in theory, if the Jews, Christians, and Muslims are prepared to correct themselves, I could become big business.
Well, they're not going to want to correct themselves. And, they've already shown that Muslims are not interested in a secular version of their religion. I told you all these straight men, especially them, want garbage and nonsense. I'm tired. I hate when people say women are irrational. I find women like all my role models are women. And one thing that they all had in common is that they were less into, they weren't Renee Gwenin or whatever his name is, or Ebola, into all this fucking pie in the sky bullshit. I find when women are activists, they're more like groundwork and real life. And I think that's because women are programmed to sit, take care of the kids, take care of the house, and not be speculating, sitting there meditating and speculating about the origins of the universe. I think women actually are programmed to be more practical, and, that it's men who are irrational. Men created all these irrational religions. It wasn't women. It wasn't women.
Are you saying that the Abrahamic religions are irrational?
Well, they have a lot of irrational nonsense in them, and Hinduism and Buddhism have irrational nonsense in them. So there's lots. It's the straight men who are the people that are into the esoteric and the weird shit and the stuff that doesn't make sense, and the pushy, intrusive mysticism and things like that. That's all them. It's not, women had nothing to do with that, and I don't find women to be, this is okay, I've never spoken about this before, but I do truly believe this, that straight women behave differently with straight men than they do with gay men, in that I think straight women purposely give straight men a hard time of things, because it's like a way of getting revenge for being treated poorly. And so, they'll fuck with their minds and, play games and stuff like that. But when women are with gay men, they're very rational and they're very noble. And, they really.
What do you mean by
Well,
being by women being heterosexual women being noble and rational with gay men?
they're much more, they don't play games and mind games with us and things like that.
Because they're not expecting sex from you.
I know, but what I'm saying is that, I see a different side of women because, they're not, because there isn't that sexual tension. And also, like, also gay men are not as abusive of them, and gay men are more rational and logical. And so women, like, meet that. Whereas, straight men want to gaslight them and lie to them and pretend something's happening when it's really not, or pretend something's not happening when it really is, in order to get control of her. And then she plays the game.
But don't gay men do that to each other?
Not much less than men do it to women, much less.
Well, I just don't. Okay,
There's not that war of the sexes and the differences of the mind and an inability to be compatible with each other.
Well, statistics seem to suggest that gay relationships are less stable than straight relationships.
Not anymore. 50% of straight marriages end in divorce. And this is the other thing. 50% of your marriages end in divorce. Another 25% are unhappy. So let's say 25% of your marriages are happy, stable marriages. And then you go, well, look, gay men break up at 60%. So therefore, we're so much better. You know what I mean? Like
Well, we have to compare like with like, so I suppose we have to compare gaily married men and heterosexual married couples.
Well, I think it's both like, let's see what the divorce rate is among gay couples. Hold on. I'm looking for the rate. Divorce of same-sex couples, divorce rate. Globally, divorce rates of... Okay, wait, that needs citation. Hold on. Okay, this needs citation. Hold on. Okay, this has citation. Okay, lesbians divorce at a rate double that of gay men. Lesbian divorce rate is much higher than the divorce rate between men. Okay, gay men have, well, here it's saying have a 7% chance of getting divorce. Okay, in Denmark, this is cited. In Denmark, the divorce rate for homosexuals is less than heterosexual couples. 14% of same-sex couple males end in divorce compared to 23% of female marriages. Okay, the higher rate of lesbians is considered consistent with data showing that women initiate most of the heterosexual divorces in Denmark. Okay, in Norway, straight gay marriages between men are 5% lower for male marriages compared to male-female marriages, and we're 29% higher for female marriages versus female-male marriages. Okay, so gay men divorce at a lower rate than heterosexuals, but lesbians divorce the most. Okay,
Well,
so well, it seems to me, yes, it seems like women are the problem. It seems like men can be, men can have stable marriages with each other, and, two lesbians can't.
well, I suppose women, just like Eve, are the eternal, or Lady Macbeth, just keep wanting more, or like the wife in the story of the fisherman and his wife. Do you know that story, Vincent?
Who?
There's a story called The Fisherman and His Wife. Do you know that story?
No.
Shall I read it to you?
Sure.
There is a poor fisherman who lives with his wife in a hovel by the sea. One day, the fisherman catches a fish who claims to be able to grant wishes and begs to be set free. The fisherman kindly releases it. When his wife hears the story, she says he ought to have had the fish grant him a wish. She insists that he go back and ask the flounder to grant her wish for a nice house. The fisherman reluctantly returns to the shore, but is uneasy when he finds that the sea seems to become turbid, as it was so clear before. He makes up a rhyme to summon the flounder, and it grants the wife's wish. The fisherman is pleased with his new wealth, but the wife is not, and demands more, and demands that her husband go back and wish that he be made a king. Reluctantly, he does and gets his wish, but again and again his wife sends him back to ask for more and more. The fisherman knows this is wrong, but there is no reasoning with his wife. He says they should not annoy the flounder and be content with what they have been given, but his wife is not content. Each time the flounder grants the wishes. With the words, "Just go home again, she has it already," or similar, but each time the sea grows rougher and rougher. Eventually, the wife wishes to command the sun, moon, and heavens, and she sends her husband to the flounder with a wish, "I want to become the equal to God." Instead of granting this, the flounder just tells the fisherman to go home, stating that she is sitting in her old hovel again. And with that, the sea becomes calm once more, and the fisherman and his wife are once more living in nothing but their old dirty hovel.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's a very common heterosexual story about how the woman pushes the husband like in more, and she wants more and more. That's a very common yeah, that's a very common heterosexual storyline, blaming the woman because
Eve, Lady Macbeth.
she wasn't satisfied and she needed more. And that also translates into the problem of sexuality, because men orgasm once and they're done, whereas women can go forever and ever and ever. And men are just like, "You're insatiable, you're a whore, I can't trust you," whereas both gay men, as soon as they ejaculate, they're done for a while. And they satiate each other. A woman could go through 100 men and still not be done.
Well, I would know about that.
Well, I'm just saying that women are more insatiable sexually than men, because they can have multiple orgasms, and they don't have the problem where they cannot keep going once they ejaculate. They can ejaculate 1,000 times.
Well, there are rules to stop women from making whores of themselves.
Well, that was the point, but the point is that a straight man will always feel as though he's not satisfied his wife and she wants more, and he'll be angry about that. They can't even handle when their wife has a vibrator. Okay, like straight men get angry when their wives use a vibrator. What? I'm not enough for you? I didn't make you come? How many times do you need to come?
Well, I think most couples are quite, what's the word? Don't most couples have vibrators and sex toys? Isn't
Well,
it?
it becomes a problem. That's the difference between the sexes. And I know gay men are said to be sexually insatiable, but I actually think women are more sexually insatiable because of the way their organs work, the way their sex organs work. It's they have a different and with anal sex you can only take so much anal sex before it becomes uncomfortable. Where vaginal sex, they can go much longer.
Right, but it's like, okay, you've had your orgasm, that's your lot. And
Yeah,
now
well,
it's my turn.
and then she's unhappy and frustrated, and then he's angry at her because she's frustrated. That's a very common, everyone thinks it's the man that wants all the sex. It's very, very common for the woman to be unsatisfied in a relationship sexually. It's very common, and I would say I almost believe it's more often the woman who's sexually unsatisfied. And actually, I think, isn't it, like, it's probably more the woman who breaks off sexual relations than the man does, because she just loses interest, and she probably resents him, and that she wants more but she can't, and he's calling her a whore, and all this other kind of stuff. That's why men do nothing but call women whores, because they know they just want more. They just want more sex.
Have you been reading the comments of Skyworks? I mean,
Yeah.
his criticisms of me are he can't say what I have said. That is irrational.
Yeah, no, I mean, but he's not, he just tells us we don't have wisdom, but he doesn't impart any wisdom. He doesn't impart wisdom. He just says, oh, you have no wisdom.
Yeah, he has nothing better to suggest except to poo-poo everyone else's idea because he doesn't like it. And now he's referring to the flag and gun photos. I think it was a necessary thing for me to do because it's the equivalent of leaving a calling card with the dissident right to show that I mean business. So, well, yes. I mean, you can't take those photos away. And I didn't, expect them to be taken away.
Yeah, those photos really kind of painted your career. And to be honest, it's idiotic that the only reason people listening to you is because of those photos. I mean, I think if you were just like so proper and prim and like spreading secular Quranism in this highly, like, not dangerous way, and talking to prim and proper ladies, they would have nothing to do with that. They like it because you're kind of spicy, and you call women sluts and say that they should be beaten, and things like that. And that's why they listen to you. But they don't listen to you because they actually want to counter your arguments on secular Quranism, or because they want to discuss the Quran, or everything is entertainment value for these people. Are addicted to entertainment, addicted to it. And that's a problem when you're addicted to entertainment.
Yeah, because then if you think it's entertainment, you don't need to act on any of the information that you receive through these streams. And I suppose I've been, quite consistent about my role as a political philosopher and a political activist, and I, obviously don't care about being monetized, and I prefer to talk to people who like talking about ideas, such as yourself, and I'm just aghast that out of all the white people, the white men who might have a problem with their government, it seems to be only you who's prepared to talk about ideas.
Well,
And it's so
yeah.
perfect that you're gay, It really puts them to shame, and that's why they
I mean,
can't
but
stand it.
yes, I'm here and able to have an intellectual conversation with you because I am gay. If you like, okay, your main demographic that you're talking to are straight men, and if you are expecting intellectualism from straight men, good luck.
I mean, they're basically daring us to, come round them up and make them do what we want them to do. And they're thinking, oh, there's just two of them. They can't come round to our place and, round us up and shoot us. And that, and for that reason, they feel superior. Because we can't physically round them up and shoot them. That's why they think,
Well,
oh, we
and
haven't got any...
also, yes, that is what they're looking for, because they're unable to come to a consensus. I mean, I've talked to them, and they're like, they want some dictator to rise with an iron fist and force them to work together. They actually want that. That's what kind of fascism is all about, is that you get this person that, gets in control and forces everybody. And if you don't do it his way, then you get killed. And they know they cannot operate any other way. They're waiting for a Hitler to come, but this time they won't accept their Hitler. If Hitler came in and started giving his speeches tomorrow, nobody would listen to him. They would call him autistic and retarded, and they would just ignore him and make fun of him.
Did you get to the bit when Thomas was talking to Stephen and they were talking about a mafia boss? And they were saying,
No,
who would be a good mafia boss? Not Millennial Rhodes, because he's a bit soft. And yeah, that was what Thomas was talking about. So yes, they are literally, like a woman saying, please come and rape me, which is
yes,
sympathetic.
that is what they're yes, that's what they're looking for. And and I'm not worried about them, because this time they're not going to listen to any leader's call. They're leaderless, and they want to be leaderless. They want to be leaderless, and they want to be directionless, and they don't want a platform. You know what I mean? Like, if anyone wrote like Hitler's 25 points, they would just rip it up.
Yeah, they'll just pretend not to understand. I mean, they're all, the lots of, the 5 pillars of Islam, 7 no-hide laws. They're not interested in solutions. They prefer to mock any solution that is offered. And it's going to be a bit difficult. But, which is why I think it will be the heads of religious groups who will bestir themselves. Because, in theory at least, they are capable of being shamed. These Jews, these Christians, these Muslims.
Yeah, well,
Or it's possible that they're all hypocrites anyway.
I get scared talking to Muslims because they have it together more. I get scared talking to them because, I used to be scared of the dissident right, but I'm not anymore. But when I was talking to Khalid, I get scared. I did, Muslims are, at least the majority of them are much more cogent and not joking around every second, and not talking about, religious Muslim men don't call women whores and bitches, and, call them, degrade them. They may say that women need to be guided and women have inferior intellect and stuff like that. But even when they say things like that, they say it in a much more discreet manner and with, more appropriate language than these people do. And of course women are that's the kind of like male domination that women want, a more smooth, tricky. Women want to be tricked. They want to be tricked into these horrible marriages, and these white men are just a little bit too forward for them with their misogyny. You have to kind of, Muslim men are schmoozy. They're known for being like that. They're known
This is
for
I'll
being,
look after you, kind of thing.
yeah, schmoozy. They're schmoozy to these girls, and like they're also. I think that like they're more romantic, and I do think that Muslim men are less likely to be playing video games all day. Like Muslim men don't post memes on Facebook like white men do, being like, "I'm giving my girlfriend her 17 seconds of time between my video game, between my video games." Ho ho ho. Like I think a Muslim man is more likely to spend time with his wife and nurture her, and and softly discipline her, and it's not, yeah, he's not playing video games all day in his room. I know some of them do, but their culture is a lot different.
Yeah, because they come from a traditional culture where, most of them have married parents and they know what's expected of them.
And they're
And,
also
and you
more
know,
they're more family oriented, so they go with their wife and their kids every day to either an uncle's house or a cousin's house or their mother's house or this person's house, and so they're constantly spending time with their wife and kids and other family members.
and reinforcing their Islamic identity, while the losers in the dissident right are mostly atomized individuals who only talk to each other online.
Yes, and Muslim men meet at mosques. I think Muslim men are calmer. Well, look, I know Muslim men lose their temper and kill people, but I think generally they feel more confident. So, they don't need to be so angry, and they have more social resources. They're not as stressed out socially because they have their little cocoon they can go into, their little Islamic territory, their little mosque, their Muslim family that they can escape into. And these people don't have that. So they're irritated and they're angry and then they lash out and they're nasty, and things like that. And, you know, I think Muslims are more likely to change homosexuals than the alt-right is. I mean, I know there's Muslims that are like, oh, you FAG, and like you should be thrown off a building. But I think Muslims are more likely to be like, now, let me show you God does not approve of these things, and here's why. A little bit, a little bit more classy.
Yes. And I think the advantage that these religious groups have is that they have intergenerational cooperation, while these lost boys of the dissident right, they probably haven't spoken to their father in years. Or their father refuses to speak to them. I don't know what Thomas Barton Reese's father does. I mean, it's always his mother. It's like, what? I mean, I'm a little curious about his father. I mean, doesn't his father have something to say to him about politics? He only complains about his mother.
Who? Tom?
Yes, Thomas Barton Reese.
Yeah.
Or there was a video, there was a stream with talking about how much should a mother, tell her son what to do. I haven't got to the end of it yet.
Well, if he's living there, of course she's going to be telling him what to do. If he's siphoning off of her funds, she's probably telling him to go get a job or something like that. And he probably doesn't like that. And, but Thomas Barton Reese is, look, they're following him. He has a loyalty group. He has, I forget. So
he is them. That's why they love him. He represents, their suffering, their, inability to, get their message through. But I guess he's fortunate because his parents look after him, and I guess they want to be in his place, and that's as much as they can aspire to. Which is why their women reject them. It's like that. He is their representative.
Yes, he's their representative, and he represents them, and they like what he stands for, and
he denies the Holocaust. He has conspiracy theories. They love that sort of shit. And he has some peculiar idea about God. He sort of believes and doesn't believe, and he's going to be publishing a paper, and nobody's quite clear. So you can say he does or he doesn't. But I'll get to the bottom of it.
Well, no. Look. I mean, they're taking from the Jews what was the worst of them, where everything is yes and no, and it's yes and no. I believe in God, and yes and no this, and and then they just get away with it.
Yeah, and ambiguity is a feminine stratagem. I mean, obviously, a woman has to, wait for the man who expressing an interest in her to prove himself and not say yes to the first offer, And this has always been a traditional stratagem for women. But for men to use it means they have turned to women, and that is why. So, Western men are, as a whole, repulsive to women.
Yes. And I mean, there's nothing to do to reverse this. And that's why I'm saying the only way is artificial wombs. We have to stop relying on women, or humanized animal wombs, or just some kind of, you know, mass surrogacy program or something like that. I mean, even if it's socialized motherhood, I mean, maybe all the men should work and the government should just pay women to have children, something. But the idea that these men are going to reestablish traditional relationships in their lifetime is absurd. You know what I mean? It's absurd. They cannot do anything. They can't do anything. And the other thing, they don't have enough fucking money to have kids. Nobody has enough money to have kids.
They even lack the courage to say the only way we can afford to have kids is to abolish equal pay and abolish feminism and no fault
I would
divorce.
have to take
They
more
don't
than that.
even dare to say it. They
The
don't even
economy,
dare.
more than that, the economy would have to change. A single man in this economy could not raise children and a wife who doesn't work. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, but they won't even say that, these are the measures necessary to make men marriageable again. And the only way they will ever get the courage to say these things is to adopt either Islam or support secular Quranism, and they haven't got the balls to do it. And they would have to say it, in real life to people they know, and they can't do it. They would rather die. I mean, they really would rather die. And their women, sensing this, have decided to flush away these turds with more and more immigrants. Just to, get them, dilute them away from humanity.
Yes, yes, and I do believe that women have a problem in that they gravitate towards abuse and they respond positively towards abuse, but Muslims
It
just,
has been said that women are masochistic.
yes, but also they like to be tricked. I think they like to be tricked. You know, I think women know that Muslim men are just as misogynistic, but they just sugarcoat it. And I think that they know that, yes, living as a Muslim woman is going to be more oppressive than living as a Western woman with all of these rights. But, it's
But
just
at
the
least I'll have legitimate children and a husband, and that's more high status than being a pumped and dumped unmarried mother.
and well, but I mean, they crave this. They're like moths to the flame, and they're really the problem. I mean, women have always upheld straight male malignancy. They took care of their homes for them and raised their children for them and submitted to them, and did all of these things. And when straight men could not have done it on their own. They're too selfish. They're too selfish. They couldn't sit around taking care of each other. That's not going to happen. They needed a slave to take care of them. Khalid Safir asked if only broken women like to be treated badly. No, I think that no, I. It's not necessarily that a woman wakes up and says, "I want to be treated badly." It's more like she responds to abuse. I've noticed that women will maintain an abusive relationship longer than a man. Hello.
Hi,
Hi.
Khalid.
I I was resisting not commenting because I knew you would invite me, but you do talk about interesting things, but I'll stick
Well,
around
we
for a
were
little bit.
we were just talking about you and how I'm scared when I talk to you because
Really?
Muslim men are so much more put together and eloquent, and
Oh,
not
thank you.
everything is a joke, and not
Mm.
everything is calling a woman a whore, and like you have more stability. And I don't want I don't want the alt-right in, but I don't want Muslims either. But I'm more scared of Muslims because you have it more together. You know what I mean?
we
And
stand for something, right? Like,
well, yes, it's not, that's the way you view it. I view it more like, well, okay, you have like a list, right? You have like a list, a check mark, and you say, well, we have to do this, 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 and this. And it's like a crystallized thing. And, you have these, look, I wouldn't want to live in a society where everything was like, never disrespect your parents, spend all your time with your relatives. Like, I don't want that either, but I do see how that
I don't think you go to prison for not spending time, but I think it's a healthy thing that you look down on. It's like, oh, you didn't even see your parents. Like with a white person, it's like, did you see your parents this year? Oh my God, again. Like I'm being a bit racist.
It goes in the other direction. I know, especially when I was a Hindu, a lot of Indian people complain about family being overly suffocating and having too much influence in their life and demanding too much of them. I know that's a problem in other cultures, and I know white people have the opposite, but it does seem that when you err on the side of being suffocated by your family, it might give you some advantages when it comes to taking over society.
Yeah, there's always a balance in this kind of stuff. Can I ask you a few questions, kind of, and maybe, and by the way, sorry I haven't got back to your email, Vincent. I'm just being a bit slow.
You did.
Yeah. No, I did get back to one, and then I was a bit cheeky. I was saying you're militant gay. No, how do you put it again? Gay
militant.blogspot.com.
Yeah, it didn't sound scary enough, and you should steal something from Hamas to sound more scary. But that was a bit of a joke. Hopefully, you didn't. I don't think you take two things too badly for me, anyway.
No, I mean, no.
Yeah. I mean, I think. Yeah. So my question was going to be, and I'll probably invite you to this one. Hopefully, you'll be able to come to it. I'm just working out some times. What do people hate about? Why do people hate Muslims? Am I interrupting? Is there a particular course in this?
No, it's fine. We were talking about Muslims. Why do people hate them? But well, they hate them for different reasons. Some people are just racist and they don't even care about what Islam states or says, and that's it. I'm very I'm very idealistic, and I react to ideas very viscerally. And I don't care if there's only a few bad ideas in Islam. Like it's baked into the cake. Those few bad ideas are there, and they spoil the whole pot. Okay? If you have a pot of soup full of nutrition and you take a shit in it, no one's gonna want to eat it.
Sure.
Okay, Muslims.
No, I like it. I like that you're like you want it to be perfect. I want it to be perfect. I would have the same problem as you do if I thought any of it was not perfect. And every time I find something that I think, oh, I'm not sure about that, then it troubles me and I investigate it. Do you know what I mean? So I'm like you, but we just have different conclusions.
You cannot separate misogyny or homophobia from Islam. You can't, and also
that's the different conclusions. You call misogyny, which I call fantastic. Like women would say what you call misogyny. Women say it's fantastic. We like being treated differently.
No, but I mean, look, to say that women don't have the efficiency in their brain to be witnesses unless there's two of them is, misogyny.
I'm trying to work out, I have my reasons because of my own experience with women, right? But also maybe it could be the pressure, it could be all sorts of things. But yeah.
No, but I mean, just that alone, look, that's baked into the cake of Islam.
Mm-hmm.
Baked into the cake. You can't get it out. The hatred for the people of law is baked into the cake of Islam. And we all know that means...
When you say the law, you mean would you say that again?
the people of Lot, the
Lot.
homosexuals
Oh
in
yeah,
the
sorry, yeah.
homosexuals in the Quran. We all know that means homosexuality. These
Yeah.
stupid liberal Muslims that say, "Oh well, they didn't mean that; they meant this and that." No, the people of Lot means homosexuality.
Yeah. I mean, Claire doesn't like homosexuality. What do you think about her?
Well, no, I mean, I disagree with her, but also, I know there's problems with capitalism, but I don't necessarily think that the answer is to ban usury. I mean, look, I go back and forth on that. I'm not an economist. I'm not an economist. I will not say I understand economics very well. Um, I don't, I know, the idea is that capitalism is unsustainable, right? And so, we shouldn't engage in it because it can't be sustained. It's been sustained for a while. I don't know enough about it to know that it can't be sustained. So I don't necessarily know if no usury is, the best the best idea. I don't necessarily
Well,
believe
yeah,
that.
what would be like? So that would be part of another discussion I want to have with you, which is when we invent our own religion, what would be? You'd have to be you not just negative, like I don't like this, I don't like that. You have to positively say I like this. So let's say, for example, economic policy. What would be your alternate economic policy? I'm just interested. I'm just trying to get some ideas that then I can prepare better for a nice live
Well,
stream. What would be? Yeah.
I believe more in the guild system, kind of. I mean, I think there's elements to socialism and capitalism that are good. I think it would work better. Look, in the guild system, there were no copyrights. Everything was held as a secret. So you would have this cabal at the top of your guild who knew all the trade secrets, and you could only learn these secrets after you had been apprenticed and shown your loyalty. The reason that the copyrights were invented was to destroy the guilds, because then an individual could have all the knowledge, leave the guild, copyright it, and then the guild couldn't practice it anymore, and it was in the hands of a single individual. I don't think working on secrecy is necessarily the most stable way of forming your economy. But maybe there's another way to kind of maintain that group ownership and that group participation. But the guilds acted like cartels and mafias
What
and
do you think
gangs
that solves, though? What do you think, like, usually solves a specific problem of inflation and paying for all sorts of terrible things like wars and stuff like that? I'm trying to think. The guild system sounds like, yeah, maybe you would have like higher quality work people, but like, how does it solve any particular economic problem? That's what I'm intrigued with.
Well, the guild takes care of you, right? Guilds were known to have very good wages, and they were also known to
Okay.
they were known to take it. It operates like a family, and once you got involved in a guild, you were kind of expected to stay there for the rest of your life. It wasn't like you had this transient job, and like, you would marry people in the guild, and you would train your son in the guild and things like that. I know that things are too complicated now. I mean, I know every stonemason's son can't be a stonemason or would want to. And I do believe there needs to be a
Especially
certain
with
degree.
technology, it keeps changing, right? So how would you have a guild for some like YouTuber guild, and then there'll be something else guild, and everything keeps changing, and you won't be doing it for a lifetime. Maybe YouTube will be dead by the time you're old or something.
Yes, but okay, here's my thing, because I do believe in creating a homosexual order. I think homosexuals would make capitalism or communism or the guild system work much better, because they just happen to be more noble people. The problem with capitalism is that people are not noble. And so they take advantage, and they don't pay their workers, and they're greedy. And it doesn't work because of that, because of human nature. But if you change human nature, these things will work better.
Oh, so I'm just actually making a list of the things you're saying. You give me ideas. So you don't like usury? Is it like
I
what
don't
was
know.
your
I'm not an economist. I'm not educated
okay?
enough on economics, to know. Okay, do you know what Claire's position is on this? That she wants to ban usury overnight and have all the economic systems collapse and institute slavery to take up for all the people who lose their jobs. I mean, if we got rid of usury overnight, we would all, I mean, we would live in poverty for at least a while. The whole economic system would absolutely collapse, and we would have
Mm.
nothing.
Yeah, okay. You could have a transient system or some or trans. I can't remember the word. Like you weed it out slowly. Okay, I'm guessing. Do you like her version of slavery, where basically you get a cushy job, where you get all perks included? You get a job, you get a house, you get food, everything, and then you can leave anytime you don't want to be this so-called slave. What do you think about her idea about that kind of slavery?
Well, I mean, you're basically government property, right? This is what she says. She calls
But
you
you can
government.
quit, so it's not not necessarily property in that sense.
Well, but then where are you going to go if you quit?
Yeah, you build up some sort of CV experience, and then you go, I've had enough time, living in your mansion, rich person, um, you know, who's basically taking care of all your needs. I've developed some experience. I'm ready to move on. I mean, that's
Yeah,
a
and I
great.
saved up for the deposit for my flat.
Wow, yeah, that's true. That's true as well. Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
I
are you
mean,
against that kind of idea?
well, first of all, who's the type of person that's going to become a slave? The other thing I told her, you're going to have all these slaves who are derelicts, drug addicts, alcoholics, abusers, thieves, murderers. Like, not it's not like all these people without jobs are going to be high-end quality people. People who don't have jobs tend to have problems in their life. And why would you want someone like that in your home?
I know you don't have to accept them either. Let me ask you another question. It was just something that came to my mind. I might forget, and I'm desperate to do a few more things. What was I going to say? Yeah. So your gay accent. I thinking that would be an interesting topic. Like, what was the topic going to be? Uh, okay, it's something to do with, is it real? Okay, what would be your immediate answer to that? Is
I
your
get
gay
very
accent
angry.
real?
Heterosexual men do this to gay people all the time and accuse us of faking our accents and our mannerisms. I would love to have a masculine voice and masculine mannerisms. First of all, what you don't understand is masculinity is viewed as superior in the gay community. Masculine men are hotter, get more guys, are like what you want to be. And even in the
Yeah,
gay community, feminine men are looked down upon. Whenever you go on Mask for Mask, I'm masculine and I only want mask. You never see what femme for femme. You know what I mean? Feminine men never, we get it. We do fall in love with each other and we maybe don't care, but there is no such thing as like femme for femme movement. Femme men more often than not want masculine men, and
sure.
masculine men
Because
more often.
normally you associate an accent with a geographic location or something. So the reason I'm asking is like, does it make sense that your sexuality can define an accent, which is a bit
No,
unusual compared?
no, it's not. No, I'm biologically. Some men just come out feminine. I mean, they come out with an inflection in their voice that's feminine.
I see. So it's a feminine thing. It's not just a gay thing. It's a feminine
Well,
thing.
okay, there is gay accent is different than a feminine accent. I know that, but what I am, my voice is genetic. My mannerisms are genetic. I'm not putting on airs. People that, oh, you just want to fit in and you want to act like a woman so you can seduce the man. If I wanted to seduce a gay man, I would want to act like a man. I'm
Okay.
I'm viewed as it's not it being feminine in the gay community is lower status.
Right. Okay. Do you feel? I'm just thinking it would be like, would it be a worthwhile kind of topic for an hour or something? Because it's in a way it's trying to inspect the idea of, are people really gay, or do they act gay, or they be all this kind of stuff, like how real is this gay stuff, right? So I suppose the other question is, do you, just for me to like develop a better understanding, um, the more you indulge in like homosexual sex or something, did it affect your accent?
No, it didn't. And this is the other thing they were telling me the other day. What about gay men that were in the closet and talk straight and then they come out and they talk gay? Like, of course they were hiding it. They didn't. Okay. Is
I'm on
there
a
like
stream.
one is there like 1% of gay men that put on an accent? Yes. There are gay men that do want to seem more feminine for men, and it does happen. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but for the vast majority of feminine men, it's natural. And if you can hide it, I can't hide it. I used to try to hide it when I was in high school because everyone made fun of me. It was just totally Just my manners and my
When
gay
did it
manners.
start? Like, did your parents notice it or something?
Of course they did. I was a feminine boy. That's why they didn't like me from early.
Right.
When I mean,
Oh, really? Did they tell you that they didn't like you?
it was obvious.
Okay, that's interesting.
It was
Okay,
obvious.
all
It was
right.
obvious.
Okay, thanks for
And I know a lot of that had to do with the fact that I was feminine,
okay.
and they didn't want a gay boy. I mean, most heterosexual parents
Did you
don't
feel
want.
rejected in some way by your parents?
Yes.
I'm just wondering. You did?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Anyway, so I'm just going to spend. I mean, thanks for answering. I feel you guys are open to questions that most people wouldn't answer, right? So the average person doesn't come on a stream. They're usually very quiet and keep themselves. And you guys, I think most people, we're kind of eccentric. Let's say we're not very private, so we're happy to answer those questions. So thanks for answering those questions, Vincent.
Yeah. Sure. No. Yeah.
For 5 minutes, I will stick around. I'm actually supposed to be trying to get another live stream done, like by myself, sort of thing, like to review some other live stream I did, and I keep putting things off. But somebody asked, Skyworks 600 said, "Are you open to questions?" I'm always open to questions, but Skyworks don't. I mean, what's your question, Skyworks? I just feel like I like high quality or genuine questions rather than just trying to. I don't mind people being rude; it makes no difference. But it's kind of like, what was it? An earlier on comment you said like something like, "I what was it? Are you open to ideas?" And we talked about how I'm open to ideas and discussing people. Like I'm talking to Vincent, I'm talking to Claire. We don't agree and stuff all the time. In fact, I'm probably more open to ideas than the average person on the live chat, let's say, because you're just saying stuff without having to properly respond to it verbally, which is much harder. But anyway, I'm always open to questions. So cool. If there's any questions, if you don't mind, I don't mean to interrupt your live stream, but
Well, he is being nasty. He's being nasty to me and Claire. And the thing that I don't like about him, he just tells us we have no wisdom, but he has none of his own. It's not like he imparts anything. It's not like he
right.
teaches. It's not like he teaches anything. He just keeps telling us to go get an atheist sage, and that's not very helpful. And the thing is that and we were talking about this, that they don't like. I always talk about Hitler gave that party that he joined 25 points. He gave them a system to follow. And, these people are against any kind of congealing of a system. None of them agree with each other, and there's no platform that they're ever going to all be able to follow. Yeah, I mean, and they can, as soon as you crystallize something, they make fun of it and poke at it, but they don't offer anything of their own because they know they would get the same kind of treatment.
Yeah, I think it's that's what I said as well last time, that it's harder to actually give a sort of a coherent, clear idea of what you think should happen rather than just keep trying to. It's not even properly shoot. I don't actually mind people shooting down an idea if they give a really good reason rather than just opinions and feelings. Like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know biology. It's like, okay, tell me some more advanced biology where I'm wrong. And I didn't even mention any biology last time. And it was like, just be more clear and concise about your criticism. Then it'll be more interesting. So that's what I'm saying to people in the live chat. I have diagnosed the problem and proposed a solution.
Well, I think the problem is they can't get over that I actually dare to propose a solution. Well, all the rest of them are just saying, "Oh, it's the Jews or the Muslims or the usual bugbears that they love to roll out," because it's just easier to complain because everybody agrees about, how bad the government is. But the moment you propose a solution, people are going to throw rocks at you, and they haven't got the courage themselves to do it, and they are aghast that I dare to do it and have done so consistently.
Yeah, I would say complaining is a weak form of trying to find meaning in your life. Like you say, oh, I'm stand for something. Like I protested. I feel like I'm valued because everybody they might not realize that, but everybody needs meaning in their lives to feel valuable. That's how, people, psychologists like Viktor Frankl have talked about our fundamental needs. We don't just need to put food in our mouths, we need meaning. And so I think that's how people try to find a weak form of meaning. I don't know, what's anybody's opinion here, Vincent? Or why do you think people are
You
just
make me think of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and this is what religion satisfies, all of
Okay.
it.
So, I mean, my opinion is on this that if you selectively bred or genetically engineered people to naturally be happy, and if they found out that their life was meaningless, but they were happy and their conditions in life were good, then it wouldn't matter. I don't think it matters when you're high on crack cocaine that your life has. Okay, people who are depressed who say my life has no meaning when they get high on cocaine, they want to live.
I think people on crack are usually depressed. In fact, a lot of most drugs are basically they're painkillers. So basically, it
Okay,
means
but
you're unhappy.
you're not depressed when you're on the crack, maybe after. But if let's
Yeah.
say you were genetically engineered to constantly be on crack and your life was good, I think that it wouldn't matter that you didn't believe in God. So that's
Okay.
why I say basically we want to genetically engineer people. Like in a gay world, things would be much better. So our environment would be better, and we would have genetically engineered ourselves to naturally be happy. So when you break the news, surprise, life has no meaning, it doesn't matter as much.
Anyway, I think happiness is an attitude and a mindset, not necessarily what you have. And I think there's a lot of proof for that. But I don't want to be a liar and say that I was open to questions and not answer a question. It says, what is your understanding of sage? I've got no idea. I just know I'm a programmer, so that's actually a piece of software. But and generally a sage is somebody who's really good. So that's the best answer I can give. Does anybody, Vincent, like you were mentioning sage, what is he talking about?
Atheist sage. You told us that we need an atheist sage.
A wise man, that's what a sage
Oh, it's
means,
sage. Oh, I see. Yes, that's true. Okay.
not the herb.
Oh, that
Yeah,
as well. I didn't think about that one as well. Yeah. All
yeah,
right.
no, I mean, yeah, he has. I don't know. I guess he's an atheist, and well, he's. There's plenty of atheists that are not unhappy, and a lot of it does have to do with brain chemistry and how your life is working out. And if you have good mentality and you have what you need in life, some of them are okay.
Some of what are okay. Sorry.
Some of the atheists are okay. Not every atheist is suicidal.
Oh, yeah. Well, I hope so. I mean, that would be terrible. I mean, how many dead people would you have, right? But generally, it doesn't work out very well.
Oh no, there's plenty of atheists that it works out well. I do understand that atheists are probably. Look, I told you that if you believe God has your back and everything's going to be fine, of course you're going to be less depressed than if you wake up uncertain, not knowing, well, it could turn out bad. Nobody in the universe is watching out for me. I only have myself. That's a lot more depressing than making something up in your head and saying, I'm always fine. But the thing is that comes with the downside, and there's two downsides to that. Number one, you could eventually realize that not everything turns out okay, and maybe it doesn't seem, at least, like God has your back. But also it can make you irrational, where you just fail to understand failure. I mean, you just don't even recognize problems because you're just so like, everything's fine. I mean, there is a limit to positive thinking. It's called toxic positivity. You can get, toxic on being overly positive.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, Skyworks wants to explain his idea of a sage. You don't even have a surface understanding of. I mean, it's quite funny. You just got lots of insults. Go on. I mean, how would it be a good idea for Skyworks 600 to join the live stream from your experience, or is he just trouble, or what? Claire or Vincent, whoever's running this thing.
I don't think he'll join us. He's just one of those people who like throwing rocks without wanting to engage in hand-to-hand fighting. But I'll give him the link. But I doubt he'll come on.
Yeah. Okay, let's just see what happens. Oh, okay, you put this. It'll be interesting to see if Skyworks, how he argues, and I think it'll be far more respectable if somebody can articulate their ideas talking rather than being a keyboard warrior. I don't mind. I don't really get upset. It's challenging, trouble. Go for it, Skyworks. You've got Skyworks. You've got the link. You can join.
Yeah, these people like rarely join. They're not.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
The other thing that Muslims are scary. They show their face even when they have radical ideas. They don't hide, and hidden people have no power. Okay, unless you're like some kind of shadowy Freemason organization, or no, there's a difference between. Well, yes, an idea that can't even show its face. Freemasonry can show its face, but an idea that can't even show its face is not really going to get very far.
Yeah. Well, I'm amused, Skyworks 600. You got no need to jump in, and you can't explain in the chat. So, and after you said, "Can I explain?" It's like, "Do you want me to explain?" Okay, what's this Lance? Who's Lance? Is there Skyworks 600 by any chance?
Salam alaikum, my brother.
Wa alaikum salam, my brother. Peace be upon you too.
Thank you. How is everybody this evening?
I'm very good.
Excellent.
Who's Lance Vance?
It's me, homie.
And who are you?
All right. So what's happening here, Lance? Are you somebody from the live chat, or you just saw the link and you wanna?
I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Cool. Excellent. I like that. I like it when people give it a shot and try and expand their abilities and stuff like that. So is there anything, I don't want to take over this thing, but I think you guys are very cool and chilled out, Claire and Vincent. I'm just interested. Lance, do you want to say something? Share an idea or something?
I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. All right.
It's Jord, isn't it, Vincent?
It kind of sounds like Jord, but part of it doesn't. I mean, he has a similar voice to Jord. I can't tell if it's Jord or if it's just someone else.
I think it's Jord. And Jord has said he'll be coming on Coroniu.
All right.
Is it you, Jord?
It is me. It is I, Vincent.
Okay. Well, you know your fans well. Okay. Does somebody want to tell me something about George or George? Is it George? Did you say George?
Jordan.
It's short for Jordan.
Oh, okay,
I'm not sure
Jordan.
why people started calling me Jord. It just caught on.
Okay.
I obviously go by the name Lawrence Barnes now, but nobody seems to care. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Like, you don't want to respect.
So Jordan, where are you from?
Where am I from? I'm from London.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay.
Have you ever met Claire in real life?
No, I wish. Although I plan to arrange a three-way date with myself, Stephen J. James, and Claire Core at some point in the future.
When Stephen comes to London.
Exactly.
Where does Stephen live?
Somewhere up north.
Yeah, I mean, what we would consider up north anyway. I'm sure he thinks he lives in the Midlands, but it's all north of Watford, you know?
Hey.
Yeah. Well, Jord runs something called the Cube.
No, whoa.
On Telegram.
I am a what do you call it? An observer of the Cube project. I'm an enthusiast, Cube enjoyer. Certainly not in charge of the Cube. The Cube has no leader, as far as I can tell. It's like a rudderless ship. Hierarchy.
Okay. I've offered to become admin, and nobody will accept my offer.
And what happens on the Cube? What's the big deal? Like, what's the aim?
Aim is an interesting word, isn't it? It implies
God, it's not one of those. It's like those Christian groups where they just talk.
I wouldn't even say Christian, and I don't know about.
I'm not saying it's Christian, but when you go to the Christian groups, because they can't stand for anything, it's just like they just waffle on and think about anything.
Well, this is Claire's. I think this is Claire's main contention with the Cube is that it doesn't really. It's not that it as a group doesn't stand for anything. It's that if you take roughly 100 eccentric individuals who all very much aggressively stand for something, but maybe all stand for something slightly different, and then you put them in the same space and allow time to just hash it out, what do you get? You get the cube kind of thing. It opens probably one of the last spaces on the internet where true open discourse is permitted. That has some problems, obviously, as well as some.
And where is the cube? What's the point of the cube?
It's a Telegram group consisting of degenerates and outcasts.
Okay.
And
that's a good way of describing it. Very much a tortuga.
But does it have any purpose? Like, was it made for any purpose?
There are many purposes kind of at play, I would say. Ed, there are many people bring individual purposes to the table. Well, I'll give you an example. A friend of mine, Lewis Wayne, who's a young man who's very, very interested in making online content. He's obsessed with lol cows and blood sports. He's using the cube. He's using the cube.
That's the degenerate bit. Okay.
That's the bit Claire doesn't like.
Degenerates and outcasts at the same time. Okay, yeah.
Correct. He's obsessed with outcasts and those kind of characters, and he's using the cube to kind of make content. Other people are using the cube for weird kind of cult building exercises. Some people are using the cube as a kind of soapbox platform to tell the world their message. Sometimes it's a message that God revealed to them in a dream. I mean, dude, you got to be there to see it.
Vincent, are you in this group by any chance? Not that you're anything like that, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, yes, I'm in the group.
That's what we're reduced to.
It's so painful.
Yeah, but I mean, the problem is that people are so normies don't listen to us. We're not going to get any like mainstream middle class, person that's not involved in politics, or even if they're involved in just normal everyday average politics, then they don't listen to us. The only people that do listen to us are marginal people. And
Vincent, I beg to differ. I'm extremely mainstream and middle class, and I'm very much a normie. I just finished reading Carl Jung's The Black Books and became temporarily interested in mentally ill people, and I wouldn't even see the cube as like an insult in that way. It's not like
mentally ill people. I would say I'll tell you they are interesting in some ways because or people who are depressed. I think they reach bottom, reach the bottom, and then they may be open to the idea of changing their ways. I think that's quite interesting. What's your interest in mentally ill people?
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. I think when somebody's in a mental state, well, firstly, that's the whole thing, isn't it? I kind of disagree with a lot of the modern diagnoses. I think, and I don't know, but I think if I got my hands on like a DSM-5 manual or something like that, I think I would go through it and I would render like half of it obsolete just on first glance, because a lot of it changes so often, because a lot of it seems to be more about psychiatry and actually pushing pills than it does about making anybody's life better. And a lot of it is also people wallowing in their own self-pity and bullshit identities, and I'm this and I'm that and all this kind of stuff. So I would have probably massive
I think we could have a really interesting discussion, me and you, Lance. Or
possibly.
Jordan.
Yeah, possibly, definitely.
Cool.
So I read these Carl Jung books. I just thought I've just become really, really interested in people who you might call like neurodivergent, neurotypical. In this group that they're telling you about, there's like a guy in there who has 5 distinct personalities. There's a guy in there who speaks to the mold that's growing on the wall.
Okay, I mean, I'm not interested in that, but anyway, that's like
no. I'm saying these are the fringes. We also have people who are like Claire and Vincent, who are incredibly intelligent and able to have long form discourse about stuff, but that society would consider fringe eccentrics nevertheless. I mean, Vincent says it himself. Like the only people who I wouldn't agree with that assessment, by the way. The only people who would talk to us at the Cube.
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
The Cube people are just interested in you, Vincent. You are an interesting guy, whether you like it or not.
Well, no,
I mean, not everything you say.
I'm interesting. Well, look, I'm not. Leftists never. Okay, like if you're like a paint by numbers leftist, you're not going to want to talk to me. You know what I mean? And also if you're a paint by numbers conservative, like Christian conservative, Israel supporting, Republican Party supporting, that's all you are, then no, you're not going to be interested in my message or listening to what I have to say. I do talk about esoteric topics.
Yeah, I mean, there's some things I think you made some really interesting points about, why do women why do you have two women as a witness and stuff like that? These are interesting ideas. I think the idea of everybody in the world being born through a mechanical womb, that's like so far off, and can't
It's
take it
not
too
that far
seriously.
off. And also, if that
Yeah.
doesn't work in humanized animal wombs, we can do that very easily. Yeah.
Weird. Animal wombs. Are you saying humans should be surrogated, as it were, through cows or something weird like that?
Humanized cows, not just regular
Humanized cows. I mean, even
Hmm.
that's a bit okay. All right.
Well, that would be easier than artificial wombs to humanize cows. Like they're humanizing pigs to get organs out of them.
Yeah, I'm still actually trying to, because I obviously always fun talking to you, Lance. How can I get in contact with you? I mean, does Claire, she
Do you have?
everybody's
Yeah,
contact?
Claire will have a way to contact me. You should. I would just highly recommend downloading Telegram, because I may not have done the best job of elevator pitching it to you, but you should see this
I've
community
got
just with your own
Telegram.
eyes.
I'm a bit, yeah, I might jump out of the cube after 5 minutes, but
Yeah. Just look at
Yeah.
it, just so you can kind of see what we're talking about. Because again, some of these people, even though on the Facebook they seem absolutely bonkers, some of them say the most shamanic things. Sometimes it's very, very interesting. So yeah, no, you're more than welcome in there to have a nose around. Claire
Cool.
and Vincent, this gentleman is of good repute, I trust.
Yes.
Me? Yeah, I think so. So Claire, do you have Jordan's contact if I wanted it?
Yes, I can give you his Telegram username and all that.
Cool.
So,
All right.
yes, he's an interesting chap, and he's got a job. So, it's
so
like,
funny. I love
wow.
He's not completely useless, and okay, right, yeah.
Yeah,
Very
the fact
good
that the
looking
win
guy.
these days in this community is really sad.
Oh,
Like,
I mean, obviously
that's
true.
surprising. Like that's like, I mean, you've gone all the way to the top if you have a job, even if you're in a deli clerk. Like, at least you have that.
Yeah. All right, guys, you're a lot of fun to talk to and interesting. But catch you later. I will be in contact, Vincent. We've got to do some live streams. All right.
Yes,
Amazing.
All right. Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye, Khalid.
Dope guy.
Yeah, he's an Ahmadi Muslim. He's like one of those peaceful Muslims.
Ahmadi, no way. Religion of peace and light. Super familiar with them.
Yes, he's that's what he is, and so he's a little bit more split.
So, do you know about the have you seen that the Mahdi has returned?
No, what are you talking?
Oh man, yeah, no, I'll have to show you some stuff in the cube at some point.
Well, I mean, they're always saying that Christ is returned, the Ahmadi returned, the Messiah is here. You know.
No, but like this one's back. Like this one's legit this time.
Is it the Maitreya? Is it that Maitreya guy?
Look, Vincent. I'm just gonna have to. I'll have to send you a link. It's too much for the open discourse here, you know, because this is just
it's
too.
Probably that Maitreya that everyone's talking about.
Maitreya is an interesting one. Yeah, Maitreya is a fascinating character from like Buddhist mythology, right? The coming prophet of.
Yeah, but everyone, all these theosophists and everything are talking about this secret guy that's walking amongst us already, and he's ready to take his place, and he lives in
not
London.
quite ready, otherwise you'd know about it. But yeah, you know, it's getting there.
Do you think
definitely.
He's walking amongst us?
Look, Vincent, again, it's not stuff that you can really talk about openly and in public, but I'll be happy to have this conversation in private if you're interested in theosophy.
Okay, mysterious.
Yes, it's a little curious why George is saying it's so hush hush that he can't discuss it with us.
I mean, look, it's less hush hush and just more. I would be talking on a different frequency, I think, than most people would be familiar with. I don't think it would make sense to have that kind of conversation in such a broad.
Because it would bore people like Skyworks. Right.
Precisely. And, how many people have actually delved into the life and work of Helena Blavatsky? Probably very few.
Just people like us. Sad people like
What
us.
do you think of Blavatsky? She's a total charlatan. Blavatsky was a total charlatan. I mean that book of Dizian that she made up, that she said that those Buddhist monks showed her, and all this other kind of stuff.
Oh, George has gone quiet.
I'm just listening. I think it's an interesting take. It's an interesting take.
She just mixed up a whole bunch of stuff, and basically it is a way almost like Christianity, and Lucifer's in there, and the Christ, and all this other kind of stuff. And
So what theosophy gives you, right, is a first glimpse into syncretism at the first time in human history where there can be said to be a global culture, a global, English language, far-reaching enough to be all-encompassing. And it's an attempt to, a very crude one, in the way that alchemy is a crude attempt at chemistry, and astronomy is a fulfilled, perfected version of astrology. It's a crude attempt to syncretize all the religions to find the unifying truths in every spiritual teaching. And yeah, it's at face value a bunch of nonsense, right? When you first read anything that Blavatsky wrote, without the context, without knowing a lot about a lot of different religions, I don't even know how you would even begin to approach her work directly.
yeah, I know, and I know it's just an ocean, and it's gotten so big. And they've remained, even though they've had so much influence, they've remained like, I don't ever meet theosophists, and they're not exactly secretive, but they don't exactly go around advertising themselves either.
Well, yeah, it's going to be broadly unpopular, right? Every religion has within its first few tenets how you need to treat other religions first and foremost, right? No gods before me, this, that, and the other. To the infidel, it's probably not going to be well received by anyone. But I think time and a place,
It's a cult.
right? If you look, it's a framework, is what it is. If you look at what's happening in the world, if you look at the direction things are going in, I would say the inevitable direction things are going in. We already have a global lingua franca. We already have a global currency in the US petrodollar. We already have a global code of ethics in the Geneva Convention. We have a global system and society of governance being built in the United Nations. We are in dire need of a world religion, and probably a World Bank, right? Like a no, just me.
A better world bank and a better world religion. And I have just the thing.
One currency, one religion. And the problem is that the thing you've got isn't even a religion. It's just a document, like the legalistic framework from the religion. What the future will require, and I'm not even making like a moral judgment on this, it's just a matter of fact. What the future will require is like a global religion.
Yeah, I have it. And I know how to roll it out. And how you guys are going to help me.
I'm just not so sure that the Quranism, secular or otherwise, is the solution, and that it wouldn't go down well with a lot of people in the world. I think your time on the internet is proof of that, Claire.
No, it's proof of the fact that we live in a post-truth society where it doesn't matter if you win all the arguments, if all the facts you rely on are undisputed. People who don't like your solution will just not like it and dare you to force them to like it. They're not moved by reason.
There are many things that are not covered under the auspices of the Quran, and many problems that would arise if you did implement some kind of secular Quranism, right?
Sorry, I have a narrative that will be understood immediately by the Jews, Christians, and Muslims. And the narrative is basically that we're cursed by God, Jews, Christians, and Muslims, and the curse will take the form of World War III, unless we repent. And Jews have to repent, and Christians have to repent, and Muslims have to repent.
Well,
and
what about the fact that the two most populous nations on earth are not followers of the Abrahamic God?
Are you talking about India and China?
And India.
India and China.
Yeah, yes, the future is undoubtedly Chinese.
Okay, they'll follow. Once a world sorts itself out, once a West sorts itself out, they will follow. So I'm saying this Hamas and Israel war is basically about the Jews in Israel living under Sharia, and they're not doing it. And the Americans are, they don't want peace because they don't want Jews in Israel to live under Sharia, even though probably.
It's not about.
Of course it is. It's all about their pride.
No, it's about pride, but it's about blood and soil. It's not about ideas. You're too much in the ideas realm, Claire. Claire, what star sign are you?
I'm not 10. Well, actually, I should tell you because my birthday falls on Tisha B'Av. Have you heard of that?
It rings a bell. What is that? Tisha?
B''AV.
Interesting. Is that some sort of Jewish holiday?
Yes, it is a time when Jews ask themselves, why does everybody hate us?
Isn't that every Jewish holiday, though?
Sorry?
Every holiday. Isn't that every Jewish
No.
holiday?
It's really the only the ultra orthodox are interested in it, and they're supposed to fast and not shower and look awful and just sort of kind of make themselves disliked, but they have it. Secular Jews wouldn't be interested in that, but they're supposed to reflect on why they are hated and why they suffer.
I got you. Yeah, no, a lot of every Jewish holiday seems to be like, this is the remembrance of this persecution, and this is this genocide, and this is this absolution for these sins, and all that kind of thing. It's very self-effacing and guilt-trippy. The thing about being a Leo, Claire, is that Leo is the sun, the center of the solar system. Everything revolves around it. A common feature of the Leo personality is liking to be the center of attention. And
that's not my motivation.
The ardent belief that one is right when perhaps one isn't.
Yes, I understand that people think, I'm a narcissist and all that, but I'm saying that I think I have the answer, and the reasons being given for rejecting my answer are rooted in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and a refusal to hear what I have to say. Now, Tisha B'Av is important because the Messiah is supposed to have a birthday on Tisha B'Av, as well as being from
Claire,
a direct descendant of the house of David.
Right, so that's what you need is Davidian lineage, because I've been telling you this for a while, right, that you have to start. It's not enough for you to be like, oh, I'm the Messiah in waiting, I'm the Messiah, the whatever you call it, the alt Messiah. You have to start saying that you're the Messiah, otherwise no one's going to listen. You are going to have to start building a cult. And you need. And
you're going to help me, Lance.
Well, I can do the PR, right?
Okay.
I can do the public relations, but you need to start building the narrative, right?
Yes, and I'm telling you,
some streams where you reveal yourself to be the Messiah.
The Messiah substitute.
No, you need to get rid of this substitute thing, Claire.
No, because the Messiah is not coming. You people have to sort their problems out. The end times is not here. I know the Jews want it to be, to be here because they don't want to tidy up their room. And I'm saying it's not that hard. We're all going to have to do it, including the Christians and the Muslims, and we can all do it together and spring clean our very untidy house together, and I will help.
So Vincent, you But this is what I never understood. Vincent, how come you're okay with Claire's version of Noahidism?
What do you mean okay with her version of Noahidism? I don't know what you mean
You
by that.
you don't like Noahidism. You're really against it, except when Claire does it, then you really like it.
No, I didn't really like it. Well, it's Noahidism light, first of all, but my argument with her is that it's actually not Noahidism, and now she admits that. But no, I like talking to her. Excuse me. I like talking to her about secular Quranism, but I don't endorse it. But I do think. Look, I think that white Western men would do well to think more legalistically and less about beliefs. What's important is what you do. It's not important what you believe. And so secular Quranism and Noahidism would get you thinking in that. And if you're not going to listen to Noahidism, at least, Claire Call is entertaining and, but you're not picking that up. You're not picking up legalistic thinking.
Yes, so basically Jews have the advantage over Gentiles because they are literally supposed to believe that God exists, and their philosophy is explaining to themselves why stuff happened through the lens of sin. It's the idea of suffering is punishment for sin. And if you accept this proposition, then you can only lessen your suffering by stopping your sin, ceasing your sin. And that is why Jews have their Day of Atonement. It's their big day when they say sorry to each other and, that sort of thing. And they, and their repentance is a 4-stage process which makes it very clear that they're really sorry. They have to cease doing it. They have to confess that they've been doing it. They have to resolve not to do it again, and then they have to make amends. It's a 4-stage process that will cement the idea that they have sinned in their minds and the minds of others around them. So, it's not like, oops, I think I made a mistake, I hope nobody was looking, I won't mention it again, and you don't actually learn from your mistake because you're going to commit it again because you thought you got away with it. So, I think one of the reasons why Judaism is so superior is because of these principles that sadly only the ultra-Orthodox practice. And if you think in this way, you will quickly correct yourself. It's like, why is our government so shit? It's because, we have done all the wrong things. And then you go through the list of the 7 Noahide laws, and then how astray you have been, and then you resolve to stop doing those things and correct yourself and, follow the laws better next time. I mean, that's it, really.
Sorry, I was away. I was using the bathroom. I hope you weren't talking to me, but...
I was talking to Jord.
Mr.
Perhaps he was listening.
Mr. Pellu want to come on? He's here.
Yeah, I'll put the thing. Perhaps Mr. Pellu has heard what I have said, and will expand on it because he's quite what's it? Judeo-philic?
Yeah. Philo-Semitic.
Philo-Semitic.
Judeo-philic is better. I mean, this word Semite has to be thrown the fuck out. It's just a useless word. You know what I mean? Like,
well, it includes Arabs, and I think the hatred by Christians for Arabs and Jews was originally based on theology, in that Jews and Muslims reject the Trinity, and that's why Christians always hated them. It wasn't based on race, but based on, maybe why they didn't want to challenge Jews and Muslims in any theological debate because the Trinity was basically indefensible. Isn't it, Vincent? I mean, how can you defend the Trinity other than through violence and burning people at the stake?
The thing is that now there's quantum mechanics where things can be one in many, supposedly, but I don't know if I think that that's the end of science. I don't know if that's just the way we're perceiving it, and that's not what's really going on, or that's our best guess, or but people who believe in quantum mechanics, not believe. People who there are.
Claire,
people
I'm
who
sorry.
say-
I don't understand your dislike of the Trinity. I know you're a very logical person. Stephen J. James claims that you're a woman with autism. I kind of see what he means. When you say you don't know how three can be one, you're being kind of facetious, right? Like, you do understand how the Trinity works in terms of logic. You just don't agree.
I'll be back, Claire. I have to do something, but I'll be back. Just talk to George.
Okay.
You do understand the mechanics of the people who believe in the Trinity.
I have solved the mystery of the Trinity.
Motherfucker. Like, yes or no? Do you understand how? Do you understand how? The
Yes,
Trinity
of course
works?
I understand that a Trinity is a unit of three.
Okay. So I don't get what the big contention is with it.
Because it's idolatry. And if you're Christian, you're supposed to accept the Ten Commandments, yes or no?
I think
You can't actually see the logic of it. You're actually wanting to.
Do Muslims have to accept the Ten Commandments?
Well, I'm sure they wouldn't have a problem with that, apart from
but do
that
they
of
have
keeping the Sabbath.
Right. So the general commandments are the same, and then would you say that when Muslims say the 72 names of Allah, Allah the most merciful, Allah the most forgiving, Allah the deceiver, Allah the this, Allah the that, the 72 names of Allah, how can 72 be equal to 1? That doesn't make sense.
But they don't say that God is 72 or 100. I mean, they say, he has these names.
Christians don't say that God is 3, God is 1. Right, but there's 3 aspects to God visible to us that we refer to as the Trinity.
Yes, but Christians are supposed to think that Jesus is God, and the Trinity requires.
Yeah, Jesus would be one of the aspects of those, one out of 3, right?
Yeah, he's of co-equal status.
Which to a Muslim, I understand, is idolatry, but to a Christian, it isn't. So you're never going to convince Christians that they're all idolaters, and you're never going to convince the atheists to be Muslim. And the UK population is like 20% Christian, 80% atheist. You're never going to get these people to jump on board with secular Quranism rooted in the idea that, because the Quran takes its legitimacy from the Abrahamic religions, claiming to be the last and final testament. That's absolutely fine. The logic there is sound. But you're never going to convince an 80% atheist population who don't even believe there is a God, and a 20% Christian population who believe Jesus is God, that the Quranic framework...
No, they don't really believe in it. They're full of shit. They don't believe in it. But they will hide behind...
People, trust me,
they say that, but they can't explain the Trinity.
Here's the crazy thing, right?
Claire.
In my local town, there's like 3 or 4 active and busy churches, and there's like 2 or 3 other churches in the surrounding villages that are less active. One of them is actually quite often empty. But there's just as many. If you've got all the Christians together,
They're just community centres. People go to church for their social reasons.
Same reason people go to mass.
Okay, so who's that? Who's that clearing out the bottles in?
Yeah, Lewis, man, you're gonna mute.
Okay, I'm just gonna kick him now.
No, he just needs to mute up.
Sorry.
There you go.
Okay, so this is the reality of what Christians are supposed to believe, that Jesus is God. They're one and the same, and of co-equal status, and they can't see the absurdity of it because they refuse.
Hold on a second. Why would it be absurd? What's absurd?
Because why the fuck would you worship a dead Jew on a stick as the co-equal of God?
Well, listen.
Why? Why the fuck would you do that unless you're a retard?
Jesus himself said that we are all gods. When the Jews
Did he say that, really?
Pardon?
Did Jesus say that we are all gods?
Well, Claire, for
Yes.
why the... Hang on, no, Claire, for why the fuck... you think that's retarded, but Claire, you're an atheist advocating for the West to convert to religion and then remove the gods from that religion and institute that law in the West. That sounds kind of fucking retarded.
Okay, well, yeah, I know, but I think even an atheist would know that some kind of moral system is necessary for their country, and nobody believes in Christianity because it's a religion for the stupid people that the ruling classes feel such contempt for. You know our ruling classes are not Christian, don't you? They only pretend they are. It's this, rank hypocrisy that everybody keeps pretending that they're really a Christian country when modern European history is evidence of the rejection of Christianity.
It's not really Christian, but it's like derivative of Christianity, is it not?
Well, I mean, if you can say, yeah, we were Christian, and then Christianity was just so rejected by people that they killed their king, and they had the American and the French and the Russian revolutions, and who killed their king, and
But the Muslims
abolished
did that
monarchy.
too. The Muslims killed the Ottoman sultans. Like, does that mean the Arabs killed the sultans? Like, what are you on about? Like, does that mean that they are rejecting Islam? Claire?
Islam does not support monarchy. It doesn't support monarchy, and Muslims are confused about whether a caliph is a king. Why don't you let me finish my answer when you bother asking the question? So I'm saying Islam does not support monarchy. It supports a republic. Caliphs, the four rightly guided caliphs were leaders of a republic, and they were not kings because they were not related to each other. But subsequently, Muslims treated their caliphs as a king. And that was wrong, and that was why they crashed and burnt. And even the Jews have a question mark about their kings. They didn't have a lot of good kings. In fact, most of their kings were crap. I mean, the only good one was King Solomon, and after he died, his kingdom was split in two because his son was no good. So monarchy is obviously not the best way to run your country because the pool of political talent in a monarchy is very, very small compared to the pool of talent that perhaps the American Republic enjoys. Any man over the age of 30 who
I never said monarchy was the best way to rule a country, but you just said that by Europe killing their kings and rejecting their kings, that they're rejecting their religion. But I'm just pointing out the Arabs and Muslims have done the exact same thing. So what's the difference?
Well, obviously there will be rebellions if your precedent is crap. But let us concentrate on one thing at a time about the last 250 years of European history. And I know you're going to say, oh, it's not the kind of history that I learned at school. But the fact is, it was the Americans who started separating the church from their state, who rejected the idea of monarchy.
Technically, it was the French who started that. We just picked it up.
Well, the French Revolution came after the American Revolution, though I know that the statues of liberty in both New York and Paris are the same, except that the French one is much smaller.
Yes.
So they are linked. And we know what the Russians did to their royal family. They killed them all because they were so fed up with them.
Russians, quote unquote.
And the Chinese got rid of their monarchy last century. It's only the British who haven't quite got the message.
Why not take from Islam what you like, and then drop the labels and the names, rewrite a new holy book, and declare yourself prophet? It's boring to do anything else. It doesn't.
No, because if I did that,
it needs to get people going.
I know, and I've got them going because.
Claire, you need to be outside Westminster on a microphone.
No. Forget your fantasies of the cinematic version of what you'd like to see. The fact is, I'm not going to be writing any book because if I did write my book, everybody would just say, oh, it's just your silly book. Who cares what you think?
Well, you know what you have to do in order to advertise your book, right, Claire?
What?
You have to bomb people.
There's no need. I drop truth bombs on Jews, Christians, and Muslims.
No, but Claire, if you were to just like build pipe bombs like Ted Kaczynski, then you would advertise your book and you could become like a political mainstay like Ted Kaczynski. What do you think of that, Claire?
There's no need for me to do these things. I can just win my arguments, and even as people reject my arguments, they will have understood it.
Claire, I
And,
understand
that is its power. They already know what I mean.
Yes, argument.
You're just daring me to round you up and shoot you. And you know I can't, and that's why you think you won.
I haven't won anything. I'm just like, your just ideals are like very strange. I don't think we're going to get
Oh, it's never logical. I'm just saying Westerners have had the wrong religion, which has been failing for 500 years. They haven't noticed it because they want to be in denial of it. I mean, their religion is so kaput that its replacement is kaput. And obviously liberalism was replaced Christianity, and then liberalism, then attempts were made to replace liberalism with nationalism and socialism, or even national socialism.
Yeah, we've been ignoring this for 500 years, as you say, because we've been winning for 500 years against the rest of the world for 500 years.
But you are a declining empire.
Very true, but all empires rise and fall. Like, I don't quite see what your point is about this.
Well, the point is to not destroy yourself in a nuclear holocaust.
How do we go from what?
Hello, homosexual Quranist. Who is it?
Hello, I've got a question for Vincent.
It's Pebble Muncher, isn't it?
Nope.
No, that's not Pebble Muncher. Vincent is gone at the moment. We'll have to take your call. Look, Claire, I'm just saying, like, your ideals are very. I don't think you're gonna get anywhere with this. Like, you'd be better off, like, either like straight up just being a Muslim and dropping the secular aspect of your ideals, or like inventing something different that doesn't involve Islam.
Yeah, Claire, I even agree with your assessment. The West needs a new religion. It needs some kind of way of reviving the positive aspects of Christianity from before, and maybe even incorporating some of this new stuff from the East, and whatever. Cool, that's great. Let's get going. You have a lot of fucking scripture to write, Claire. Let's go.
Claire,
Firstly, we get you a bunch of. Wait, Vincent, please, I'm cult building. Claire, we get you a bunch of acid, okay? We take a few of your most devout 12. 12 is a mystical. Claire, just hear me out. 12 is a mystical number. We take 12 of your most loyal devotees, Saint Vincent here, okay? Saint Louis Wayne, maybe. We take them off into the jungle. We build a tent. Okay, that's where you're going to have your mystical visions. Then we write the books. Then we market the books as, when God spoke to Claire. We get you on all the talk shows, fucking Oprah.
Claire, I think you should fuck Ormax.
This is I just wrote about this twice for Claire, in that yes, I want to address one thing first of all, is that white men need to stop getting over thinking about what you want. Is you want proper thinking about things that cannot be known. The other world, the Muslim world and the Jewish world, are not concerned about what you're thinking about things that cannot be known. Or let me take that back about the Muslim world. Let's say the Noahide world, and in secular Quranism, we are not interested in what you're thinking about things that cannot be proved. We are interested in what your actions are. It's legalism. Now, white people are incapable of thinking legalistically. All you care about is proper thinking about things that cannot be understood. But
Vincent, legalistic thinking is not sexy. Mystical thinking is sexy.
Yes, well, that's
spirituality is sexy.
That's why you're in trouble.
Okay.
But what I'm saying,
He wants mumbo jumbo and hocus
No,
pocus.
I want connection to the divine. I want ineffable.
Then
I want
add the
transcendental.
Okay,
I want
then
great.
advice.
I don't
This is-
want good.
Claire,
I don't want
Claire, take my
mediocre.
advice.
White
and
people,
add
you
white
should
people are the
make
best.
several
White people
daughter
are the
cults.
best because they're the most creative. They're the most spiritual, not because they're the most clever. East Asian people are much more clever. Some African groups can run longer distances. The reason European people conquered the world is because of the way they think spiritually, abstractly, and creatively. Engineers, playwrights. Like, that's what you're talking about when you're talking about, like, so yeah, that's a solution.
Christianity made Westerners monogamous. Monogamy is the most stable society, and for a while, Westerners enjoyed this kind of society. But it's all gone now.
Yes, I'm taking notes. Hold on. Number one,
Right,
commandment
may I
one in
tell you about
Quranism. Forget
Oh,
Quranism. It's chapter 1, tenet 1, verse 1 of the Quranic
Tenet.
Bible. Monogamy is based.
Claire, you should have sex with War Maxer. That would be really epic.
No, okay, Claire.
Right, so
Claire,
Vincent, what I want to say may be of interest to you as well.
let me just finish my thing and then you go. Claire,
Okay.
I told you so. I told Claire that what she has to do is I wrote about this. I said secular Quranism is the legal system. Just pair it with the spiritual system and offer them together. So I told her to try all these medical cults, all these cults that reject medicine that you're all getting into, that kill you and your children. I said spread that to white men along with secular Quranism.
Well, I've kind of said I'm virtually the Messiah.
What did you want to say to homosexual Quranist?
Right, so homosexual Quranism will lead to your gay world order, and I can prove it.
We'll delete.
So let's say you've got your paradise on earth, right, and it's only men. Who's going to do all the work? It's going to be the men. You haven't got any women around. So what you really want, in fact, is you still want your gay world order, but it's women, and you get women to do all the work so the men can live like princes.
Oh God, no! That I don't want to parasitize. Oh no, I don't want to. I don't. No, that's dangerous. I'm not letting them anywhere near me. They're very dangerous.
You want men to be servants?
No, yes, of each other willingly. They like that. Gay men love that shit.
No, you
Gay
exploit
men
your
love the
servants.
masters. Like, oh, we have our own master-slave dynamic that you don't understand, and we do it happily. Unlike your master-woman-slave dynamic, which is so unstable. Ours is like.
I'm just opposed to the idea of men doing work. Men should be free to enjoy themselves.
No,
Works for women.
No, some gay men like being slaves to other gay men, and they'll do all the work.
Well, I don't like, this isn't misogynistic enough for me, and I think that's haram.
My vision is not, I'm not a misogynist really in the classical terms of it, and I more view them as dangerous. I view them more as dangerous, and yes, it is different. I guess it's different to want them gone than to want to use them. And my reasons for having them gone are more practical because then the heterosexual dynamic exists, right?
Well, to me, that just sounds like you're making hell on earth. I mean, the idea of men toiling away and doing women's work, that's just beneath anyway. Men should be having fun. Men should be off creating sonnets and making beautiful things. They shouldn't be involved in scrubbing drawers and making food and things like that. You want women to do that sort of stuff. It's what they enjoy doing.
You're like a snake trying to poison me. Oh my God, you're a sorcerer.
I just think it's very misandrist of you to want men to do drudgery work. That's undignified.
They'll like it. We'll do it better. No,
I can tell you I'm a man. I don't enjoy women's work. I'd much rather having a woman sweep my floors.
Okay, well, I don't want the sight of a woman, and you wouldn't understand because you're not a homosexual.
That's all right. They can do it in the early morning when I'm asleep. They better be out of the house by the time I wake up.
Shit, God.
Anyway, homosexual
scary.
Quranism is the future. Your idea is hell on earth. My idea is paradise on earth. Inshallah.
I think he's called the Hobbit.
Yeah.
And he's a Catholic. He's Catholic. But anyway, it's all nonsense. But I I know you said about, the spirituality. I think we can go with the Messiah's not coming bit.
No, I'm telling you, get them to do a package deal. Christian Science and secular Quranism.
I don't think I've explained to you properly. No, actually, I think I have. I've told you, I've come here to tell the Jews that they haven't been doing what they would make God's chosen people to do, and also the Christians that they are guilty of idolatry and blasphemy, and the Muslims who should have admonished those who claim God has begotten a son and they haven't been doing it, and I'm just a kind of warner and reminder of these things that they should have done. And I think that's spiritual enough, don't you think?
Not for these idiots. You heard them complaining. I wrote in that article that they're fucking complaining, Claire.
Complaining? Well, okay.
They're complaining that it's not
okay, this is not addressed to people like Jordan Lewis, because they don't care. They don't care about the theology of it. So I still need to talk to people like, Tovia Singer and Archbishop of Canterbury and maybe Imam Khomeini, who is the supreme leader of Iran. People like that. Already on Twitter, fortunately. I mean, maybe the most powerful chief rabbi is the chief rabbi of the British Commonwealth, conveniently in the country that I reside in. Okay, and then you'd say, oh, they're not going to do it. And it's like, it's okay. There's a Ummah who might, want to try and do it. There are all these Christians who might want to try and defend the Trinity. And there's these Jews who can be easily be found to be asked by Gentiles how they would rank the four Gentile religions. I mean, what is the ratio to every rabbi, to every member of the Ummah on Twitter? I think it's sort of quite a contrast, isn't it? Maybe 10,000, 100,000 Muslims to one Orthodox rabbi. And if they got together, it could easily be done. They would be in no doubt about the kind of trouble they're in.
Oh, God, Clara. I mean, these people are... I don't know, Clara. I already told you what they want you to do at your... It's too long.
They want some theatrical, cinematic crowd event. That's what they want. Some little story, and they want hocus pocus and mumbo jumbo. And I just want a few interviews on mainstream media, which is easier. And then everybody can talk about it, and I can, discreetly retire. And write books or something. Look, it's not that hard to understand. You know you know the theological solution to the problem. It's like, if you believe in God, then you should look at what you've done to displease him. And nobody is prepared to do that. No Jew, Christian or Muslim is prepared to consider what they might have not done. Their sins of omission. They're not even prepared to consider it. It's like, it's stupid to even consider what God might think of all this. They refuse to talk about it. And and when they behave like that, it reveals their hypocrisy. And makes a point again that God must be so angry with all these Jews, Christians and Muslims who don't even believe in him and only just pretend to. And the Quran actually says hypocrites are cursed by God, whose final destination is hell. So I've got them back to rights, basically.
Well, these people are just hopeless, and I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, the thing is that, I'm just focused, when it comes to my positive solutions, I'm just focusing on the gay community. And I just started, I haven't even the only people I've spread this to are alt-right people, because I actually don't know any gay people, to be honest with you. I don't know any at all, and I'm not really in any gay groups that are not sexual. I mean, and to be honest, I don't know what gay group I could post this in without it getting taken down. But I'm just working with them. But my Noahide, my anti-Noahide thing at least has some more broad appeal, and I'll be able to talk to some Christians, some pagans, and not the alt-right. They don't give a shit. At least that I have hope, because it stretches. I was just on Israeli News Live.
Oh yes, what did you say? What did you say, and how did it go?
Well, I had to correct them a little bit. That the Israeli government is not the one who offered the Palestinians the Noahide laws. It was an Israeli minister who proposed a plan.
Oh yes.
To offer them Smotrich. Smotrich should be his name.
Yeah, and it was a 2017 story that they pretended was only yesterday or something.
Well, I don't think that they were purposely being deceptive, but I think they misunderstood what was going on. And, but we did talk a lot about Palestine and Israel, and, basically what the Noahide laws mean for Palestine. It was all about that. Let me even see if it's on their show. I gotta email her. Let me see if it's on their
Israeli
news.
Live news or News Live? I forget how.
Israeli News Live.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I want to see if the new thing is up. Yes. Okay. Here, the new must have some. Okay, here, I'm gonna send you the, I don't know if you want to watch it.
Sure.
Okay, let me send you the link. Well, it's about, do you want to watch it? It's like an hour.
We could watch it until we get bored.
Okay.
I mean, what were you talking about other than you correcting them about their behavior?
Just everything. It was new stuff, because there was a lot about Palestine, and we talked a lot about Israel, Palestine, and they added things, so it was a little bit different than usual. You want to watch it?
Yeah. Happy to do so.
How do I make this big?
Okay, so I will do the thing.
Did you share my screen?
Present. Okay. Share screen. Oh, sorry, I'm doing it wrong.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. And you can.
Good afternoon, friends. Stephen and Yana Banoon here with Israeli News Live, and we have a very special guest once again, Vincent Bruno, who is in our opinion, Yana, he's like the mastermind of Noahide law research. So we really appreciate tremendously him taking his time to come on with us and discuss the Noahide laws.
Yes, and Vincent and us, of course, just for the purpose, just to give people an idea, we do differ in many opinions and beliefs, but we do appreciate Vincent in as an expert in dangers of the Noahide laws, and he is a researcher in that area, has a very comprehensive website, by far the most comprehensive website I have ever seen, and he's on top of things immediately as any news around Noahide laws comes out. Vincent is on top of it right away. So I check his website very often, and I refer to his website very often. So we do share that view with Vincent, that Noahide laws are an extreme danger to Christians, but not only to Christians, to any other faiths and even atheists. Noahide laws are basically a very dangerous laws that need to be researched. You need to have awareness of them, and there needs to be some sort of education on this. And I believe that a website that Vincent Bruno has is probably the best website that you can check these things out. Welcome, Vincent.
Hi, thank you.
Okay, so we are here today because there is now, with this Middle East crisis, some rabbis came out and some Jewish journalists came out saying that Israeli government wants the Palestinians who decide to stay in the state of Israel under Noahide laws. So what information do you have on that?
Well, yes. So it was a government minister over in Israel proposed a plan he proposed a plan for the Palestinians. I think this was in 2017, but he proposed a plan, and the plan was that you could stay in Palestine, but only if you followed the Noahide laws. At least this is what Dan Cohen said that the plan was. And so we know that Israeli ministers have been saying this, but now two very prominent rabbis came out in favor of, can you see my screen?
Oh, yes. Full
favor
shot.
of the Noahide laws in Palestine. So the first one, his name is Yosef Janowski, and he writes a lot about the Noahide laws. And basically, he was saying that the only thing that's going to save the world from Hamas are the Noahide laws, and that God condones the current war against Gaza. Another one who came out, who is actually very famous in America, I don't know if you know him, but is a guy who calls himself the accidental Talmudist. His name is Salvador Litvak, and he's very popular. But basically, he was saying that if the Palestinians don't follow the Noahide laws, then they don't have the right to live in Israel. And he was saying that basically, if Israel wants to get rid of Palestinians and this problem, they need to return to a Torah theocracy, and people need to start following the Torah again. He didn't use the word Torah theocracy, but he said that people need to return to the Torah. And we know that that's what the judicial reforms over in Israel are about, because they don't want these liberal activist judges shutting down every religious law that the Knesset passes. And so Noahide law is officially part of Israel's foreign policy. And Netanyahu meets with Noahides specifically to spread Zionism amongst Noahide communities in the diaspora. This is actually an official government policy, and they work through the Noahide World Center, which is a large Noahide organizing body that has adherents and congregations in other parts of the world, particularly India. And I want to talk about India and Hinduism because there's a big threat coming out of that area of the world when it comes to this. But also there are Israeli political parties which are saying the Noahide laws need to be implemented. Now, they are trying to do this to a degree peacefully. They are sending missionaries into Palestine with Arab literature. to bring them over to the Noahide laws, and there are Palestinians who are cooperating with the nascent unofficial Sanhedrin in Israel. Now, that Sanhedrin is not yet an official body, but it is seeking to be. And the same people who are in the Temple Institute are inside the Sanhedrin, and that Temple Institute is connected to the government. So people who are involved in the government are trying to set up this Sanhedrin. And the thing is that the laws so if everyone in the world is supposed to follow the Noahide laws, but if you are living within the land of Israel and you're a non-Jew, they're much more strict. They're much more strict. And there's still taxes you have to pay and all these different kinds of things. There's a lot more rigmarole that goes into living inside Israel as a Noahide, and you are given a special distinction called a ger teshav.
Yes.
Now, there are Noahides who want this ger teshav distinction because it's viewed as being almost a higher level of being a Noahide. But the Israeli government, yes, at least ministers in the Israeli government are saying that Palestinians need to be taken care of under these Noahide laws.
Yes, and it was in America. It is an American Jewish journalist by name Dan Cohen who recently on an interview said that Palestinians were given three options, basically. One is to be killed. One is to leave Israel. Or a third option was if you stay, you're going to have to basically be a slave to Jews under Noahide laws. And I assume that they will use them in lowly service kind of positions,
Well, the point of the Noahide laws, and especially of non-Jews who live in Israel, is that the Jews are not supposed to do physical labor because they are supposed to be concentrating on the Talmud all day. And then therefore, after that, they are the priests and spread the light to the rest of the nations. But yes, the Gentiles are supposed to do all the menial labor and act as servants. And the Jews say, well, they're not actually slaves. They want to work for us and all this other kind of stuff. But there is slavery within the Noahide laws, and like real slavery, even between Noahides. It's not just Jews owning slaves, but also Noahides owning other slaves. And actually, one of the stipulations, at least according to some of them, is that if you steal from someone, you become their slave.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and it's horrible because that person is obligated to bring you into their house and feed you and all this other kind of stuff. It's very bizarre. These laws can get very bizarre and archaic and strange, and there's a lot of abuses in them, but the abuses increase when you get into Israeli territory. So
yes, now it's Palestinians, right? They're the main target. However, Christians are already, like the other day, at a certain Christian event, I know that Israeli police was beating up on them and was very violent against Christians. And that there is this guy by name Gopstein who wants Christians out, calls them bloody vampires. And he is at all the Christian events. When they have any kind of public event with prayer, Gopstein is there. They bring in the police and their basic right-wing militants, and they're disturbing these meetings. So I believe that the next step for state of Israel after they cleanse Palestinians will be cleaning the state of Israel of all the Christian influence as well, or any other influence. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, we have to remember there are Palestinian Christians and they get bombed just as much as anyone else does. They don't make a distinction between Palestinian Christians and Palestinian Muslims. There's no effort to get Palestinian Christians out of Palestine. So, and they do steal Palestinian Christian land and things like that and bulldoze down their houses and all that kind of stuff. But yes, the idea is to go after the Christians kind of last, but let's not forget that they're also trying these ecumenical movements like to bring Jews, Muslims, and Christians together under the Noahide laws. So there is an element of persuasion and Rabbi Schneerson says if you can't do it by force, do it through pleasantness and peace. And right now they're trying force, but I wouldn't be surprised if they, yes, if they were to let up under a Noahide agreement and say, look, let's make Palestine a Noahide mandate, and then the bombings will stop. And but don't think that the Palestinians will be so resistant to this. Don't think the Palestinians are going to just say, oh no, we're not going to tolerate that. I mean, a lot of Muslim officials are going Noahide. Lots of them. I would actually say, well, the upper echelon are the imams and the teachers and the professors of Islam are going along with this Noahide agenda. And I wouldn't be surprised if the rest of the Islamic world pressured Palestine to follow these Noahide laws.
Yeah, the Rabbi Yehuda Glick, who is in charge of the temple,
No. That was he's actually that's what I was actually looking for. It's Yehuda Glick was a former Knesset member. Rabbi oh gosh, I forget his name now. I actually did a video, and I was going to ask you about that, Vincent, because you brought him up, the one that was head of the Temple Institute, and I was trying to remember exactly what it was, because he made the most offhand, off the wall statement, genocidal, quite frankly, in my opinion. And I was trying to find the video I did on it just to jog my memory, because and then you brought him up, and so what more about him are you aware of? That
the leader of the Temple Institute?
Yes.
Yes, the leader of the and the Sanhedrin. He's the leader of both, and he's the one that gave that speech saying that they would force everyone to follow the Noahide laws, even outside of Israel, when the Messiah arrived. Now, the thing is that there's no need for a Messiah for the Noahide laws to be implemented, because the Noahide laws come prior to the Jewish covenant and prior to the creation of the Jewish people. And all Gentiles in all eras are commanded to enforce the Noahide laws upon themselves, and the Jews just kind of act like instigators.
Well, what I was going to say about Glick, when you were mentioning the Muslim leaders, upper class there, that Glick is meeting with those Muslims, and they're having a conversation about this one world religion and joining Christians, Muslims, and Jews together, and building this third temple as a temple for all people to pray. But what people don't know, that it's going to be under Jewish control and under laws of the rabbis, how they can pray. It's going to be very prescribed, how to be able to mention Christ, Jesus. It's going to be under this Noahide code kind of system, and this is you mentioned that a lot of them are willing to basically be Noahides, and you're absolutely correct, because we can see this in evangelical world now. More and more pastors here in the United States, evangelical pastors, are teaching that Noahide laws are not a danger, that they're good laws, and they're coming under this umbrella. So basically, Jews are going to get their willing slaves, but what they want to do is eliminate any threats or dangers that is in a way.
Yes. And on now that we're talking about Muslims and Christians, I do want to remind your audience. Now, I used to be a Hindu, but I actually left because the right-wing Hindus, as you know, they are very anti-Christian, but they're very Zionist, and they are accepting the Noahide laws in large numbers. And the chief rabbi of Israel declared that Hindus were Noahides, and as long as they are monotheists. Now, there's always a sneaky section of this. In the official paper, they said you're monotheists and so you're Noahides. But in in the backlogs, in their back dialogue, they said, well, there's still things you have to change, you know.
Right.
But
Right.
the thing is that these Hindus, first of all, why are they so dangerous? They are emigrating into the West. There's two things. First of all, they make up, their populations reside in swing states and in swing counties. So they are very highly sought after politically because they can change elections. Um, um, the other thing is they are now the richest and most educated religious group in America. And they are gaining lots of control, and they are very fanatically Zionist, and they are very dedicated to the idea that these Noahide laws are nothing to discuss or worry about. And the thing is that eventually all religions, even religions that you think are idolatrous, are going to accept this. This is going to become a world ecumenical movement, and it's already starting. They're coming together under the rainbow banner of all nations and all people. And right now, they're not excluding many people, right? They're not. They're even. Do you know that there's a certain degree of they're trying to court the LGBTQ community, and that right now their whole thing is that, well, it's really only technically male sodomy that is illegal, but you can still have relationships, and you can have civil unions. You cannot have a marriage, but you can have a civil union. Lesbianism is supposedly not illegal. So they are trying to infiltrate. They're saying, well, of all the Abrahamic religions, we're the most tolerant of the LGBTQ movement. So they're doing this in steps, and right now they're doing it very deceptively. And there's a lot of people that are not going to see through this, and a lot of people that are going to join it because they're making these kinds of alliances.
Right, you're right, and you are absolutely correct on the fact that their Torah, Talmud teaches that when two women have a relationship, it's not a sin at all. Like you can have female lesbians legally,
Yes.
but
Yes.
it's only a sin for a male.
Yes.
So,
But not oral sex. But not oral sex between men.
Mhm.
That's not a sin.
Well, they go into all kinds of details in every area of life. I mean, it becomes so, like you said, archaic. They're in your own private business.
Yes.
The life under Noahide laws would be the most beyond fascism. It's a total totalitarian religious dictatorship. But let's go back into, like, I saw on there you had Kahani Noahide, and that kind of took my attention because recent government in Israel is very right wing, and one of their representatives is Ben Gvir, who is basically fueling right wing militants in Israel and giving them weapons, especially the settlers who are mostly American Jews. And they have been doing these pogroms on Palestinians way before October 7th broke out that war. And he is a follower or a disciple of Meir Kahane, who we know that FBI in this country said that he was a terrorist organization, and he was, arrested like 70 times or something like that.
Yeah.
And he has the most bizarre views, but especially on Arabs and Gentiles in general. So, do you have any information that Kahane was propagating Noahide laws?
Yes, he was. He spoke. Let me see if I have it on my.
Yeah, that would be nice if you had it.
Let me see. Oh, wait, hold on. There's a video. It's a long video, and I will find it. But
Okay.
he went to a Noahide conference, and gave a speech before them. He was involved in the Noahide laws.
Yeah.
I do have that video, and I will post it and send it. But actually, wait. If you give me 1 second, I have.
Sorry, it's my dog.
Let's see. Kahane. Control F. Kahane.
How do you spell kahane?
Kahane, Kahani.
Why isn't it showing up here? Oh, wait, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
They like to remove things if they're afraid you're going to use it for exploitation. I got to find the video I did about Rabbi Richmond. I mean, it was like unbelievable.
Isn't he the one who just recently said that all Christians should worship all Jews, not just one Jew?
Yes, that's what it was. Yes, he said it publicly. He was talking to the Noahide leader who was a convert to Noahism, and he said, you know, there's one thing you Christians are doing wrong. He said, you only worship one Jew when you should be worshiping all of us.
Yeah, and he said it openly.
Okay, I do have the video where Rabbi Kahana is speaking to the Noahites, but here in Israeli 365, which I will put out soon. I have so many articles that I haven't put out yet. He's quoted, he was declared before a Bet Din rabbinical tribunal that he will keep the 7 Noahide laws. So wait, the law of non-Jews living in the land of Israel deals with this. Any non-Jew in Israel must have the biblical status of a ger teshav. He has to declare before a Bet Din rabbinical tribunal that he will keep the 7 Noahide laws, which include prohibitions against idolatry and also murder. It is up to the Bet Din to accept or reject them. So yes, he was involved in the Noahide laws, and yes, the answer is yes, he was.
Right. Okay, now do you have the Time of Israel article that's most recent? I didn't bring it with me, but it's most recent. The rabbi is stating that whatever they're doing, these murders in Palestine now, in Gaza, this is a God's will.
Yes, I have. Yes,
do you mind bringing it up?
Yes, it's here. It's on the website. The title is Rabbi Says Only Noahide Law, Not Intellect, Can Save the World from Hamas. Torah Allows Destroying Hamas. So
can you click on this? Because I mean, they're doing murderous things. They're in Gaza, children of 5,000 now.
6,120 children have died.
And they are just talking about this is just the will of God. This is in our Torah. You know, they're looking at these children as future terrorists, so we can eliminate those because all they're going to do is grow up into ones.
Vincent, here's what I've discovered in multiple languages too of different rabbis. They're basically saying that people are reincarnated for this modern day, and they were the ones, and their forefathers are the ones that committed the crimes against the Jewish people, and so therefore they all must die and pay the penalty for their crimes. This is why Netanyahu said, remember Amalek and what he has done to you. And then also the arming of the Azerbaijanis who go in there to kill the Armenians in that war that just recently took place, drove them out of the country. And because of 3,000 so-called mountain Jews that were killed back during 1917. And even though these things are true, the guys that killed the 3,000 mountain Jews had killed something like 20-something thousand Muslims. What about the Muslims then? No, it's nothing about Muslims. All these rabbis are saying that the people in those lands, including Ukraine, have to pay for the sins of their past, and that's why they're on a murderous rampage around the world.
There's the belief. So in the Kabbalah, they say that at the end of time, all of the anti-Semites, whoever tried to hurt the Jews, would be reincarnated to come back to basically suffer for what they did.
That's their doctrine, and the Christians in America don't know this. They don't understand that their doctrine is reincarnation, and they are reincarnated Gentiles who supposedly persecuted them in the past, and now they came here to suffer, just like you say.
Yes, I mean, they have all different kinds of justifications for what they're doing. Yes. You know, they're able to justify,
Okay.
They're able to justify absolutely anything. I mean, anything becomes, well, look, the that King's Torah that said just kill the Palestinians, even if they are following the Noahide laws, even if they are, just kill them. And they basically come up with any kind of excuse in their theology to go after these people.
Well, they have published this King's Torah in, what was it, 2016, I believe. I might be
Sometime
wrong.
earlier, yes.
Yes, and it became the most sold book, most read book in the state of Israel. It sold in millions. And it was taught in synagogues, mostly in occupied territories, all the synagogues over there. So they have totally inculcated these people with the idea that it's okay to kill Gentiles and Arabs.
Yeah.
Because they are future terrorists and children. It's specifically King's Torah, the book that they published. It specifically targeted children, Arab children, saying that we are allowing to kill them because they only grow up to be future terrorists.
Right. Just like
So-
the girl in the Knesset, what was her name? Said, I believe is her name. She posted on her Facebook page that even the mothers of the terrorists should be raped and killed for their involvement in any of the crimes. I mean, it's everything is about collective punishment.
Yes.
Yes. And there's a really good book called You Gentiles by Maurice Samuels. And he basically was trashing the Gentiles in this book, saying, well, if you acted more like Jews, you would be better off. But he did say the Jewish, it's not forgiveness, it's revenge. He said Christianity is about forgiveness and we're about revenge. And when you look at Judaism, that is what they're about. They are about revenge. And they get it generations later.
They hold out.
Yeah, like you said, collective revenge. And they do want collective revenge against the West for what happened to them in Europe, for their persecution by the Catholic Church. And the idea that they don't want revenge is a little bit ridiculous. And when you go into radical Jewish circles, they do talk about revenge against the Catholic Church, against Christians, for everything that they did to them. And what's happening in Palestine is just basically a prelude to what they want to bring to the rest of the world.
Yes, thank you. That's what I've been telling people. We are all Palestinians. Look at what they're doing to them. You're allowing it. This is what's going to happen to you.
Well, this is the reason why we have get my brain to work here. Your sleepiness rubbed off. I had to take a caffeine pill there. This is why we have Vincent on with us, because people need to understand what Israel is doing is affecting every community, every religious class, every nation on the planet. It's no time for division when you have a common goal that we need to really bring out. Israel will capitalize on your divisions. These rabbis will capitalize on that and drive you further away, because they'll use that so that you don't get the message out. And regardless, if you differ with someone fundamentally, it's just like the Baptists disagree with the Catholics. Okay, they disagree with each other, but there comes a time where they may need to really come together in unity in order for the purpose of survival against an enemy that is just really hell bent on annihilating the human race that doesn't agree with them.
Yeah, I mean, this is what it comes down to. And the thing is that it's a soft kill and it's a slow kill. And so people don't notice it, or they don't care, because it's not just so in their face. And that's a weakness of the Gentiles. that they can't, they cannot see the slow moving, creeping, problem.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is slow moving, as you said, but however, when it comes to a certain point,
Yes.
it's quite fast. And we can see it with Palestinians. They have been doing this to them for 75 years. And now it came to October 7th, and in front of the world, they are not stopping. They're breaking international law. They're killing children. They're killing people in the hospitals, innocent civilians. It's not slow moving anymore for them.
No, not for them, it's not. But I will be honest with you, I think that this is not going to be the end of Israel. This is not, look, all those Arab countries, I doubt they're all going to unite and say, Israel, stop this. I think that, I think that even Muslims will sacrifice Palestine for
well, I believe, Vincent, that they have created a future economic system where Israel,
The Silk Road,
in
right?
a Silk Road initiative, and they have this system in front of them that Israel will emerge as a spiritual center of the world, and they're working toward their goal.
yes.
And I believe that behind the scenes, all these Arabic nations are in on it.
Yes.
Well, now here's a good point in that right there. I've got a good friend. He's former Iranian intelligence, and I asked him about the issue when all this was going on. All these children are being killed, and we see the Turkish people protesting in such huge masses like never before. And then Erdogan would do the threats of I'm going to send my navy over there and things like that. And he does have a very powerful military. Israel would have a hard time dealing with Erdogan for sure. So I asked the friend of mine, and I said, "What do you think Erdogan is really going to stand up and go against Israel?" He said, "No, he won't go against Israel."
No.
I said, "No." He says, "No." He said, "Steve, he's a politician. He's already owned by Israel." And he said, and all those politicians obey according to what they want them to obey.
It's hard to get to the top without Jewish approval.
Exactly. As we learned from Cynthia McKinney and so many other politicians that had the courage to come out and say that, even in the United States political arena. Same thing with Russia. I mean, Putin might seem to be a good guy, but the guy not only is he Jewish, we learned this from Edward Hudot, the former rabbi of Kharkiv, Ukraine, but he's carrying out the bidding for the Jewish oligarchs as it is.
Yeah, Israel was not hitting hard on Russia for attacking Ukraine, if you remember. I don't know what their position is now, but they were very soft with Russia.
And that's because Edward Hudot, the former rabbi, was asked by Schneerson back when he was still alive that they were going to overthrow Ukraine. They were going to use Russia to do it so that they could kill the Slavic people off for the crimes of the pogroms that were done to the Jews and the Khazarian Jews. And by the way, we always heard Khazaria as like a theory and everything, but Rabbi Fink, the Russian rabbi on television in Russia, he admits openly and gives you all the information that they are Khazarian. So they're a mixed race is what they are. But nonetheless, they're the ones that control what goes on in the world. They're the ones that control Israel. And but he was told then by Rabbi Schneerson, we need you to help overthrow the country when the time comes. And that's when he woke up. That's when he left the organization after being a rabbi of the Chabad movement his entire life. And at 70-something years old, he actually becomes a Russian Orthodox Christian, gets baptized and everything. But he's the one that really came out and revealed the plan, and that Putin was a cousin of a good friend of his that was an Orthodox Jewish guy too. And this was before Putin came into power.
I know the problem with crypto Jews and things like that runs deep, or quarter Jews and half Jews, and they become part of, they have dual loyalties and things like that.
Right.
And it's very hard when this happens to sift through and get to any kind of clean black and white thing. I don't know if it's true. I keep hearing about this plan that if Israel doesn't work, the Jews are going to go to Ukraine.
Yes, well, all I can say on that is Zelensky, right?
It's a twofold purpose, actually.
Right. He basically, if you research it, he said he's making Ukraine into a state likened to Israel. So everything that laws in Israel is going to be laws in Ukraine. So he's making Ukraine basically another Israel. And this is documented in news in several news articles. So
and there's a map that I was given recently that shows that Russia gets to keep all the way down to Mariupol, Donetsk, Luhansk, all those. And
I will. Can I interject? This is just my opinion based on studying Judaism.
Remind me to go to Poland.
Okay, what I want to say, Ukraine is a breadbasket of the world. Yes, it is a on a map you see like former Khazaria that Khazarians were kind of thrown out by Russians, so it might be that part of revenge. But it is a breadbasket of the world with one of the most, how would I say it?
Agriculture.
Yes, agricultural.
The epicenter for agriculture of the world.
Their soil is so rich as nowhere in the world, okay? So most fertile soil, I want to say. I'm sorry, I have a hard time speaking in English lately. But so in a Torah, they are taught that they are going to take the riches of the Gentiles, that all the riches of the Gentiles will be for the Jews in their Tikkun Olam, redemption, Geulah. They call this Geulah, okay? And one of the promises in the redemption is that the riches of the Gentiles will all belong to the Jews.
Yeah.
So when you are looking at Ukraine, it's a breadbasket of Europe. A lot of products went to European nations from there. And as I said, it's the very fertile soil. So they want it for themselves. They look at this as a part of Geulah.
It goes deeper though, Vincent. And one thing let me bring out too, because Noahide laws are going to really follow especially after all these wars. That's when they're bringing out these Noahide laws. But let me just share with you guys too, and those of you that are listening here as well. Poland, we have sent more military equipment to Poland, and so has European Union and stuff, that they are now considered to be the 5th largest military in the world. I've been saying this now for over a year through intel I was getting on this. It just came out in the news that yes, they are one of the largest military powers in the world, and that Biden, now they're saying Biden is saying we're going to send a lot of military equipment over there, right? Now, here's the thing though, we already sent the military equipment. He's just now announcing it is all. Why is it? The other thing I announced about a year ago is that Poland will go in during this war and they're going to take western part of Ukraine. The reason why the Jews want Poland involved in the war is because, like the Ukrainians, they believe that they killed a lot of the Jews as well. Never mind Rabbi Schoenfeld, who wrote the book Holocaust Victims Accused here, that shows that they sent the Jews to their death so they could get the state of Israel and be able to do that. Imagine how many more Jews are going to kill in order to make sure they get the head of the New World Order. Same thing with all the displacement of the Arabs into the different parts of the world 6 years ago. They want them to rise up and kill more Jews. It gives them more power to enact the Noahide laws in the future. Mm-hmm. It gives them more power to wage these wars. And ultimately, like I said, Poland will come in, but Poland is coming in, I believe, they're going to quote unquote to fight the Russians. But in essence, it's to take over that part of Ukraine so that Israel can get control of it. The Jewish people, by the way, and I don't know if you're aware of this or not, Vincent, a lot of these wealthy Jews have bought up massive amounts of land in Poland and in Ukraine both. Eastern Poland and all throughout Ukraine, as much as they can possibly buy up. And there's differing opinions on that, depending on who I've talked to, as why Israel wants that. But when I saw that map, though, Crimea stayed Russian, completely Russian, and the east side, Mariupol, Luhansk, and the whole Donbass region there stays as a separatist part joined with Russia. And then the left part of Ukraine, it says it was all belonged to Israel. And keep in mind, how many of your well-known, like Golda Meir and other very well-known leaders of Israel, prime ministers of Israel, all came out of either Ukraine or Belarus. Mm-hmm. They're all that, you know. I mean,
I know that they kind of view it as a backup. They view it as like their backup. If Israel doesn't work, then they're going to go back to Eastern Europe. That's what I heard.
Oh, but they want it even if Israel works.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Yeah, they want it.
It's not to do away with Israel, because they're going to. Here's the thing: they're going to do a two-state solution. That will happen. Do they want to do that to appease the Arabs? All right, because and that's also part of the Silk Road Initiative. And another reason why too they want to get rid of Gaza is because part of the Silk Road goes right. Well, they got to build a port in Ashkelon. The Chinese have already got the contract for that. And so they want to drive out all the Palestinians from Gaza completely, because they want to build the canal that goes right through Gaza down to the Gulf of Aqaba.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there's economic interest to do this, and
economy is part of their New World system.
Well, right, and really, ultimately, because we come back to the Noahide laws, Vincent, and this is where your specialty is. They're creating all these wars, all these problems, and this, and I'd really like to get your opinion on this. Is I see what Israel is doing in Gaza right now, and this plays into the Noahide law scheme. They are intentionally genociding as many of these Palestinians as they possibly can. They want the death toll to rise. Now they're talking about when the war resumes, they're going to start attacking southern Gaza, which is where they said was a safe haven for all the people to go to. They can't go back up north because there's nothing to live in. But the more they can get these people killed, eventually, they know the governments are not going to do it. They don't care if the government does it. Then the displaced Arabic people that have been displaced all the world, from the Syrian, the Iraq war, all the problems going on in northern Africa, Libya, etc. Then those people will rise up in their nations, and they'll start slaughtering Jews and Christians. I hate that. I'm not for that, because they're innocent, just like the 1,400 Jews were innocent, just like the Palestinians were innocent. People caught in the middle of somebody in the background creating all this mess. But once they do that, Vincent, then these nations will have to declare martial law to restore rule and order in their lands. Once they're under martial law, and with the Jewish people having so much power, whether it be financial, banking, whatever the case may be, over these nations, now they have the ability to step up and say, that's it. We can put the Noahide laws in now. Because under martial law, they can put any kind of law they want in. And right. I think that's what they're going to use that for. And that's when they will come together and say, look, we need a new world order.
Yeah. Peace.
You know, even Putin is calling a new world order now. They always said, oh, Putin's against the new world order. He's the very guy calling for it now. And he's their guy.
Yes, and as you are correct, the Noahide laws will be what is used in order to install this new world order. And yes, chaos, violence, and civil unrest are, excuse me, I yawn a lot. Civil unrest.
Caffeine.
I'm drinking caffeine. Civil unrest are the agents to get this started. And you are right in that violence against Jews helps them. Like in America now, every synagogue has a police car outside of it. And, I mean, that's a lot of human resources being diverted, and all because they decided to go live there. You know what I mean? They brought their own problems upon themselves, and now the rest of the world is catering to them. And we've always catered to them, and I don't see that catering stopping anytime soon.
Well,
No, it's not going to,
not
because they
especially
control
because
everything.
they have infected Christianity and Christian doctrines in late 1900s with
Yeah.
Schofieldism, which is futurism, Zionism, and that's hard to uneducate masses of Christians,
Well, you
But,
you have Lori with Proclaiming Justice to the Nations, right? This is supposed to be a Christian organization, and I'm not saying this to bash Lori by no means, but when she was at our house back, oh gosh, I don't know, about 10 years ago, she came over, had dinner with us one night. We were pro-Zionist at the time. We didn't know any better. And as she was getting ready to leave, she was going to Miami. And I said, "Where are you going to Miami for?" She said, "That's where my backers are." I said, "Your backers?" I'm figuring a Christian organization, Christian people back what she does. She said, "Steve, Christians don't support what I do." She said, "It's the wealthy Jews that support what I do."
Yeah, like Charles Taze Russell, that
Yeah.
he was preaching Zionism, and he was also preaching that the Jews, this is the guy who started the Jehovah's Witnesses, he preached that the Jews would go to Israel and remain Jews forever and ever, and would lead the world and the rest of the world would be non-Trinitarian Christians. And so he had a lot of backing from and a lot of money from the Jews. So anyone now, like, I don't know, but that proclaiming justice to the nations, that word justice, comes up with the Noahites all the time.
And that's, yeah.
Scary. Anything with peace, justice, scary.
Yes,
it's just a
justice
beautiful wording for the very evil
Well, this
agenda.
is the way Putin was speaking as well. He said we need a just set of laws.
Wow.
All right. And I brought that out, and I was showing people, because everybody kept saying, people, I mean, granted, when you look at it at face value, Vincent, and you look at the Ukraine war, my heart went out for the Russian people that are Ukrainians in the east side of the country, because I'm watching this, basically neo-Nazis there are just attacking and killing their own people and saying that the Russians did it. So then you're like, well, thank God Putin went in there and did what he did. He's trying to clean up the mess. But at the same time, for a fact from all the information you're getting, Putin's not the good guy, and neither is the West the good guy. The Jews are running both sides of the war. They've got Israelis fighting in that war as well. They are the part of the Azov battalion. In fact, in one of the videos I did just recently, you may find this interesting, I showed this one Russian rabbi, his picture, and he's got the SS symbol right there on his bookshelf. The symbol that they're using in Ukraine, he's got that on his bookshelf. They play every side of the game to win, because ultimately they want to subject the entire planet underneath Noahide laws and enslave the Gentiles for their own benefit. And when I used to go to meet with other friends of mine when I was very active in the Orthodox community, they would sit there and they would say things like that to me. "Steve, you're a Jew. You know how it is. We're going to have slaves, lots of Gentile slaves." Vincent, this was surgeons, lawyers that I knew. These were not the everyday Jewish guy. These were considered pillars in the community.
Yeah.
And they're telling me we're going to have slaves, Gentile slaves, and very proud of it. And they weren't kidding about it either.
No, yeah, I know. When you talk to them, I mean, if you get an honest rabbi, you'll be shocked at what you hear, and shocked by the way that they talk about the Gentiles. And and these Noahites are really sick because they hear all this and they stay loyal anyway. I mean, they scare me, the Noahites, because they know all this, and they excuse it, and it's not what you really think, and you know what I mean? They just tolerate this abuse. You know what I mean? How brainwashed do you have to be?
Well, you know what? That brings out a good point, what you're saying there, Vincent. I think that people ought to think about these Noahides that are there now. Remember, according to the Noahide laws, when you're making the courts of justice, that is incumbent upon the Gentiles to make the courts of justice,
Yeah.
not the Jews. They don't make the courts; the
Well,
Gentiles
they
do.
make courts of
Well,
changes
I
that
know.
dictates to the.
I know,
To,
but when it comes, because see, like Paul Bagley makes this bold assertion, when he got angry over us speaking about the Noahide laws, and of course his people, a lot of his people listen to us, and so they're giving him a hard way to go about the Noahide laws, and so he tells them, he says, "I'm sick and tired of you bringing up the Noahide laws." He said, "Jews are not going to behead Christians," and I agree with him. He's right. Jews are not going to behead the Christians. It's going to be the Christians that behead the Christians.
Yes,
Why?
yes.
Because they're the ones, and I think what you're saying, what you bring out about these Noahides that is so sick, I have a feeling that that's going to be one of the main ones that they use to set up the courts of justice, because they're already in the system. They've already converted. They're going to be considered the leading ones. They'll be the former Christians, and they will know exactly how to deal with all those idolaters in their way of thinking, and as well with every other community, the gay community, etc. Anybody that violates any of those laws, they got the guillotine ready for you to go.
Yes, yes, and I mean, it's everyone talks about timetables. I don't know when the timetable is. I don't know how quickly or how slowly they can move, though it's accelerating. And but also, these Christians don't understand. What happened to like being scared of losing souls? What happened to being what if people convert to the Noahide laws and they no longer are Christians? What about like soul harvesting? I mean, just
Exactly.
that level of it is
well, listen, it is a form of brainwashing.
Oh, I know the answer to Vincent's question.
Go ahead.
Vincent, all right. This is why they have people see every aspect. Remember, they're playing all the different sides. You have Tovia Singer, for example. Tovia Singer, I've started making an entire list of videos debunking his work, because he's one of the many, and I'm actually part of a group of scholars and this group. I don't know how I even got involved with them, but these are Jewish people that are writing books by the hundreds of them. And every one of them is turning Jesus into a good Jewish boy.
yeah.
Okay. And Tovia Singer is there. He goes a step further. He goes there to totally destroy Christianity and say that you've made it's all fake. You're believing a lie. How could you have somebody that goes so much against the Torah? So what they're doing, they're crippling the people's faith by this massive campaign targeting the Christian people, so that at that point they finally say, well, if Christianity is not right, what do I do? And then they look at the other group that's writing hundreds of books targeting Christians to say, well, Jesus was just one of us. He was a Talmudist. Paul, and then they have the side that Paul is a fake, a liar, but then they have the side that says Paul was a Talmudist. That's why he writes the books he writes. Like any other rabbi, he's writing opinion, but his opinion no longer counts, because now the new rabbi's opinion count over his opinion, or the Talmudic rabbis count because they came after Paul. So it's a systematic breakdown to where the people finally get so frustrated, but yet they don't want to let go of Jesus. But then they decide suddenly, because the Jews have persuaded them, that Jesus, after all, was just another rabbi in Israel. Yeah, he's a little bit radical. He ended up dying for what he did. They were sorry for what they did, but after all, we really just need to come back to Judaism, the root of it all.
Yeah, it's a slow process. Jesus starts out as Trinity, and then he's just a rabbi, and then eventually you don't need him anymore. I mean, and that's what these preachers aren't getting when they bring in Noahidist rabbis to preach the Noahide laws to children in Catholic schools, that you're telling them there's a road to salvation outside of Jesus, and that's basically what you're teaching them. You know what I mean? And and it's and some of them, it's programmer who said, well, you need the Noahide laws and Jesus. You know what I mean? But eventually that and Jesus is gone. You're not going to be dealing with that forever.
Right.
This
Right.
is for the propaganda. I mean,
And the thing is like him, he, when I have to debunk him and I know him, that's the weird thing. I actually know the guy. So when I have to debunk him, I have to really sit down and do some serious research and take it from the Hebrew language, because that's how you see, the Christians are really pulled in by the Hebrew language.
Yes.
And then also with the Noahide laws, I went in there and I showed the people, I said, they're all saying it goes, it's the bedrock of our society. It goes back to the Torah, Moses, it was from the Bible. I said, Noah gave 2 laws, only 2, and even them you don't get it right. When you quote it as a Noahide law. Other than that, there are no 7 laws from Noah. Period. 0. Only 2, and that's it.
Listen, what I wanted to ask, my brain does kind of storm. No, I forgot my thought.
Well, listen.
Hey, listen.
He got me so
Vincent.
tired. Vincent got me so tired yawning that I took caffeine and now I'm hyped up.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
We'll go another hour, Vincent. Here we go.
Go ahead, Vincent. Can you move a little bit up this website so people can see the name of article? Yeah.
Make no mistake. Make no mistake by Joseph Janowski.
Okay.
Make no mistake by Joseph Janowski, and then there's another one. Hold on. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You see it's like a tan. And then the other one is this guy here. Here it's on Israel. Oh no, it's in the Jewish Journal.
Okay.
So let's see what his name is. His name is
Litvak.
Salvador Litvak,
Mm-hmm.
and the title is The Torah Path to Peace in Israel.
Yes. Right. Their path to peace is through 7 laws. And there is a rabbi who has a video, 7 roads to peace or something like this. And it's, of course, Noahide laws. So if people don't see that, oh yeah, I know what I wanted to ask you. There is this excuse when it comes to legislation. Some people who own platforms have said to people, well, Noahide laws are not a danger because they're only in a public law, 10214, and it is similar to National Ice Cream Day. Like it has no value.
Yes.
Well,
what is your response to that?
Your response to that? I mean, I have my own response, but how would you?
Okay, there's 2 things. First of all, there's 2 things. Okay, the president and the Congress have said that there's something that precedes the Constitution. There was something there before the Constitution. So if martial law was ever declared, we know that Noahide law would be the go-to law because it is the foundation of civilization. But also, after declaring these Noahide laws, in the actual law itself, it says to celebrate with appropriate activities. What are those activities? Activities is a very vague word. So it's too open to interpretation, that law. And because they say, well, it doesn't actually make the Noahide laws the law, and it doesn't, but it is an announcement on the part of the government about what law precedes the Constitution, and that's important to martial law. But also these activities, what is the government? Is that law unconstitutional because it's too vague? It's too vague. Activities is too vague.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly. And you're absolutely correct. When chaos breaks out or a civil war breaks out and they are forced to put in martial law, Constitution has no say. But whatever was there before Constitution, how wisely they have put it into the public law 10214, that this nation supposedly
they can then justify going back to only the 7 Noahide
like this
laws.
nation supposedly was built on the Noahide laws. Well, if there's no Constitution, we go what this nation was built on. And according to public law, it was Noahide law, right?
Yeah.
Even though Americans, you guys were in American schools, I was not. I only came to university here, right? I'm an immigrant from former Soviet bloc, but Czechoslovakia. But you guys were in American schools. Did you ever hear any teacher to tell you that this nation was based on Noahide laws? No.
No.
It's all put in sneakingly behind the people's backs, so they don't even know what's going on. So that way there is no protests against it. Nobody knows anything, and it's going to come as a surprise.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have to go in a minute, but is there any
Sure.
final things we can say?
No, you say final things.
Yes.
Vincent.
Just the blog is stopnoahidelaw.blogspot.com, and you'll find all the information there. And the thing is, I would really appreciate it. You are really the only Christian ministry that's talking about this. I wish some Christian somewhere would start their own website and their own organization dedicated on this. So because people are not going to necessarily listen to me. So they might, you want some organization to go against this. Some Christian organization
Right.
to go against it needs to be put together, a real organization.
Yes, you're right.
Right.
You're right.
If
Chuck
we
Baldwin's the only
should-
one that really speaks out publicly, but he's not doing it like that. But
Right.
you're right. There
we
needs
do
to
need
be
to kind
somebody
of
that does that.
join.
What's his name who speaks out publicly? Baldwin.
Yeah, Chuck Baldwin.
He keeps it up, because I did see his one lecture, but he keeps it up.
Well,
It's still there that he has on
he
it.
doesn't keep it up constantly because he is just like a general pastor who preaches the gospel. But he always brings to people knowledge that Israel is not a fulfillment of prophecy. It is totally infiltrated Christianity, the Zionistic view. But yeah, I agree with you that we need to kind of find other ministers, join the forces as Christians. So that way,
Yes.
because I believe the only way to stop this is by the Spirit and true Spirit of God. And as a Christian, I believe we could end this, but not with 90%, 99% of Christians being Zionists. No. So I agree with you. Well, I know you have to go. Thank you for coming on with us today.
Okay.
Yes,
Well,
thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. And just, really get someone, I just want to repeat, there needs to be at least one Christian person who this is their ministry. Okay, like this is their shtick. I know you want to talk about other things, but there's so much going on here, and it's an academic subject on its own. And
right. You're
I
right.
agree.
it needs to be treated on its own terms.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes. Thank you.
100%.
Thank you, Vincent. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too. Okay, Claire.
Hi, Vincent. Here I am.
Okay, take me off screen share if you can.
Yeah.
Oh, stop screen share. What did you think of that?
I'm afraid I was kind of moving around, and maybe I wasn't paying that much attention because I've heard it so many times before, and I know that this couple are Christians and they want to big up the Jewish threat, and that the no-hide laws means that they will get executed should it ever be enforced on them, and that's basically the gist of it, of what that stream, wasn't it?
It focused on Israel a little bit more. We tried to focus on Israel, which I don't always do. I don't usually focus in on Israel, but it's good to do that. There's stuff that needs to be said about Israel, and we have to just keep going to crash the shit.
So this couple, they're married, aren't they?
Yes.
And they live in Israel, and they're both Christians.
No, they live in America.
Oh, right. So, and they're both Christian?
Yes.
And why did they take that attitude towards the Jews? Did something happen to them to make them like that?
No, I don't think so. I think it was just one of these epiphanies that these people get from reading the Bible, and then they understood.
Okay, so they. I mean, aren't Christians anti-Semites already?
What, most Christians?
Yeah, because I mean, they already have the narrative that the Jews killed Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, yes. I mean, Jews complain that the New Testament is anti-Semitic. I can see why they say that. And I think that, I don't, and a lot of those fucking Christians that are pro-Jewish are just doing it to get the Messiah to come in. They don't give a fuck about Jews. They don't love Jews. They just want to use the Jews for the Messiah to get here.
By sending them all there and then converting them to Christianity.
Yes.
That's the dastardly plan of the Christian Zionists.
Yeah, and the Jews know it, and they just, they're taking advantage of that. They're taking advantage of Christian prophecy. Christians are taking advantage of Jewish prophecy. It's really disgusting. The connection between Jews and Christians. And Christians should just be viewed as they've done more for Judaism than Jews have done for themselves.
Because Christians are the ones with the 3 global empires. So they spread Christianity, which is based on Judaism, because the story of Jesus is about how the Jews had him executed, and also incorporates the Old Testament. So in a way, Jews were the stepping stone for Christians. Because, with the New Testament, they just couldn't have got anywhere at all. I was in a hotel in Hong Kong, and they only had the New Testament in Chinese, and there was an English translation. And it's only when you see the New Testament on its own do you realise how poor it is. And it just has nothing there to guide you. It's just some crazy story about, some guy who got himself executed, and he was supposed to be resurrected at the end. Is that you? Is that you again? Yes. What's happening, Vincent? Okay, I will begin my monologue because... Vincent?
Hello?
Hello, what's happening? You dropped up.
Yeah, I got, because I'm going to start doing something while I'm talking to you, so I just took over to my cell phone.
Mm-hmm. So basically, the Christians and Jews are using the narrative to reinforce... to get what they want. Christian Zionists want... Okay, Jews want Christian Zionists to protect Israel through America. Yes? And that's why America is so strong on Christian Zionism, because it actually wants Israel. It looks upon Israel as an important colonial outpost for them to control the oil. But they feel they need a better reason than just wanting to control the oil, some moral and religious reason. And they're doing this, we have to protect the Jews thing.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah, they're looking for all different kinds of narratives. I mean, there's political reasons for this, there's prophetic reasons for this.
Yes, and everybody's sick of it because the American people feel that Jews have a higher status than they do. They can't question Israel because of AIPAC because of the whole procedure of becoming a presidential candidate. It's as if AIPAC have to vet you before you can become a presidential candidate, and if you are one of the people who don't see the point of Israel or want to dismantle the American empire, you won't get to become a presidential candidate. And it's been rigged that way. And I guess Gentiles can say, oh, the Jews control us, or it could be a very cunning ploy to make Jews take the blame for America's interest in the Middle East.
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything. It's prophecy, it's war profiteering, it's oil, it's imperium, it's lots of stuff.
It's divide and rule.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're dividing America and, ruling it, and, so that happens naturally on its own. Division happens naturally on its own, but, they're exacerbating it.
So, well, we've sort of worked out what's happening. I guess those who hate Jews will say that Jews control America because America have to keep supporting Israel, but actually it's the neocons who are the ones who are the Zionists and who want to use Israel as a kind of launch pad to attacking Iran and Hezbollah and all the other. And just to say to the Arabs, we're here and we're keeping an eye on you, so don't try anything funny. So if you see American foreign policy in this way, you could even accept the narrative that the cunning Americans used Jews as their mascot to represent this, high ideals of looking after the Jews because they're God's chosen people and it's a godly religious duty for them to do, blah blah, and kind of use Jews to sanctify their imperial policy. What do you?
Yes, I mean, it's all this high morality and stuff. It's not very moral,
Yeah.
Going.
I mean, it's like a narrative. It's like the divine right of kings. So, the ancient kings sort of knew that they had to be thought of as divine or in some way morally superior to have the right to govern the country. Right? I mean, Confucius, he basically said, look, king, if you want the people to do what you want, you just have to be a good person and then your people will love you and they will, try to please you. But if you're mean and you use laws to extract taxes and inflict draconian punishments on them, it won't work because people will just try and evade your laws. And so you might as well just be a good person. But and that was kind of the Chinese version of divine right, because have we discussed mandate of heaven?
Yes, mandate of heaven. Yeah.
So it's a Chinese idea that is in a way referring to God, because it has a presumption, a presupposition that every emperor of China begins with a mandate of heaven, begins his reign with a mandate of heaven, but it can be withdrawn if he misrules his empire. And the signs of this would be invasion, rebellion, pestilence, famine, and natural disaster. And then when the bad emperor is overthrown, the next emperor who replaces him will be presumed to have the mandate of heaven until events prove otherwise. So that was the Chinese version of the divine right to rule. And it's a much neater idea than the idea that the European monarch is supported by Christ and the Pope. Because eventually the monarchs cotton on that the Pope was trying to control them by saying, oh, if you don't do as I say, the prayers won't work, and you're excommunicated, and all kinds of things, and they really, really hated it. And I don't know if you know that Henry II actually threatened to convert to Islam because he was so fed up of being kicked around by the Pope. And at the time, monarchs there was this presumption that if you're the king, your subjects had to follow your religion. And so Henry II thought he would dismay the Pope by saying, well, if I convert to Islam, then all my subjects will be Muslim, and you'll be deprived of all the souls of my Muslim my future Muslim subjects. Anyway, he never did it. I guess he was afraid that his subjects might not be so quick to convert to Islam. But that was the whole idea, and it was also rumor that King John was doing a deal with the Muslims. But this discontent goes back to the Middle Ages. They obviously, all these kings, I guess once upon a time when they were, barbarian kings, they were, and were seduced by the glamour of Rome, they thought it was a fine thing to have the religion of the empire that formerly conquered them. But after a few generations and a bit of education and a bit of learning of Latin and Greek, they had ideas of their own, and saw through the Pope, and saw that he was only a politician, just like they are. But did you look up the Albigensian Crusade that I showed you last night?
What? Say that again?
Albigensian Crusade.
Oh,
It
yeah,
was.
you were telling me about that. Yeah, with the French people or something?
Yeah, and they didn't believe in a Trinity, and they had weird ideas about Jesus, and basically the Pope exterminated them, and there was about 1 million of them. 1 million of them. They were, basically genocided. These French people in the south of France. It was that ruthless. Forget the the Crusades against the Muslims. The Pope was quite happy to exterminate people of people of European descent and following broadly Christian beliefs. But the fact was that he felt he needed, the Pope Innocent, felt he needed to have absolute control over the thinking, because, the moment you have this schism, things fall apart. But unfortunately, once you have a schism and you are ruthless in dealing with it, then you cause more schisms. And it's just got worse and worse over the centuries. But I don't think Christians understand this about their history. I talk to European, neither British people nor Europeans seem to know this bit about themselves. I know they used to. Maybe their parents would know something about it because they learnt about it at school, but they don't. They no longer know the same kind of history as their parents or grandparents.
Well, history changes so fast now.
Well, it's not so much that history changes, but the interpretation of it changes.
Well, no, but there's there's an extra 20, 40, 60, 100 years between us and our grandparents, there's a whole lot more history that happened.
Yeah, but they choose to, not concentrate on, that bit. I mean, I know the Victorians learned about their kings, in chronological order. Because I guess if you accepted that you were a monarchy, then it's like, yeah, we have to learn all the names of the kings of our country. And then they just, then they became a liberal democracy, and that was no longer, their priority, and they had to be indoctrinated in a different way about, what's right and wrong, and who won the war, and, the Holocaust, and Hitler, and everything. So I think it is the problem of the teaching of history, and one of the greatest injustices in Britain is the criminalization of David Irving. I mean, he actually did quite well. He was quite popular, and then they went, "Ooh, we can't have David Irving saying these things, and so we're going to get him." But it's not just a British thing. I think it's done jointly with the Americans, who also want part of this narrative to make their empire work. I mean, because they call neocon wars liberal intervention. It's like, oh, we're only invading Afghanistan to save the women, and save the poor people of Iraq, and all that. But it's it's obviously not about that.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I lost you for a little bit. Yeah, just to save all these people. Well, this is, it's disgusting how stupid people are and how this still works. Even in this day and age, they've been playing this game with Christians and Jews and Muslims forever now, and none of them can figure it out. And fuck them.
Yeah, but the thing is, there are some people in the chat who are capable of understanding it, but they're not going to be spreading it anywhere. They'll just keep it to themselves or pretend not to understand, because they know what I just said, even though it makes sense, is a fringe view, and they will be condemned for repeating what we're saying, because they are cowards, men without principle, degenerates bumping along at the bottom. But why can't we get to the top? I mean, I think there should be people prepared to argue with us, but they won't touch us with a barge pole. I mean, surely they are educated people who are interested in what we're saying. I mean, or at least American history or European history or or theology.
No, it's they're dead wood. There's so much dead wood. It's just like there's driftwood everywhere, and it's just useless. And you can't even pick it up and use it for anything else because it's so warped.
It's rotten.
Yeah, like you can't even use it for anything else, except for to burn it. Once it dries out.
Yeah.
And that's about all these people are good for, and they have to be just. I don't know what the solution is, but I know that brown Muslim men have a lot more potential to fucking take over this earth than these white alt-right men. I'm sorry, you know what I mean? It's just so obvious that they have nothing going for them, and the hour is only getting later and later and later, and they're just drying up. With every year, there's less and less and less and less of them. And they're having no children, and like they're just evaporating, and they're not like changing. They're not. I mean, if they were changing, I would understand, or if at least they were trying, I would understand. But they're not even trying.
Yeah, I mean, if you listen to that stream between Stephen and Thomas Barton Rees you'll know that Stephen's, worried that he'll die childless, but he's not going to do anything. He'll just, it's like they're just like women. They like to have a bit of a moan, cry on your shoulder, but if you suggest a solution, they'll freak out. They really think like women, and that is what is so disgusting about them. And also this whole, when George and Lewis said, oh, but we're Christian, it's like, I don't think so. I mean, if you really did believe in God, you have to consider the possibility that he might exist, and if you do believe in the Abrahamic God, surely you have taken on board that he was the one who, he was the one who passed his 10 commandments, and they forbid idolatry and blasphemy, and it just doesn't register. And I think it's because they think it's just a stupid story, and they only pretend to believe in it to get the supposed protection of the religious group calling themselves Christians. So they don't even know to act convincingly, because if I'm a man, I'm loving a woman, well, I would send her, give her flowers, give her attention, rather than, it's this sort of, if I love my husband, I would, be kind and, give him his favourite foods. These are all expectations of the role you're supposed to be playing as a loving wife or a loving husband. And these retards don't even know what they're supposed to do if they claim to believe in God. But they're obliged to consider how he might feel about all the things that they've done wrong. But it's interesting too that Carol, with whom I've had this discussion with, is like obviously I'm saying Christianity is a problem, and she goes, oh, but I like Jesus. And, and I'm saying, what about chapter 18, verse 4? Oh, I think we've done it correctly. It's so incredible. I mean, I know she's concerned about her race, but she can't think correctly either. So maybe this kind of wrong think is some psychological blockage or something. And obviously she's not going to accept my authority because I'm not Muslim, and I don't think she accepts anybody's authority, really.
Who, Carol?
Carol. Because I was explaining to her about hidden idolatry, that even Jews and Muslims apparently praying correctly can be guilty of it. And the sign is the evidence of that is when they're being obviously hypocritical, when they refuse to follow the logic of their beliefs and their rules. And in a way, it's very easily revealed.
Yeah.
So really, So even these so-called Jews and Muslims, their thinking is a complete mess. And they don't accept any authority. But maybe they have a better excuse because, Muslims don't have, any proper authority. They don't have the Pope like the Catholics do, or the Archbishop of Canterbury the way the Anglicans do.
It's these fucking reformists that make everything difficult, and they're actually the ones that make it hardest to fight Islam because, they're reform and they're still Muslims, but they're gay and they drink and, and then it's like, well, Islam's not that bad. Look at how many Islamic prostitutes there are who are on crack, and it's just, the reformists. Why did you have to reform shit? Why didn't you just start something new? Why did you have to go in and steal someone's piece of crap idea and then add liberalism to it? That doesn't make it any better.
Oh, sorry, who are you talking about?
I'm talking about liberal Muslims. I'm talking about reform Muslims and reform Jews that just confuse everything.
Well, the thing is that's why it's so important to stick to your principles. So, but unfortunately, it's because, okay, I remember the late Rabbi Sachs saying, well, Jews are secular when Gentiles are secular, and they're religious when Gentiles are religious. And I thought, what did he really mean? And it was only recently that it occurred to me that the quickest way for you to bypass the supposed power of secular Jews is for the Gentile to just completely ignore them and talk exclusively to rabbis, which won't happen because the Gentile is overwhelmingly secular and doesn't believe in any of this.
I know, but I'm glad liberal Jews are losing power because, I mean, they're no longer Jews anymore. Okay, like, they don't, what's Jewish about them? What's Jewish about them? Besides what the alt-right will tell you, besides making porn, promoting gay rights, women's rights, immigrating people in, that's not Judaism. That's liberalism. These are just liberal people who happen to be Jews. You know what I mean? But they're out, they're not having kids, they're intermarrying, they're intermarrying, they have no connection to Israel. How much longer are they going to be Jewish for? Do they really speak for the Jewish community? Nobody's going to deny that a religious Jew speaks for Jews, in that religious Jews, they have a uniform ideology and they actually stand for what the book says. They actually follow the religion and have the authority because they actually do what's in the book. Whereas these liberal Jews, really have no right to be calling themselves Jews.
Indeed not. And I mean, it took me a few years before I discovered that what the Orthodox really think of the Reform Jews, that they are heretics. That's what they really think of them, and they don't want to say it to us because it would be an admission of failure, and they don't want us to think that they're that divided. But that's what they think of each other. Have I mentioned limud to you?
Who?
Have we discussed limud, which is this Reform Jew Christmas thing?
No. Oh, they are inventing something to compete with Christmas for Jews?
Well, it's not really a festival at all, but the Reform Jews over Christmas, when it's all quiet, have this thing called limud, where they gather together, usually hiring the university halls of some, empty university, to all gather together and, go to lectures and, give talks and that sort of thing. But it is a Reform Jew thing. And Orthodox Jews wouldn't be seen dead there. And it was only recently that the chief rabbi, who's always an Orthodox Jew, attended limud, the current chief rabbi.
Of where? London?
Well, he would be the chief rabbi of British Imperial Jewry. And that traditionally meant, well, the Jews all over the world when Britain had an empire. But at least he's supposed to be in charge of the morals of the Jews in, I guess, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and, Britain. And, any remaining parts of the British Empire where there are Jews.
Yeah, well, these people have no values, which is actually, I do see Jehovah's Witnesses getting a boost because they don't move. You know what I mean? Like, they don't care what the world is doing. They just stay where they are and they keep it. The only thing that I can, I can't really think of any loosening of any. The only thing I can think of that they might have given in a little bit is letting their kids go to school, because I think a bachelor's degree is the new high school degree, and so I think their thinking is that, well, okay, what are we gonna? We used to send them to high school,
and that's just not enough anymore to get a job. So we're kind of forced to send them to college now, because they won't. And how? Okay, not only not only do they not want you to get a good job, but they don't want you working long hours so that you can spend all your time pioneering. So
Well, what do you mean pioneering?
going out and knocking on people's doors.
Okay, that's what it's called, right?
Yeah, it's called pioneering, but the thing is that they don't want you taking overtime at work. So not only are you supposed to have a low wage, but you can't work overtime either. And I think they're seeing that if they want their kids to be able to do this, they're gonna have to get paid more an hour, and so that they don't have to work overtime, because right now they have,
And if they go to college, they'll be indoctrinated.
Yes, but you also fuck yourself over a little bit when you separate from the world to that degree. Like, and then they get depressed because they have shitty jobs and they're actually smart people and could have accomplished so much more, and but they didn't, and now they're just like, they'll never get anywhere with their high school degree, and their menial jobs, and they're even you would be discouraged from going too high up the ranks and having to take on too much responsibility, because that would take you away from your ministry. So what do you expect people to do? Starve?
Well, change the world. I mean, or change your country, and I suppose Islam is the most sort of comprehensive rule system that could do it.
Well, I know, but even Muslims are giving up on their principles. All these big, fat, ugly religions are just giving up on everything.
Well, it's like saying, the car's really useful, but never ever put the key in the ignition. And of course the car then won't work and it'll just rust away.
Yeah,
it's like, yes, it's a recipe book. You don't know how to cook, so follow the bloody recipe. And they don't.
Well, they don't, and that's why I'm saying that these small groups might gain followers, because that's why everyone's starting to think Mormonism is based. Even Lewis Wayne is now reading the book of fucking Mormon. You know what I mean? Like they cannot. I would rather them read secular Quranism than the fucking Book of Mormon. Because that's just more. Well, at least the Mormons have some kind of doctrines, and I mean it goes a little bit further than just love God and thy neighbor. They have. Let's see, they have a book called Doctrines and Covenants, actually, that's part of their scripture. Let's look that up. Mormon Doctrines and Covenants. Let's see what Wikipedia has to say about it. Doctrine and Covenants. Doctrine and Covenants is a part of the open scriptural canon of several denominations of the Latter-day Saint movement. Originally published in 1835 as Doctrine and Covenants of the Church of Latter-day Saints, carefully selected from the revelations of God. Let's see, history. Let's see, LSU Church editions. Sections included Latter-day, oh God.
Why do they have things like magic underwear?
I know, and shit like that, and that's what gets them. I mean, secular Quranism makes more sense than Mormonism.
Yeah, because it's just saying, obviously, if you want to change people's behavior, you have to change the reward and punishment system. That's all. And obviously, if you believe in the rightness and the fairness of this new reward and punishment system, then you'll support it. It really is as simple as that. And ultimately, it is about supporting the right group of people, the people who want to be parents, as opposed to the people who, don't care for that sort of thing. Because if you don't protect and privilege married parents, then people are not going to do it, right? Why would they become parents if their children disrespect them if they're encouraged if their children are encouraged in schools to mock their parents and treat them like thought criminals and mock their beliefs and reject their religion. What would be the point of being a parent? You wouldn't bother. And if you didn't bother, things happen.
The point should be that liberals keep having kids and you turn the conservatives' kids against the conservatives. And yes, then the conservatives are going to start saying, why should I have kids? Liberals own the schools. If I send them to school, they're just going to become liberals and turn on me. So let me not have kids. But liberals are too dumb to procreate and be involved in eugenics and, get what you deserve then. There's nothing that can help those people. There's nothing that can help those people. So, the best they can do is damage the other side and make your children liberal and turn them against you so conservatives don't have kids either. And Christians in America only have 2.6 children. That guy in TBR, Thomas Baden Reese group, is like, oh, Christians are going to bury everyone. You have 2.6 children. Get over yourself. You know what I mean? Like, you're not like procreating that fast.
What is the birth rate of Muslims?
Oh, I don't know, in the U.S., let's see it. What is the birth rate of Muslims in the
Did you listen to that that stream with about slavery with David and me on Khalid's channel?
Okay, wait, let's look at hold on one second, I'm looking at this. Okay. Nothing, people don't write straightforward anymore. Nothing the fuck is, everything is a long article with, lots of fluff.
Yes, exactly. So they can hide their... it gives them their plausible deniability. So, it just makes information hard to find and then deniable when it is fake news. They don't categorize things in a sensible way because they're hiding something.
Okay, well,
and they can't
okay,
be...
Muslims have a higher birth rate than death rate, and Christians have a higher death rate than birth rate at the moment.
Yeah, because Christians are older than Muslims.
Yes, and that's only going to get worse. And
so I mean the obvious solution, whether you're an immigrant who's just arrived or a white nationalist, is that you want the government to support marriage. It really is as simple as that. I mean, obviously white nationalists want to breed, and so do immigrants. And you would have thought that people could agree on it, but they're not communicating properly. Either because they're being deliberately obstructed.
They say 7 out of 70% of babies. Oh.
Sorry, what did you say? You cut out there.
Who's being deliberately destructed from doing? Who's being deliberately destructed from doing what?
I don't know what you're referring to.
It's cutting out.
Yeah, I couldn't hear what you were saying. Okay, maybe. Yeah. Okay, I guess. Have we got anything more to say?
No, I think that's it. I think that's it. So we've been, streaming all day.
Well, we're sort of on and off, but I think what I mean, the problem is the youth of today, right? I mean, that is the problem of their shitty attitude. In fact, I know one teacher on Twitter saying, just talking to the young people of today, it's deathly. They have no hope. They just are completely clueless about what they want to do. They have no hope for the future, and it's just horrible having to teach them. That is what I remember this Catholic teacher saying about his pupils.
Yeah, no, it's horrible, and I mean, now the people that I started talking to are starting to get into their late 20s now and early 30s. I don't know how old what's his name is, Stephen J. James or Reese, TBR Thomas, right, whatever his name is. But I don't know. I don't know how much contact I have with the generation even below them. I do a little bit in the Cube. They make fun of me for being old in there, so they must all be like early 20s. George is not that old either, but it does seem to be getting worse in just the vapidity and the stupidity and the lack of desire to know or fight or take anything seriously or understand anything.
I remember saying, frivolity is a sign of decadence. And this is actually quite an old saying. So I guess it's happened before to other civilizations. I don't think it's new at all. It's happened so many times and nobody ever writes it down. Like, our civilization, our empire declined because we were ruled by sluts and we were too afraid to call them out. Because calling them out would mean depriving ourselves of sluts, and we didn't want to do that. We didn't want to have to marry women in order to have sex with them. And so that is why our extinction came about. I think it all happens the same way, time and time and time and time again. Jane Walker's in the stream, in the chat. Shall we get...
Yeah, I guess we can see if he wants to come on.
Yeah. Well, it's been going on for so long, we might as well, if he wants to come over and tell us about this Radio 5 interviewing teachers.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's really bad. And, people view this. I've noticed when I was young, I was into the occult and nobody was. Like, I was weird and it was weird. Now all these young people are into the occult, but like in a bad way. And, it's fantasy. You know what I mean? They're focusing in on fantasy and they're not focusing in on reality, because I know reality is so unpleasant. And look, if you focus on reality like we do all day, you're going to be depressed. Okay? If you don't have any fantasy to escape into, you're going to be depressed. And but okay, let's say that most humans need a little bit of that fantasy in order not to be depressed all day. They need to be able to escape. Well, then, I do it for a little bit and then get back to reality, but this is all they want to do.
Yes. And that's why the narrative is important, because they're just so degenerate that they won't do anything unless they're certain of success. I mean, you were complaining about, how these heterosexual white men, they don't know how to fight as the underdog.
No, they don't know how to work as an underdog. They don't know how to not come in strong with all the weapons and power and to slowly carve your way into power. They don't understand that. And, that they have no subtlety, and they don't know how to be in a weak position and get out of it.
Yes. And the fact is that their women despise them. And that is something they probably won't be able to change because they are such social retards and they don't believe in anything. And it just, leaks out through their behaviour, their silly fantasies of, and their bad advice. I mean, it was all this, you just have to go to Westminster and make some stupid speech, and, they're just thinking in terms of movies that they've seen.
Yeah, it's endless garbage. It's endless garbage. Is that Jay Walker?
Yes, he's here. Hello, Jay.
Evening, how are you?
Well, how are things with you?
Oh, hang on, I am. Let me just get. There, that's better. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. No, things are good. Things are good, really good. It's amazing what the power of Christianity can do for the individual once they understand it and follow the words of Jesus.
What are the words of Jesus?
Well, we've had this conversation before, haven't we? And you have no interest in the words of Jesus. You're probably.
Well, I just asked you. Obviously, I do.
And then you say the instructions. There's no rules. There's no laws. There's no anything. So let's not go down that route.
I thought Vincent would be interested.
You can't run a society on parables. The only reason Christianity got anywhere in the early days is because they were using the Old Testament as like law, canon law. They were actually enforcing something and burning witches. If you just kind of like go to the New Testament and get all lovey-dovey with no legal system, you're not going to get anywhere.
Well, I do get somewhere. Maybe you don't get somewhere, but some people do.
Oh, really? Christian society is really getting somewhere.
No, I think society is getting worse.
Yeah, I know. It's because they're Christians. It's because they're Christians.
No, it's not. It's
yeah. Who allows idolatry to exist? Who allows homosexuality and blasphemy to exist? You. Don't tell me that like there's nothing wrong with Christianity in regards to maintaining it as a civilization.
No, there's not. There's with the fundamental understanding of Christianity, but it's not followed. I mean, Claire says the same thing about Islamic terrorists. She defends them by saying they're not really Muslim, and it's the same with probably 90% of Christians. I would say they don't. They think it's about going to church and being nice to people and putting £3 a month on a credit card to some people in Africa. It's not.
No, no, you just said the problem is what you just said is proper understanding, proper Christian understanding. And that's the problem. Christians are all about what do you understand about the supernatural? And it's not what are you doing in this life in order to maintain your civilization?
I'd agree. I'd agree on that. I'd agree.
That's the wrong way to go about things.
Well, I don't, but Christians do. Christians, I agree with you. So, but let's not go down that route. On the radio today, they were interviewing teachers who left, teachers who were leaving, and I've also got a couple of friends, one up here, one in London, and the stories that are coming out about schools and teachers. I mean, it's shocking. And Truth Over Lies said after my comment, he said, "I'm not surprised at the violence of today's children, but it still shocks you to hear it." And I think teaching now, it's got a 50% like retention rate, meaning that 1 in every 2 teachers is looking to leave or is already applying for other jobs. And there was one mother rang up and she said that her child, who's age 14, had a different, I think it was a maths teacher every 3 months for 3 years. different form teachers, so there's no consistency at all. And the school are not allowed to like discipline the children, so the parents are not as well, or the parents. So the term they use is warehouse children now. So there's some children that come to school who basically it's used as a warehouse for 5 years while they're there. And the violence as well, the violence that a lot of the pupils, they can't really be called pupils, I guess. The violence that they were performing or carrying out, whatever, on the teachers and videoing it. And, you know, you see it on YouTube and Facebook and stuff like that. But it is, I think we can all agree on that it is a symptom of a very underlying problem. So fixing the schools is impossible until you fix the symptom of the problem, which is another conversation. But what else did the schools expect, and what else do parents expect when we live in the world that we do? Then you're going to get what is going on, really. So no surprise there, eh?
Well, I know every generation says the children are worse than the generation previously. And like, I know people said that about my generation, that, and, you know, maybe it was true, you know, but, you know, it is, you know, I'm probably not shocked for the same reasons you're shocked, but I'm just shocked at their like, just their lack of desire to even think about anything logical or practical. You know, it's just like it's just like everything is laughing at their phone. You know, like it's just like that's all it is laughing and entertaining yourself with your phone, and, you know, getting angry if anyone's talking, or getting disrespectful if anyone's talking about anything that's mildly serious.
No, that's it. That's exactly what one of the a woman who was married to a teacher, that's what she was saying, that and hardly any of the children have got ambition to become something in terms of career or even just in life, you know. It's just a warehouse of disruptive, horrible children and teachers who don't want to be there. And it's an impossible job. I mean, I think they'll end up having it as homeschooling or internet schooling or whatever. I know they do that in certain parts of America, like you know, North Dakota or whatever, like out in the sticks. But yeah, it is, but a symptom of and they were saying as well that these children are going to school like 5 years old, and they cannot use the toilet, so the teachers have to teach them like toilet manners and stuff like that. And the teachers are like, I didn't come to become a teacher to do this stuff, and it's just hideous. And I've got friends who are, as I say, are teachers, and I think that the best thing that I heard was one woman said that I leave the house at 7 o'clock. I get back in about 7 o'clock. I take my laptop out straight away, all for the purpose of helping other children at the cost of not spending time with my own. And it is like a 15-hour day. There's more exams, and there's Ofsted. I assume you've both heard of Ofsted. That's basically the ruling board that demands that every school has to be of a certain standard. If they reach that standard, the targets are raised for the following year. So it's all just spreadsheet stuff. So the schools have to continuously improve all the time. And teachers are stressed out. They kind of teach because they're stressed out. And change of curriculum. There's new heads of education come in every 3 months or something and change the curriculums and stuff like that. And yeah, it was terrible, horrible. So
That's all easily solved with secular Quranism.
well, what you could do, Claire, and I know you're not a one for political action. You could go to a local school and offer to mentor some of the children.
No, there's no point if the government won't support teachers or head teachers or acknowledge there's something wrong with the increasingly unruly intake, who are the bastards of unmarried mothers who don't parent their children properly. If you're not going to tell them off, the problem is not going to be solved.
It's amazing, isn't it? The further we move up we all move away from Christianity, the worse the world gets. I'm glad you both agree.
Christianity ended a long time ago.
What for you?
Well, it never started for you. You were never confirmed as a Christian. I don't know why you keep calling yourself Christian.
Well,
you're not a confirmed Christian. It failed you and your generation. Your father was confirmed, but not you or your brother. What happened?
But you're there laughing as a Muslim with your hijab.
No, I keep having to remind people I'm not Muslim. So something.
But why don't you? I mean,
what do you think stopped you from being a confirmed Christian of the way your father was?
I've never asked them, to be honest.
Well, they didn't make you?
You see, Claire, you're following the rule book. You've got your tick boxes.
Of course I am.
Yeah, and that's how you operate. You operate on the mental plane, you know.
Of course I do.
And where's it got you?
How do you operate on? What plane do you operate on?
In the spiritual plane.
What does that mean?
Well, yeah, no, it hasn't gotten anywhere because most people are unintelligent like you and care more about what you care about magical beings than actually what your actions are. You care more about how I believe in God than what my actual actions are in my daily life.
Oh wait, sorry, I thought you were talking to Claire when you said about not being intelligent.
No, I'm talking to you that the reason, you know, that's a horrible way to think about. It's more important to your relationship with Jesus Christ than what you actually do.
No, I mean, have you heard the term "know them by their fruit"?
Yes, well, we certainly know what Christianity is by its fruits.
Just because you're a murderer,
bastards.
Just because you're a murderer doesn't mean you're not getting to heaven.
A person can be judged by what they do. I agree completely.
No, judged in what way? Socially or by a court?
Well, in general.
By a court or just by people's opinion? That's nothing. People's opinion is nothing.
I mean, if you watch a teacher, for example, how they teach, you'll observe them, and then from their actions, that comes from their thoughts, and it comes from their wellness or spiritual condition, their mental condition.
Look, the point is that nobody is penalized under Christianity. They're not even stopped from going to heaven in the afterlife as long as they believe that Jesus is God. And that's all it takes. And it doesn't matter by your fruits or your actions. You could be the most evil person on earth and still be saved.
Well, I think there is. I don't know about in every case, but there are people who are pretty horrible who've turned the corner. I mean,
do you know who they are? Could you name them?
Yeah, Claire's one of them.
Oh, really? So you know for a fact that God has given up on Claire?
No, I think Claire gave up on Claire.
No, look, but the thing about being a Christian, it's not for you to determine who gets into heaven and who doesn't.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that.
All right, so you can't say that Claire. You can't say Claire isn't making it.
Isn't Claire doing a better job than some Christian who believes in Christ but is a murderer and a rapist?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, so then she could go to heaven, and so you don't know that. There's not necessarily any punishment for her for doing absolutely nothing. I mean, you're going to talk about her heavenly reward or punishment because of what she believes, but a Christian who believes in Christ gets away with all of their horrible actions just because they believe Jesus is God.
No, that's not. I don't think that. I mean, you're telling me what I think, and I don't think that at all. I think the opposite. I mean, I actually agree with you, to be honest. So
no, but under Christianity, okay, fine. Then you're not a regular Christian.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, then you're pointless. Then why call yourself a Christian if you're not going to follow the theology and make up something new and came up with your own nonsense?
Did I call myself a Christian?
What is your spirit?
Yes, you did.
I don't think I did.
Okay, so you're always going on about Christ.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I go on about other things as well.
Okay, a Jesusist, whatever you want to call yourself, someone who believes Jesus is God, then...
No, I don't. I don't.
You don't believe in the Trinity?
No.
But he still wants to call himself a Christian. He's one of those people suffering from Sheilaism. That was what we were discussing the other day.
Vincent, Claire has always needed somebody like a Christian to fight against. So Claire has created my Christian identity because I follow mainly the New Testament, the Sermon on the Mount. So that's where all of this comes from,
Jay follows a book by, what's his name? Something Fox. Emmett Fox, who wrote Sermon on the Mount, which is a book for AA.
No, it's not. You haven't got a clue. You're making things up again.
Well, the AA use his book a lot.
No, they don't. I use it. How many times?
You have been a member of AA.
Absolutely, for years, yeah.
Yeah, so, it's all connected. I don't know why you're denying it.
No, none of the AA literature quotes Emmett Fox or has anything to do with him.
Well, Emmett Fox and people like him have been known to write literature for AA.
No, they haven't.
Hold on, let's look it up. Because I don't know if I trust this. You're very slippery. Emmett Fox. His name is Emmett Fox?
Yes, he's Irish and then obviously from a Catholic background, but then he moved over to America.
As soon as okay, AA, everything is about him in AA. Let's look at his Wikipedia. Emmett Fox was an Irish thought spiritual. Hold on, let's look at the thing about AA. Fine.
AA started quite a way after Emmett Fox was doing his stuff as well. He used to preach in Central Park.
Okay, early AA groups went to go listen to Fox.
Yeah.
Sermon on the Mount became popular in AA. Several pamphlets, The Golden Key and The Seven Main Aspects of God, are also widely read.
That's not AA literature.
Okay, but they read it in AA.
No, they don't.
It says here that they read it. So, okay, you know better.
Yeah, do. They shouldn't. The traditions say about other information and stuff, but Emmett Fox had nothing to do with AA. I mean, the founding members might have read his stuff, but they also read who's Charles Spurgeon as well.
Okay,
but
well, the point is there's a connection that AA distributed his pamphlets.
Yeah, there is a link. Absolutely, but...
Okay, so you're being slippery. You're being very slippery.
No, I'm just being honest. Claire
just think of an enormous python who's very slippery, and that's Jay.
I know, he's not. He follows Jesus, but he's not a Christian. And this guy that AA passed out, well, oh no, AA is not involved with him, and it's not very. I'm detecting a very dishonest person.
Thank you. You know me well, eh?
Well, so far, what you presented has been very poor.
I shall survive.
There's a song.
Yeah, that's pretty, you that's a non-answer. That's a non-answer to a cogent accusation of,
Well, I mean, I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to prove anything. I'm not here to, you know.
because you have nothing to prove. You're just here
Yeah,
to spread.
absolutely.
He's like the people in the cube, but a bit older and slightly better behaved. I mean, you see the nihilism that's just eating away in the heart and soul of Jay. He has nothing to offer other than to impose his nonsense on us and to waste our time and
He's just
energy.
here to criticize. He has no solution except for understanding Jesus and or whatever it is, and that's not a real solution. And that's not. What do you mean understanding Jesus? This is all a mystery. This is all mysticism. And mysticism isn't going to get you through the day.
But Jay doesn't care. And thing is, if you ask Jay if he believes in God, guess what he's going to say? I don't even know what he's going to say this time. Yeah. Yes.
Yes and no. The answer is yes and no. Yeah,
Jay is a grandfather to the cube, to the cuboids.
People who don't want to give an answer, and they don't want to give a straight answer, a definite answer that can be criticized and pulled apart, and they just want everything to be wishy-washy and not be straightforward with things and hide information, lie by omission. And this is very typically Christian. Even though he says he's not a Christian, he still believes in Jesus and the New Testament. And that's to say, oh, I'm not a Christian, but not to mention, oh, but I base everything on the New Testament. It's like you can lie by omission. You know what I meant when I said a Christian, a follower of Jesus Christ. You are a follower of Jesus Christ. So I don't see how you're not a Christian. I don't know what your personal reasons are for not using the word Christian, but you're the same thing as a person who uses the word Christian who just doesn't believe in the Trinity, and there's non-Trinitarian Christians.
I think Jay just wants to take up our time and attention and really have nothing more to add other than to mock us for continuing to try, because he thinks it's smarter to be like him and to laugh at everything and think everything is futile and then sink into the morass.
Yeah, and then also just go read the Sermon on the Mount, which is a fable or a parable or whatever they call it. And that's going to make everything hunky-dory.
It doesn't even make sense, Sermon on the Mount. I mean, the real one in the book of Matthew. I mean, it was actually Jay who made me read it. I was so angry when I read it.
What have you? I can't remember. I can't. I feel like Jehovah's Witnesses don't focus on the Sermon on the Mount. I'm sure I went through it at least once, but I don't remember it being so many Christians. Oh my God, it's the most glorious, a speech ever made. And I just feel like Jehovah's Witnesses have they focus on a lot of things. They don't just focus in on shallow little things.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a favorite verse in the New Testament?
No, I didn't. In the New Testament? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I mean, the New Testament is a lot less interesting to me than the Old Testament.
Same here.
It's so much more, law, like what the fuck is going on here? You know what I mean? And all this, it's about what people are thinking or feeling or experiencing, or matters of the heart. This matters of the heart. What about matters of the mind? These people have all heart, no mind. I feel like the Old Testament is all mind, no heart. I prefer that. I prefer dealing with intellectualism than, just sophistry.
or just stuff that's not meant to be taken seriously. I mean,
Well, that
Sermon
can't
on the
be
Mount
taken
is.
seriously,
Sorry?
or can't be taken seriously.
No, you can't, even if you wanted to, you can't take it seriously because it doesn't mean anything. And it wasn't ever meant to mean anything because it's just a work of literature to, cause a certain kind of feeling or, I don't know, exaltedness or whatever. But Sermon on the Mount, I mean, I actually hope you will read it because it's supposed to be the distillation of Christian wisdom. It's supposed to be Jesus giving a sermon on the Mount of Olives. And it doesn't even make sense at all. It's like, what is this? How can you make sense of it? And actually, it doesn't mean anything. It's like, I don't know, something to wash over you and make you feel all...
It is quite difficult to understand, Claire, but I remember when we went to Kabbalah classes and your ability to actually focus was horrific. So from what I saw...
In what way?
Who can focus on that nonsense? I'm sorry, it's all garbage. Why? Who can focus on shit?
So, well, I don't know why she did, but you couldn't concentrate for more than 10 seconds, Claire.
I thought my concentration was perfectly good. Well, why'd you say that?
You were late for half of the classes.
ADHD, autism.
No,
just a bad timekeeper.
What I mean, really.
Anyway, I've come in here to back up Jay. I've come here to back up my friend Jay. With you two here are like a pair of catty lesbians who's just fucking bickering and just mocking somebody.
Just talking sense. I'm sorry it offends you.
And
yeah, talking sense.
He's like a living example of the Sermon on the Mount, practicing humility and patience and goodwill, and you two just can't fucking see the wood for the trees, can you?
Yeah. He's just a narcissist come here to waste our time
and
energy and say nothing.
You two's behaviour is absolutely despicable, and you should think better of it. Vincent's mainly, to be honest. Claire's just the same.
No, I think Vincent and I kind of call out bullshit when we see it.
Yeah, you've taken this as like a character trait that you just think you two are right about everything. I mean,
God, prove us wrong. Prove us wrong.
Fucking principles. What are your principles?
Truth, logic, and morality. We should submit to it.
That's just like a catchphrase you've put together, Claire.
Yeah, so I'm saying Christianity is kaput, and look at Jay, it's kaput in his family. So what's the point of calling your identity Christian when it's clearly kaput?
And Vincent, what do you stand for?
What do I stand
Apart
for?
from
Well,
butt sex.
I stand for... No, I stand... Okay, if I had to give myself a definition of my moral system, it would be Raymond Cattell's Beyondism. I just believe that we should just have many different kinds of ways of living, and then, each society with the different ways of living look in on each other and they say, okay, this works, this doesn't work. If you do this,
well, that's
this
as wanton as anything that you claim, Jay. That as a philosophy is as wanton as anything that you, at least Jay,
it's not wanton. It's
like a text.
It's the use of like psychology to create a way of life. It's not wanton.
Yeah, a load of bullshit. A load of bullshit, basically.
It's not bullshit. It has nothing to do with God. It has nothing to do with supernaturalism.
That's narcissism in itself.
So Stephen,
how is it narcissistic to be open to change and willing to change when you look at another person?
Just coming
and
up
say,
with your own fucking philosophy, basically. Just coming up with your own bullshit is narcissistic.
I didn't come up with the philosophy. I didn't come up with that.
It sounds like.
But what's your philosophy, Stephen? What's your philosophy?
What's yours?
Musk maximalism.
What does that mean?
It means AI will save us. single
So
out
you see,
this
so it's just
person.
more crap. You can't talk to these people seriously. They'll just come up with some nonsense and then they'll giggle, and that's it.
Says you, pot pie Quranism.
Well, it's better. It's better than what you don't even
My
have an
interpretation of
idea.
somebody
You
else's
you worry
book.
you worry about not having children, and then
Yes, I
you
do,
forget
yeah,
about
that's
it. And so what you going to do
that's
about
exactly-
it? What you going to do? What you going to do about it?
I've got plenty of time to
Well,
sort that one out.
he's
Figure
still
that
young.
out.
How are you going to sort it out?
He's still young, Claire, so it's quite common at that age.
Okay, how are you going to sort it out politically? Have you got any ideas?
No, you don't have children through sorting out politics, Claire.
Right.
But
So
actually,
are you
talking
saying?
about
Sorry,
these
what did you say?
things-
You don't have children? What?
By
What did you
sorting
say,
out
Jay?
politics.
No. You can have a political view whether you have children or not. So you don't have any solution, do you, Jay? And so I'm talking to Stephen and I'm asking him what sort of solution he has,
Solution to
other
what?
than streaming.
I never pretended to have a solution, Claire Core.
Okay, so you have. Well, you're in a lower position since you haven't got a solution.
In
People
your
with
hierarchy.
Yes, my hierarchy. I mean, your hierarchy
autistic
is.
hierarchy.
Ooh, oh yes, you're going to call anyone who doesn't subscribe to your "I'm a normie"
No, I'm not.
view of the
Oh,
world.
no,
You're going to call them
I'm a
autistic,
normie.
right? You're going to call them autistic if you don't fit in with the degeneracy that you see around you and don't pander to them.
Look, you can't call me degenerate for anybody.
You
in my
pander
peer
to the
group.
degenerates,
I'm
though.
absolutely the least degenerate here. I'm least degenerate than
Oh, you have a job, that's right. But
Far less
you feel you
degenerate.
have to pander to the shit for brains people that keep
I'm not
coming
getting
back for you.
blasted on boxed wine and
Claire.
eating pork pies.
Claire, when was the last time you left the house?
What's that got to do with anything?
Which decade was it?
What's that got to do with anything?
Yeah, no,
Which-
these are cheap. These are
which
cheap
century was
blows.
What's that got to
This is a
do with
cheap blow.
anything?
I mean, what a Christian attitude to just get off the subject with an insult.
Yeah. I mean, it's just to, their technique is to get an
How
insult
dare you.
in
How dare you. You've been
order
insulting
to
Jay
distract
this
from the
entire
fact that
time.
they can't
Absolute
answer the question.
projection. Absolute
Well, why don't you try and
projection
say something sensible?
here. I have since the moment I came on. I've come on here to point out that you two are just full of projection. And really, I was just listen. I've just
Projecting what? Projecting what?
Your
Your
own
own
disturbance. I mean, the
foibles.
thing is,
Disturbance at
you're
what?
both very, very,
Disturbance
very
before.
disturbed people.
Well, we're saying that we find the degeneracy disturbing and repellent, and thank you for demonstrating it so nicely by turning up. So we don't have
How
to
am I
explain
yeah,
anymore.
Exactly. Explain my degeneracy, thank you. Come on, back up your words. Exactly how am I a degenerate? Bet you'll find nothing of substance to make here.
Your
Come on.
degeneracy is evidenced by your lack of ideas. You want. You're concerned about dying childless, but you refuse to. You refuse to take the logical next step about addressing the problem, because you know you have to pander to your Islamophobic viewers and subscribers who don't like ideas, who just want to
As
talk
I said,
shit.
you wouldn't be able to come up with anything. You wouldn't be able to
I
come up with
have
anything.
come
I'm
up
the
with
least
secular
degenerate here.
Quranism, and you can't even finish it, or you are too afraid to review it. I can't remember what reason you gave.
Look, the truth of the matter is, I've done my best to show other people your book out of generosity, but the truth is that it's simply everything that we've ever talked about before already put down in the book. So it's not that interesting to me. But out of generosity, of kindness to you as a friend, I've shown it to people on stream and talked about it.
Yes, thank you for that.
I also bought it, and I give it some good, positive reviews.
Well, thank you both for that. I'm very grateful. But I'm sure you won't be discussing it with anybody in real life.
It's not the
Probably not.
most.
No, that I think is the problem. Because people are just not they just can't bring themselves to talk about anything seriously. They will look up the other way and pretend everything's fine. Everything will come right. Without them doing anything or saying anything.
About the Islamic Revolution, Claire, so you can't. I think you're expecting too much of me if you're expecting me to suddenly start going around calling for some form of Islamic revolution. You've known from the start.
I don't expect you to do that. I don't expect anyone to do that. You can...
Let alone a bizarre interpretation of it by some mad woman in London.
No. You don't even have to mention secular Quranism at all. You don't even have to mention it. You don't have to mention it. All you have to do is ask if an official moral system is necessary. But I think people will just freak out because they won't know what you're talking about, because you don't mix in those circles who talk about abstract ideas. So I think that's a problem for the both of you. Like, moral system? What do you mean? We just want to talk about football and fucking sluts.
I think we're more into boxing and cage fighting and things like that.
That's a problem. But why do you think we're not being platformed by people who talk about these things, who are meant to talk about these things, you know? Channels that are supposed to talk about politics and philosophy and all that sort of thing. It's because the middle classes are shit scared.
Well, if you want the brutal truth answer, it's because you've made the mistake of not playing within the Overton window like people do in political circles, and you basically blew your load too soon. That's the answer, Claire Cole. That's the same for any political radical on the internet, and why they are then segregated to these small, tiny online spaces. It's basically through self-segregation. You've done it to yourself.
And you blew it, Claire.
Okay, the price of being convictions, if they are radical, is segregation. I mean, you're making fun of us because we actually stuck to our guns and we're willing to deal with the segregation. I mean, that's something in our favor, and just the fact that you know our audience is small doesn't mean that we're not going to have long-term influence.
Yeah, and also the people who are already there, they're being kicked out. The people like Matt Goodwin and
never heard of it.
A few. Okay, I don't expect you to hear about of any of those people, but you know, people who read books, who were journalists, and they're being kicked out. People of influence that you might have heard of if you read the papers and that sort of thing, they're being kicked out.
Look,
so they're not including people, they're excluding people already there. It's becoming a smaller and smaller group.
Sure. At the most, what you can hope for is that your little ideas could get heard of by somebody influential and spoken about in dark rooms around. I don't know.
No. They have heard of it. That's why my ideas are being suppressed. I mean, it's all over.
I believe that makes you feel better.
Well, I know they know about it, but they don't want to talk about it. In the nationalist community, if you want to call it that, there is an unspoken agreement not to discuss secular Quranism. And that's been going on for years.
Well, I've never encountered it.
You mix in two on the other side.
Is it not because the idea is rubbish, Claire?
No, how can it be rubbish when it's such a big idea? I mean, the Muslims don't want to talk about it because they don't want to be labelled radical or whatever.
You call everybody who doesn't agree with you an Islamophobe. What do you call the Muslims to
Hypocrites whose final destination is hell, as the Quran says. Hypocrites are to go.
You're overriding God now and saying that.
No, I'm not. I'm just interpreting it in a way that is arguably a reasonable interpretation of the words. Most Jews, Christians, and Muslims are hypocrites. Overwhelmingly, they are hypocrites. They don't believe, they only pretend to believe to get the protection of religious groups, which are the most powerful human groups in the world. And that is why. I mean, I don't think you can deny that.
Why do you think John Vance was attracted to you initially? What was it that brought him in?
Well, he's a political activist, isn't he?
Well, come off it.
Well, he was a member of the Canadian Nationalist Party. I mean, I'm not saying anything surprising, am I? He was a member of the Canadian Nationalist Party, which was known for its anti-Semitism and his insane leader, who's in jail now.
So John Vance likes having insane leaders.
He got.
Well, I think whatever his name was, Travis Patron. I think he was insane. Yeah. And I'm afraid John Vance has driven himself mad.
Yeah, John Vance has gone insane. I don't know what happened to him.
Well, he calls himself post-Muslim now.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, but he's not being coherent. He comes on, he doesn't follow the conversation. He just interjects with random, scattered thinking. It's really sad. Ehrlich is here.
Maybe drugs.
Oh, cool. Perhaps he will join us.
Who's here?
The first British secular Quranist.
That'd be fascinating.
Oh, have you got a follower, Claire?
Yeah, well, he's the Hindu who.
I've got many followers.
Which doesn't surprise me.
He's a Hindu, huh?
He's a Hindu who likes secular Quranism and Noahide law.
Oh my god.
You two aren't the only characters in the channel. Well, no, us four are not the only. You know, I'm afraid we are all characters.
How long do you think you'll keep this new follower for, Claire?
I don't know.
What are you hoping for? What's your record so far? About 6 months?
It's not really about keeping people so much as making the point.
Good job.
And the point is being made. The point has been made for 14 years. Nobody has come up with anything better. And that is undisputed. You can chortle away, but nobody has anything better.
And how many followers do you have, Vincent?
That's not important.
What, for my anti-Noahide stuff? I don't have followers. I have people who read my stuff and interpret it in their own way. I mean, I get blog views and people.
Well, how many apostles did Jesus have? How many apostles did Jesus have? Not that many, huh?
He didn't need many. He was good. He was that good. He didn't need many.
Well, he got himself executed, and
he got himself executed. Wow, great God, you have.
What happened to Carol, Claire, the American lady?
They fell out.
Yeah, we fell out about slavery and prostitution and the one-party state.
Mm. So
no regrets. No regrets. No regrets
you see, people come
at
on
all.
board. They think that this thing is just like, whoa, some interesting ladies' version of Islam or something, Islam light. But then they find out later down the line that it's actually reintroduction of slavery and all this fucking mad shit. And they go, whoa, didn't figure out this.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than we're going to be introducing secular Quranism through representative democracy. Now that is really stupid shit.
But Claire,
nothing needs to change. We just have to be nice and old lady-ish about it, and it'll all be fine. No, thank you.
But don't you think that if slavery was brought back in, there's a strong possibility that you would actually be a slave? Bear in mind that what you actually add and have added over the years to society as opposed to what you've taken from it.
No, it depends on, if anybody wants to buy me. And whether there are positions for slave government consultants and slave introducers of secular Quranism. I'm saying that we're all the slaves of the government anyway.
No, I think actually...
And when the government mistreats us, we appeal to God.
Claire, you're talking about standard work there. Slavery implies that you don't get to choose what you do, so you'd be put to the dishes, basically.
Yeah, I think I would be...
No, you wouldn't get to choose.
More useful than a dishwasher, though I do wash my own dishes. I think I have talents that are better than... I think people get the wrong idea about slavery. It's not just picking cotton and working in mines until you're dead. There can be civil slaves, slave bankers.
Yes, but the point is, you don't get to choose your position. It's not like you're applying for a job. Oh, I'd like to do this. I think I'd be good at this.
No. You don't. Of course, you don't get to choose your. But the point is that if you were being hired out as a slave by the government through the Department of Work, Pensions, and Manumissions, the government is going to get the best value out of you. So if you are a banker, you're not going to be made to be a kitchen porter. Or pick cotton, that you're going to put you in banking, but obviously keep an eye on you, or a slave lawyer, or a slave accountant, or a civil slave, that sort of thing. People really have the wrong idea about slavery.
And you'd definitely excel at dishwashing.
Well, I have been known to wash my dishes. But I think I would be better as a slave TV show hostess or a slave radio presenter.
They might put you to work in a brothel.
I'm too old for this sort of thing.
There are plenty.
But I suppose I could run one.
Speaking of which, I've just got to go and get my meatballs out of the oven. Back in 2 or 3 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, Claire, I think the reintroduction of slavery is going to be a hard thing. The thing that I'm going to do is that gay people already have a system where they like to be enslaved by each other, and they do it freely and willingly and like it. And,
it sounds like marriage.
Well, I'm just going to write into that constitution that there would be a ban on enforced slavery, but voluntary slavery would be encouraged.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the government is going to hire out slaves and keep an account, until they, earn enough money to earn their manumission, and then they can choose to stay or they can go, and it'll be organised and humane, and the slave can actually ask for a change of job if they want. And it won't be the stereotypical view of picking cotton and working in mines, and that it can easily be explained. And if the media are prepared to entertain the idea, it can be made. The point can be made. So the important people to deal with is really, the media. The media are controlled by the CIA. Did I discuss who who is the most powerful woman in the world, in America anyway, who is the director of national intelligence, called Avril Haines. Have we discussed her?
No.
Okay. Well, anyway, I mean, would you agree that the CIA control global media, including social media?
Not totally. No, not totally. I think they have some control, but not like huge control. I don't think they control every last thing. I mean, look, we're on shadow ban. I mean, I'm on partial shadow ban on my channel, and obviously someone's and also YouTube tried to totally stop me from streaming by blocking me from going on YouTube from all of my computers. They have all my IP addresses, and they won't let me open up any accounts on them. I'm scared to say how I even get on there because I don't want them to close me off, but yeah, just okay, I think that, yes, I think Claire is to a degree being suppressed, and that Twitter did ban her for ban evasion. They banned her, and then she opened up a new account, and they knew it was her, so they must have been monitoring for her, and they banned her. So there is a certain degree of banning and shadow banning going on with both me and Claire, though I don't take it quite to the extent that Claire does, where, I blame the CIA for my lack of viewership. I think, I might get another 10 viewers if I wasn't suppressed, but I mean, I'm not going to say that the CIA is 100% responsible for why I'm not like a mega millionaire.
Well, I'm certainly not saying that, but I'm saying, the CIA would control media. I mean, because, well, why wouldn't they? If you have a global empire, you would have global media, and you have global opinion to influence and control.
Look, you need to listen to honest feedback, okay? And not have these silly ideas in your head about how the external world is holding you back. It's one of the most detrimental things, and it puts people in like a Hitler in the bunker mentality, okay, where they can't see the wood for the trees, and they're blind to like the real causes of their own failures, and they externalize it. Let me finish, madam. And so the true and brutal assessment of it is that you don't get more viewers. I'm just going to be honest. You don't get more viewers because it's too dense and boring for the average person. Okay, you don't attempt to jazz it up. You don't attempt to make it entertaining, at least 50% entertaining. You think that people will just come for fucking dense like discussion. You don't even attempt to put effort into like the production value. Like Vincent's always wandering around, it's flat. Sometimes he'll start his stream and doesn't even get to the point. It's talking until like a minute in or 2 minutes in, and but just bear with me while I send out my links and all this shit. You've got to imagine that people might appear, and they want to know in this day and age, within 30 seconds, whether something is of
I even put a picture in the background.
Yes, making an effort.
Yeah, but
so you think putting a picture in the background is going to change everything?
I told Claire about this. I have more betting on the Jehovah's Witnesses, who do not dilute their message, who do not bring rock stars into the kingdom halls to play music for people, who don't do any of these entertaining things for all their people. Yeah. Do they get less people? Yeah, yes, but are they more united as a group, and do they have more power in this country than the alt-right does? Yes.
The mistake you're making is the medium. Here we're on an entertainment medium, okay? This is entertainment platform. You know, the difference
Jehovah's
is
Witnesses
the
are
other
on
is real
YouTube.
world.
Jehovah's Witnesses are on YouTube.
Yeah, nobody's watching it.
Okay, no, the right, they have serious people watching them, and serious people
they have already
organization.
Converted Jehovah's Witnesses watch Jehovah's Witness material. I don't doubt that.
Okay.
But they've already gathered the following.
So do people who are interested. So do new people who are. It is a growing religion. You do know that, right?
You understand, don't you, with YouTube, okay, the platform that you've chosen to put your message upon is run by an algorithm that directs people here who would be interested in it as a form of entertainment. And if the algorithm determines that nobody's going to be interested in it as a form of entertainment, it's not going to show your stuff to anybody. And the way that you improve those metrics, the way that you improve your movement in the algorithm is by getting engagement.
Who do you
There's
think?
plenty of engagement.
Who do you think has more power in America, the alt-right or Jehovah's Witnesses?
It's a stupid question.
No, it's not. Jehovah's Witnesses have more power. Okay, they're able to change the law in their favor. You're not. They're barely any, but they have serious people, and they talk about serious topics constantly. And they have the best. They have the cream of the crop. They have the cream of the crop.
If we define the alt-right as the Trump movement, if we define the alt-right as like the 2016 lead up to Trump, then the alt-right had this dissident right-wing phenomenon that has appeared since Brexit and Trump and all the stuff in Europe, then that has had immeasurable more actual play into politics. The Jehovah's Witnesses don't even vote.
Yeah. Okay. Let's fine. Fuck them. Mormons. And when I talk about the alt-right, no. Let's talk about single white men under 30 or under 35 that are right-wing, that have no kids and no girlfriends. Who do you think has more power, Mormons or the fucking or your fucking people?
Yeah, Mormons are quite politically active in America.
Okay, well, they're a small group and they focus on serious shit and they don't post dumb shit on their channels.
Part of your problem is not recognizing that other people who are better in other fields than you, so in this instance I'm talking about such as people who know what it is to put on a more entertaining product, might be able to give you advice that would help you along. And so I recognize it's a form of autism to be fucking laser focused and to have horse blinkers on as you're going down this path that you're on. It blocks out all the traffic, but the problem is that you just dismiss outside input from people who do know better than you about the things that you are blind to.
Well, no, we're not YouTubers. You're a YouTuber. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm using YouTube as a medium of communication with people who might be interested in my ideas.
Why are you on
That's
here
what I'm using it for.
Rather than talking in private. Why are you on here streaming rather than talking to Vincent in private?
It's a better way of propagating ideas. And yes, you're right. It's part of the entertainment, and there are people who are entertained by it. Look at the chat.
Me.
There's plenty of comments in the chat, so I don't know why you pretend that you're the only person posting, Jay. There's a whole bunch of comments.
You took it.
So, as far as I'm concerned, I am able to use YouTube as a medium of communication, and there are people who are aware of my ideas, like Ulrich and others who may not have declared themselves. Even the people who hate my idea are aware of it. And the reason why I'm being suppressed is because there are people who have understood the idea and don't like it, and this is basically the people you're pandering to, Stephen.
That's not suppression, Claire. That's people who just don't want to hear it.
But they haven't got anything better. My challenge is for them to come up with anything better, and then their head explodes, and they change the subject after an insult. This is the usual pattern of behavior. No, but what is most disturbing is that nobody who's middle class or a graduate who's supposed to be interested about these things wants to talk about it. They're only, pretentious middle-class people who want to write long essays about shit philosophy, and that's all they care about. So
That's
something's
just
wrong.
That's just the same for any politically dissident fringe group or person who has any ideas on the fringe. Okay, you either play within the Overton window and be somebody who can like carefully dabble in a kosher way with this stuff. Such
No,
as like
I
a
don't.
Bloody Mary.
I have bricked the Overton window.
So, yes, you're so autistic. You're just waiting to debunk me rather than hearing out the actual critique that you need to hear, which is that anybody who's a political dissident experiences what you have, and what they have come to terms with really is that the influence that they could have potentially is upon perhaps a little bit of culture by having their ideas drip down into it, by creating some form of like entertainment platform in which they create a product that is consumed by people, and into that they pump in a little bit of their ideas. This is
I see that Millennial Woes is doing reviews, and Morgul calls himself a cultural critic or something like that. Yes, I know that sort of idea, and they get nowhere. And also, they're a bunch of grifters. I mean, you were talking about you and Stephen. Sorry, you and Thomas were talking about him, and you know, in the same breath as AA, they're both grifters. Maybe AA knows it better than Millennial Woes, but they're both controlled opposition. Colin has actually made the same point as me. Yes, they are. There was this incident that he actually said it. He went to the Traditional Britain group, and he said, well, perhaps we should consider Islam because Christianity's not working, and everybody shouted at him, and that was the last time he ever said it. So he knows, but he's not going to risk alienating his retarded viewers and subscribers, and you're in the same lane as he is. That's what you are now.
Implies that somebody is controlling you. Okay, now knowing what I think what you're describing is a different phenomenon called audience capture. Okay, so I can agree with you somewhat there, and it happens to everybody. When you create an audience, you tend to give them what they want.
I don't.
Well, we know that.
Well, but the idea is to piss on them from a great height and tell them exactly what I think of them.
How's that working for you?
It's working fine. It is cleansing to be able to do that instead of pandering to shit for brains people.
Claire, can I ask you a question about the progression of secular Quranism? Did you intend for it to go so slowly? Are you putting the brakes on it?
I think enough people know about it to know how much they hate it. And there's nothing I can do about it at the moment, other than to give an itinerary of the route to adoption. And I mention a few people to tell you how far away it is.
Hey, in the chat, living the dream says an important contribution here. I actually agree with Claire on this. She's being herself in an honest way, which is different for what it's worth. She'll love that. That's great. And he is right about that, Claire. But here's the thing, and that is an admirable quality. But be under no mistake, like that. So that is like 50% of why people would be here, and the other 50% is because you do touch this boundary of being entertaining, okay? And you know that too. You can be funny. Your attitude is quite entertaining and amusing. All I'm saying is that if you two really are very interesting characters in your own right. I've said this in the past.
Yeah, but we're not being invited on bigger channels, and we know the reason, don't we? They don't want to lose their subscribers, or they have been warned not to platform us.
No, it's not necessarily that. For one, you have to learn to play by rules if you're going to go on other shows, and two, you have to be somewhat entertaining, and you don't have to.
You've already said I'm entertaining. No, you've already said I'm entertaining. So now you're now you know.
I said you can.
Yeah, I can be. I can be entertaining, and it would depend on the context, and you know, I'm talking to a Muslim, and that is what you hate. You won't even view anything by a Muslim because
insufferable. Look,
yeah, you have to show hatred for Muslims because this is what your brain dead, retarded, shit for brains viewers expect of you. And you pander to it. That's what you do, and you're not the only one. You're monetized now. You're in that lane.
I bring you on.
Well, you may have lost your chance.
You on debunks your entire argument, doesn't it?
No, because you're not taking it seriously, you see. But if you're as big as maybe Millennial Woes, then maybe you won't be talking to me. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It is the fact that nobody bigger than you is prepared to have a conversation about it, to ask me difficult questions about how I'm going to accomplish what I want, or whether I am in some way incorrect in my presuppositions about certain important facts of life and history. Nobody's interested in discussing these things for some reason.
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Part of the problem, Claire, is that you brought it to a constituency that is fundamentally opposed to what you propose. It's like taking,
yes. So it is these,
right? It's like attempting to take like a trolley full of beef to a vegetarian society and saying, "Buy my wares."
You would have thought that there would be enough men in the West to think, well, there is a bit of a demographic problem here, we should address it, but not a bit of it. None of you care about these things, because I don't think you want to upset the idol of feminism through which you acquire sex with sluts. Women you're not married to, I mean. And this is the fundamental principle that defeats me. Yes, because you're not prepared to make that sacrifice. That is really it.
Don't you get it? The true answer that you're looking for is that the alt-right and the dissident right is truly about being disgruntled with demographics. Okay, it's mainly about being disgruntled with the browning of America, the browning of the UK.
But they're not going to do anything about it.
Let me finish. That's what this political movement is about. So it might wrap itself up in the guise of other concerns, okay, but really, truly, that's what it's fundamentally about.
Yes, I know.
Let me finish. And that is viewed as being kind of exactly in the same concern, almost, with a little crossover as the Muslim problem. And so these people aren't interested in somebody coming to sell them any form of Islam.
No, I know. And even if I were white and male, it would be the same problem. But the solution is still the solution, even though you detest it.
Yes, but what you don't, again...
I do understand. I'm not completely thick, you know. I am having to deal with your deep-seated ancestral hatred of Jews and Muslims, and your desire not to acknowledge that Christianity is kaput and is so kaput that its replacement of liberalism is also kaput.
Really. It's absolutely disgusting of an immigrant, okay, to accuse us of anti-Semitism and racism and Islamophobia and all these things when we are, as a nation, the very least of those things of anywhere in the world, including your home nation. Okay, as a people, we are the very least that. Probably the cause of the situation that we're in today, to be honest. But it's just disgusting that you charge us with those things.
Well, it's true. Even before I was born, there was anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. I mean, I don't know why you're blaming me. I mean, I've said it's an ancestral, centuries-old problem that you are refusing to acknowledge or correct.
We saved the Jews. Thank you very much. There was a great deal of thanks.
What? Sorry, what? Okay, you're just saying you're not a Holocaust denier. I mean, what are you trying to say?
You're accusing us as a people of being a nation of anti-Semites, and I'm saying we're the people that sacrificed an entire generation to go over there and save the bloody people.
Well, that wasn't really the reason why Britain declared war on Germany twice, in World War I and World War II. It's a post-war narrative that you did it to save the Jews, but actually you did it to stop Germany from rising, and you failed to do it anyway. But after the war, you had to pretend that you did it to save the Jews, rather than saying, we only did it to try to stop the Germans from rising up, and look what we did to ourselves, we lost our empire.
That's a very ungrateful and anti-allied centric view that you've got there. Disgusting.
This is my narrative, so you might as well be informed of it personally while you're here. It's a new one. I do develop my ideas. I don't just go on about the same thing again and again. I do develop them, and the narrative, my theory of the post-war narrative, is that Britain, having sacrificed its or claimed it sacrificed its empire to save the Jews, had to say so, but otherwise it's like, well, we went double or quits over trying to smash the Germans, and it went bad on us. We lost the bet a second time, and the consequence was that we lost our empire, and the Americans are now looking after the Jews, and that is the post-war narrative. And I don't think a lot of people get it. Because it's too humiliating, because Europe is basically an occupied country, occupied by America. Its leaders are only follow the orders of Washington. Nobody has acted in the national interest for decades. In fact, I can't even think of anything.
Just basically a load of nonsense what you've just said there. So
how is it nonsense? Are you saying that Europeans have leaders who govern in a national interest?
No, I mean your revisionism of history there. It's just wrong.
Why? I mean, have I made some error of fact? So what do you think was the cause of World War I?
The invasion of Poland.
World War I, I said. Okay, so if you want to go to so Poland, Britain had no interest in Poland. It never went to war.
Yes, it did. We had a treaty with them.
Yeah, but it's only because really the First and Second World War was the same war. It was the same war, fought for the same reason.
Well, that's just your opinion.
Yes, it is. Well, actually, it's not just my opinion, because it's been periodized as the second 30 Years' War.
We can understand the Second World War at the circumstances leading up to it came out of the First World War, absolutely. But that's just like saying the First World War like came out of the 100 Years' War or something.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the First and Second World War should be treated as the 20th century equivalent of the 30 Years' War. The 30 Years' War was a terrible war for the Europeans. It was one of the European wars of religions, which most people don't know about now because they don't want to think about these things. But just to say that a lot of Europeans were forgiven their cannibalism because so many of them practiced it. That was how terrible that war was.
Not as many as Chinese. Far more cannibals where you come from.
Well, there would be more famines and more people to suffer. But back to the point of Europeans, which are the case in point, because they're the ones who are suffering from particularly bad government. I would say that the Republic of China, the People's Republic of China are doing much better because they have more rational government. At least their government wants Chinese men and women to marry and have children. And have more children, while Western governments just want Westerners to die childless and sterilised.
They're not doing very good at it, are they? They're below replacement level too.
Well, I think it is caused by the embourgeoisement of the middle classes. They become too focused on consumer goods and think of university fees and everything, when actually all they're required to do is bring their children up to adulthood, and then they can say, well, job done. We've brought our children up to adulthood, and they can go and get a job now. We don't have to necessarily put them through to, to private school or university and that kind of thing. So I'm afraid the Chinese have fallen under the same spell of consumerism and materialism, and that is why they're also suffering from the Western disease. But they can all correct themselves through, I'll fill in the blank.
Guys, I'm going to shoot off now, but thank you for coming on, Stephen. It's been good to hear you.
Yep, good to be on the stream with you, Jay.
Thank you.
I have to go as well.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for both of you for coming.
Yeah, it's been real.
Okay, Carol, we'll stay here for a little bit.
See you.
And finish this up because, bye, Stephen J. James. Well, exactly. That's very annoying to have to discuss with these people, and it's very depressing. And oh, can you give me 1 second? I'm getting a phone call. Hold on 1 second. Let me see what it is. Hello? Yes, this is he.
I'll mute Steve. I better mute him. Okay, chat. Thank you, Evelyn, for you saying I would rather disagree with an honest person than to disagree with a liar. I think I'll interpret that as a supportive comment, so thank you for that. As I was saying to Stephen, to Vincent earlier, or was it Stephen? I forget now. Frivolity is a sign of decadence, and I'm afraid people have been uniformly frivolous. They only say silly things, and they don't care that they're silly. They're obviously not taking the thing seriously, but what is more disturbing is that I can't get the attention of people who ought to be taking themselves seriously, public intellectuals, people who want to think they have some contribution to make in literature and philosophy and political thought, and they are not interested. I think they fear to engage publicly on these subjects, and in a way I understand, because I am actually addressing centuries of failure. I mean, I have been saying quite a few times now that Christianity has been failing for 500 years, and the European remains in denial, cannot accept that it's failed, and people interested in political theory should read Alexander Dugin's Fourth Political Theory. It's broken up in bite-sized chunks on Twitter, in separate Twitter essays. So basically, he's talking about his fourth political theory, saying that secular political ideologies in the West have been basically a mixture of liberalism, socialism and nationalism, but it's time for a fourth political theory. And obviously, I guess the first one he must mean liberalism, the second one is socialism, the third one is nationalism, and he's saying, it's just back and forth, one after the other in some kind of order or disorder, but it's always those same three, and he's proposing a fourth political theory. And I thought that was brilliant, because he was talking about conceiving of the people as a living organism. I'm probably not explaining it very well, but I think it's his way of talking about posterity, that the people are a conglomeration of their history and their experiences, well, rather like people, and there will be people in the future, and it is the job of the government to bear this in mind. And wait, Vincent?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I just run out of steam about my attempt to summarise Dugin's fourth political theory. You finished your phone call.
Yes, I finished my phone call, but yeah, I know. I mean, what set of rules does fucking Dugin have? Does he have a 25-point system? If I don't
No, it's all quite theoretical at the moment.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to talk to anyone unless they have a fucking system to put into place.
No, I don't think it's worked out yet, because obviously I'm going to be saying to him, look, make your fourth political theory secular Quranism, because there's nothing else, because I think Russians are also the victims of the failure of Christianity, which they refuse to accept, because obviously the Russian Revolution was very disruptive for the Russians, and the failure of communism was also, very painful for them. And I'm saying anyone who is post-Christian comes from that stable of failure and has, in their time, tried to replace liberalism with either nationalism or socialism, and they've all failed. And therefore, they should just, since they've tried out all the wrong ways, they might as well try what is the strongest, morally and intellectually respectable, the most morally and intellectually respectable idea around, and that's secular Quranism.
Well, I mean, I don't know, but I think that whatever you're proposing is probably better than what he's proposing, and I'm sure it's all a bunch of philosophy and sociology and all this other bullshit, and the historicism or whatever they're calling it, the history of the people. It's folkishness, folklore, come on,
yes, I know that they use all these highfalutin words, but I'm saying that you can preserve your identity as a people who sort of, the people who are capable of reading the writing on the wall and correcting themselves when necessary. I mean, I think we would all want that, that identity of being capable of recognizing that, our number's up and we have to change our ways, that sort of thing. and I think, I mean, okay, a lot of it is to do with pride. It's like, oh, it's their bloody religion, and but you can frame it in a way as to say that, well, we're going to interpret it for ourselves, and our interpretation is going to be better than the interpretation of Muslims whose caliphates have crashed and burnt. Because we have an advanced legal system, and we still have all the apparatus of state to make it work, but only if we acknowledge that we've gone the wrong way, and it's still the whole idea of doing a U-turn. I mean, in the end, it's all about, well, we have to have children, and actually the government is supposed to support married parents because, doing something that is a burden to them. Having to go to work and biting their tongue and, not talking back to their boss and, and having to keep the whole show on the, well, just hang on to their jobs and, bring up their children. And we know the consequence of what happens. We know the consequence of bad parenting and bad education and bad training. And then it just, leads into a vicious cycle of just more immigration. Because they can't even make themselves correct their crappy education system, because that would mean admitting that they're wrong, and so they never correct their problem, which means that the businesses say, look, we need people who can actually work, who can, understand a bit of engineering and maths and science and technology to be engineers, etc. And so they keep getting people from abroad, and that is a problem. And for Americans, it is like, well, there was this thing Washington said about not having political parties. And this tradition has not been lost, in that every February, Washington's farewell speech is read out. And that was the first time I heard it. And I heard it only because I was following the events of, the 6th of January so closely. In 2021, that I was, watching C-SPAN most of the time, and that's how I caught that speech being read out by a senator. A senator reads it out every year, and I nearly fell off my chair. It's all the things that Washington warned Americans not to do that they are now doing, and it's like that senator read the speech, and it didn't seem that he understood the meaning of it, or anybody even understood the meaning of it. I mean, there are a few little articles about not forming political parties, but what I'm trying to say is that the one-party state is not just a Nazi fascist commie idea. It's it's American, Washingtonian even. And I don't think even Americans know this. And I can't get any American to read the speech, because most of them have ADHD. Or maybe they're just scared of saying, I support a one-party state, which I think is what was Carol's problem. Because I couldn't get through to her. And I'm saying, it's not just me saying it, it's Washington. It's like, oh, I don't care what Washington says. And then I picked out a verse in the Quran, chapter 6, 159, saying, well, it would appear from the Quran that, God wants you to not divide your political religion into sects and parties and schisms. And again, she said, oh, well, who cares? American public opinion wouldn't stand for it. So really, in her own way, she was elevating American public opinion to over and above the opinion of God. And I went on about it until she blocked me. And that's why I think idolatry is actually a very useful concept for identifying people who who should be, following the logic of what I'm saying, but who refuse to because, something else is bothering them. They just don't want to, be identified as, the person who supports a one-party state, or who maybe sees the social purpose of licensed brothels in red light districts, or slavery, the reintroduction of slavery. I mean, that's the only way to make your labour competitive again. I mean, you can't be just, giving welfare to bad mothers. That's what you're doing. No wonder everything's crashing and burning. I mean, if the situation is that you get more benefits if you're an unmarried mother, then why would you be a married mother? And when Jay came on to talk about, there's something terrible on Radio 5 that he'd heard about how horrible children are these days. I mean, I'm sure the horrible children are from horrible mothers who never thought to get married. And this reminds me of Keith Joseph, who said in 1974, all those years ago, he said, our human stock is being destroyed. And he was talking about the welfare state funding unmarried mothers. And they can't talk about this either. British politicians can't talk about it because after Keith Joseph said it, he found himself not the leader of the Conservative Party. And Thatcher beating him to the leadership contest. So, I'm saying it's deeply sinister, and it's also psychological. That they're not really admitting the reason why they refuse to take your point, or, even understand what you're saying. Stephen has to say, it's because we're not entertaining, and we don't have entertaining backgrounds or whatever. Because I think if anybody cared, they would be talking about these ideas. They might steal our ideas from us or whatever, but nobody is talking about anything like this. And I think that must be because media is so tightly controlled that either the ideas don't get through, or nobody even thinks of saying these things. And I'm not downhearted about just 8 viewers or something after over 6 hours. I think this is easily understood, and all people have to do is try and explain it to another person that they trust about what they think the problem is.
I understand what you say, and I think your idea is better than what anyone is doing or what anyone else is doing. Besides the Jews with the Noahide laws, I think that, I don't, hold on.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I spit out something. I wish they would at least consider it, because like I said, I want them to start thinking more legalistically, and less about proper understanding of theology, more about how to actually live your life.
Yeah, they have to think in practical terms. But what Stephen said, it was a really important point, and now it's gone out of my mind. Oh, it'll come back. So annoying. So annoying.
Well, it's just .
Yeah,
Oh yes, it's come back to me now. So he was saying, oh, it's disgusting that you of all people are talking about this. You're not even white. You weren't born in this country. And the thing is, Vincent, you're this other thing. It's like you're gay, and the white and heterosexual, and they're supposed to be so superior to us, right? That is what they cannot bear. Our low status. Because they think they're supposed to be higher status, and we're telling them off, and their heads have exploded because they can't bear the thought of being told off by the likes of us. That is really the problem. But then, I think all revolutionaries are considered, low status. I mean, like Moses. Wow, how low status can you get? And well, Jesus was low status. And in a way, I think we're perfect. It's like, we are telling these people off, and that we've given them all this time, or I've given them all this time, and they hate my idea so much, and they can't even find a better idea after all this time of me energetically promoting it. It's not like I was, hiding it or anything. And there was always a reaction because they hated it so much, but they still couldn't think of anything better other than to, just generally agree never to discuss secular Quranism so it never gets the oxygen of publicity, and to carry on hating Jews and Muslims. Because that's all they can agree on, right?
Yes.
And I think we are the perfect people to tell them off, because we remind them of their degraded state. I mean, why aren't their fathers telling them? It's like, don't their fathers care? Apparently not, because, well, I don't know. I mean, Thomas Barton Rees's father, doesn't he care? That's the interesting question, isn't it? Why can't Thomas have a sensible conversation with his parents, who obviously care about him, or who want to cure him of his beliefs? And so I think, forget the divisions between, groups of people. Even the generations are divided. They can't even have a sensible, rational conversation about politics, about, what is bothering Thomas Barton Rees. He can't have a conversation with his parents. And what would be nice is if he would appear on Karani Yule. Well, I'm going to be working towards that, and hopefully the people in the chat will talk about it amongst themselves and encourage Thomas to join us for Karani Yule. And I promise to be nice.
Well, let's see if he goes there.
Would you like to be be talking to him too, Vincent? I think that would be fun. I mean, we could host Karani Yule together if you want to, if you're available.
Sure, if I'm available, I can come on to co-host with you.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Thomas doesn't want to, just face me on his own. So I think it'd be nice if you could be around to make things easier for him if he's, prepared to come.
Well, have you reached out to him? Has he seen it?
I don't know how to reach out to him. But I mean, I guess I'm putting out feelers for people who kind of like his stuff, and I guess this stream could be helpful. And then, I guess, that would be the entertainment, Thomas Barton Rees on Karani Yule.
I have a feeling he might be a little bit more serious with you than the average person. he does have a degree, a PhD in math. So, I mean,
and he's sincere, I think. I mean, I used to think he wasn't, but I think, he is. Do you think he's sincere, Vincent? Is that what you find so charismatic about him?
Huh?
Do you think he's sincere, or is he just playing the role of being a bit mad?
A little bit of both. I mean, I think that he does, kind of believe in what he's saying, but he's saying it in such a way to get shock value, like putting a stocking over his head.
Yes, it's so sad that people are reduced to this, and I guess when I saw it, I was so angry because it's like, why do you contaminate your message by playing the fool? But maybe they want to play the fool because they can say, oh, don't hurt me, I'm a bit silly and a bit mad and mentally ill, so please don't hurt me. I don't really mean all the silly things I say, I just, Well, that's what I was thinking of him. Do you think that was what he was trying to do? You've just answered the question, sorry. Yeah.
I think that, get them on Coronial and talk to them. But I mean, the best is that we can just keep going and see what happens, and then, get exposure. As much exposure as possible, but it's going to be hard going because it's not like they want shit. I mean, they're coming on here admitting they want shit. You know what I mean? And that's like, well, I mean, like, what kind of people are you going to have in your church if you're playing rock bands in there? Like, okay, like, what kind of people are going to your church if they won't go there unless it's a party?
Yes. But it's like you're such a cheap whore. You will do anything. You'll just commit it, and really people don't respect you for it. Mind you, all the sort of choral music and whatever. That was also to get bums on seats. Right? I think that was because the monarch had to sponsor art and music, and put all and that's why cathedrals in Europe are so beautiful, because it was meant to impress people and draw them in, and show off how wonderful Christianity was, which the king had to pay for. But other religions, it's like, well, come to the temple any whenever, when you feel worried. Who cares? Whenever, whatever.
Oh, what I forgot to tell you. I was thinking about something. It'd be funny. Do you know that there's such thing as Christian Science architecture?
I haven't heard of it.
Yes, Christian Science has its own architecture. Their temples are very weird. Their churches tend to be a little bit strange. Here, American Christian Science. Here, this is on MaryBakerEddyLibrary.org. American Christian Science architecture and its influence. So their churches are very.
Share.
What?
Share pictures. I mean, if you can.
Okay, well.
About what you mean about.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna send you this one in the back. This is not all of them, but let me find a comprehensive list of their buildings, because they actually have a comprehensive list of buildings that have shut down to show that Christian Science is dying. But yes, Christian Science has its own. It has its own. Christian Science has always purposely made their buildings weird. Whenever you see a Christian Science church, it's always a little funky. Something funky about it.
I mean, maybe they just have the same architect, so he would have the same style, I guess.
They had lots of Freemason architects.
Yeah, if you ever come to London, you have to go. You have to visit Freemasons Hall. I mean, it is a beautiful building.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's it's all Art Deco inside.
Look up Christian Science architecture on Google and go into the. Actually, can I share my screen?
Oh yes, yes. So this was the building you were talking about for the Christian Science. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
And then
but type in here. Let me present my screen.
there.
There. Can you see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're sharing your screen.
I think it's yours
You're
now.
not sharing mine.
Sorry. Yes,
No.
yes. I did the wrong thing. Here we are. Yes. We've got yours now.
Okay. So you can see that they have this kind of almost like Vatican look to them. They have it. It's hard to explain. It's its own kind of architecture. See all these buildings that they're not quite churches. I've been inside one of them. See, all the buildings, there's something a little bit off about them, a little bit unexplainable. Look at that. You see that?
Yeah, I mean, it lacks symmetry.
Yeah,
It's sort of like all squished together.
Yes, there's something similar about all Christian Science temples, but yeah, lack of symmetry, odd architecture. It's odd, but you should see if you can get secular Quranist architecture.
I mean, I do have some ideas about town planning. You know, about making, each neighborhood sort of feel special, I don't know, themed, building materials or color, or, something like that to sort of make them feel like, we're definitely in this postcode part of town and we're not, the other postcode part of town kind of thing. Yes, I guess there are no Christian Science buildings in London, or are there? But there was some weird building in Mayfair.
You should actually, you know what? Back when I was more susceptible to ideas, I went to a Christian Science church and I listened, and when I left, I thought I would be able to walk through walls. And then I read that that's a very common claim amongst Christian scientists, that they can walk through walls.
Oh, okay. But
Yes,
didn't you sort of,
because Well, it crossed my mind that if I thought like that, I would think I can walk through walls. I find their architecture very interesting. I find it very, I do find it appealing. I find their architecture appealing. It's not like anything else on the planet, really, is it?
Yeah, because it's so distinctive, but I imagine that they just got a particular architect and said, design all our, Christian Science buildings, and he did. And that's why it has a particular style. And I guess, if you're an architect, you would just want, to be given a commission like that. And then you're made, aren't you? And then you have your monuments all over the world. Christian Science architect.
Yeah.
Edgar Wood. It was Edgar Wood. It's even a place called Edgar Wood Center.
Science architect. Edward what?
Edgar Wood.
God, shut up. Oh, why is my internet connection not working? What does it
So
say?
there
Is he a
is one.
Freemason?
I don't know. Well, he's British. Did Christian Science start in Britain? I thought it was an American thing. But there are Christian Science buildings in.
Science started.
Oh, so maybe something a bit different. There was somebody called Edgar Wood. And yeah, but I mean, ideally you want, you want your movement to be represented by style of architecture, style of painting, I don't know, style of furniture, whatever. I mean, a few months ago I was talking rather pretentiously about, well, we could call the art of this period early pre-Islamic modern. That's what I thought. Just appalled a lot of people, but if you periodize something, sorry.
There's a Christian Science Temple. Did you look up Christian Science Temple London?
No, I looked up Christian Science Architect, and I got Edgar Wood Centre.
Hold on, I'm looking up Christian Science Church London. I'm looking for the picture of it. Let's see if we can find it. They had Christian Science. Okay, let's see if it'll give us a picture.
I think it's Charles Draper Faulkner, who was a Chicago-based American architect renowned for the churches and other buildings that he designed in the United States and Japan. He designed over 33 Christian Science church buildings and wrote a book called Christian Science Church Edifices.
Ooh, I want to be.
He died in 1979.
Christian Science. What's Christian Science Church Edifices?
Yes. But so I guess these buildings that you like are by Charles Draper Faulkner, born in San Francisco.
The planning of Christian Science Church Edifices. Let's see what this is. This is a different book, though, by a different author. Hold on. Who wrote this? Gray Elmer. Ooh. Very interesting. Oh, look at all these pictures. Do you see my screen or no?
I'm looking at... It just seems to be Wikipedia entries.
Hold on. Here. Now you see it, right? You see a book?
Yeah, now I see it.
Hold on. Let's look at this book. The Planning of Christian Science Church Edifices by Elmer Gray. So this is not the book that Wood wrote, but I actually want to keep this. I wonder if there's any mention of Freemasonry in this. So we're just looking at... So, I mean, I just found it interesting that, okay, Jehovah's Witness architecture is not real and it's shit. I mean, it's just like these clapboard houses. It's like, not very... They're known for not having very ornate. There's no stained glass windows. There's no art. I mean, sometimes there's art, but it's very, like, blasé, like, flowers or something like that. Actually, I'm going to save this Christian Science Edifices.
Well, I mean, when you look at a Catholic service, I mean, the really traditional ones, I mean, admittedly, the services can be very beautiful and it creates a heightened sense of mood, the choral music and the smells and bells and the whole ritual and everything. And I think, obviously this goes way, 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 way back to the Roman Empire, when they did have a priesthood who knew about these things, like, how do you set the scene, how do you make an impression on the audience, and all that. And I think a lot of theatrics went into it. And you just have to make it appealing. You just have to make everything right. It's like, oh yes, and you want the, you want the scripture to be right. You want the rules to be right. And actually, the Jews kind of admire Gentiles for being, so brilliant with their staging of these events. But then I also know that the Puritans were kind of, rejecting it, saying, no, we have to really believe, because we believe and really follow the laws and not just come here to church to see some sort of show, because that's not the idea, is it?
No, I mean the idea is not to put on a show, and that you don't need all this shit.
I mean, some forms of Christian worship are very Spartan, but with mosques, it sort of the whole ritual is meant to be egalitarian. So we know in some old churches in the countryside there's a sort of special pew for the local gentry that is their special place, and they always go there, and and there's already a sense of hierarchy already in a church, but for the mosque it's like the first person who arrives go to that corner, and then everybody lines up beside him, and then the next row, and then the next row, and then it's soon over, and then I guess then the men can socialize, apart from on Friday prayers where they listen to a sermon, and I think Muslims, often say it's like, well, our prayer is really simple, not like yours would take, hours, your, Catholic masses and, God knows what, and standing and sitting and singing and listening and answering and all that. It's like, ours is very easy. I mean, I once went to Evensong, and it was just, I was so annoyed for the others because we couldn't follow. I mean, I went with a friend, and it's like it's completely different from the the morning thing where you just sing hymns, stand up, sit down, listen to the sermon, and it was just something nothing I ever experienced. It's like you have to follow the book, and then you have to do and before you know, the whole thing is over, and you just don't know where you are. But and then they said, oh, it's for the hardcore.
Look at my screen. Look how many churches, and not even all of them have pictures. Let me see, make sure I'm sharing the right screen. No, I'm not.
Yeah, they're all kind of quite grand with their pillars. It's classical, right?
Wait, what happened to it? No, here, look, they have a whole Wikipedia article on, hold on former Christian, these are all Christian Science buildings that have shut down. List of former Christian Science churches, societies, and buildings. I mean, there's like, in Canada, in the United States, they're really losing membership.
Yeah, I went to a Unitarian church service, and that was another strange experience. Because, for some reason I was just expecting, the usual thing in normal churches. I mean, Episcopalian, Catholic churches, the whole thing, and the rituals were completely different. And that was surprising. And a lot of, and yeah, it was run by a female pastor, I remember. And I remember this thing, like, she worked, there was this weird ritual, like, something about a pebble, and the pebble represented all your troubles and burdens and, bad stuff, and then, we were all invited to pick up the pebble and put it somewhere as a symbol of getting rid of the trouble and whatnot. And I thought, where's the Eucharist? Where's the wafer? Where's, But I've never been to a Jehovah's Witness service. I thought of doing it,
Well, I mean, it's more informative than other places, and you actually have a book, and you go through a lesson plan, and what it usually is someone either gives a speech, or you go through reading material together, and you read it together, and then you answer the questions together. So, you know, it's you know, there are songs depending on what meeting you go to. There are songs, but you know, they're not long and they're not like, you know, they're melodious. I mean, they have some appeal to them, but you know,
Yes,
they're
you
not.
sang a nice one the other day.
Yeah, they're not like. Let's see if I can find that. Hold on, let me see if I can find that. Hold on, wait. On YouTube. Hold on.
I haven't attended any meeting at the Freemason Pyramid. I didn't notice any. Was there a pyramid at Freemasons Hall? I don't know. I didn't. I don't remember pyramid. But the free tours, if you ever go to London, you just go on a free tour. There's even a souvenir shop.
Oh wait, I think I found the. Hold on. Okay, here I found the song. Okay, it's firm and determined in this time of the end, prepared are God's servants the good news to defend. Though Satan against us has vaunted, in our God's strength we move ahead undaunted. Then forward you witnesses, ever strong of heart, rejoice that in God's work you too may have a part. Go tell far and wide that the paradise is near, and soon all its blessings will be here. Soldiers of Jah, do not seek a life of ease. The world and its rulers we do not try to please. Unspotted at all times remaining, our integrity we shall keep maintaining. Then forward you witnesses, ever strong of heart, rejoice that in God's work you too may have a part. Go tell far and wide that the paradise is near, and that soon all its blessings will be here. God's kingdom hope has been mocked and pushed aside. His great name is slandered, his holiness denied. Let's share in its sanctification and proclaim it in every tribe and nation. Then forward you witnesses, ever strong of heart, rejoice that in God's work you too may have a part. Go tell far and wide that the paradise is near, and that soon its rich blessings will be here.
Is that a song?
Yes, that's one of their choruses.
Do you want to sing it?
Hold on, I want to see. I want. Oh wait. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see something. Let's see if I can get it on YouTube.
Be nicer to hear you sing it, because you sang it the other one very well. I thought.
I can't remember the
melody.
I can't remember the I can't remember the. Yeah, I can't remember the. Hold on, let's try it. Hold on, let me wait. Let's see if. Hold on. Oh wait, let me try. I haven't sung this song in a long time. Let me see if I can do it, just because they have the words there. Hold on. Firm and determined. Whoa, they just went through that. Let's see if they have it with the words, where someone actually sings it. Here, let's see if I'll. Okay, here, wait. I'll play it and see if I can sing along with that. Wait, oh god, I have to find the. Wait, I have to find the song. Okay, let's see if I can do it. I haven't done this in so long. Come on, what the fuck? Whatever, my computer's not working. I don't know the chorus though. Firm and determined in this time of the end, prepare our God's servants the good news to defend. Though Satan against us has vaunted, in our God's strength we move ahead undaunted. Then forward, you witnesses, ever strong of heart, rejoice that in God's work you too may have a part. Go tell far and wide that the paradise is near, and that soon all its blessings will be here. Soldiers of God, do not seek a life of ease. The world and its rulers we do not try to please. Unspotted at all times remaining, our integrity we shall keep maintaining. Then forward, you witnesses, ever strong of heart, rejoice that in God's work you too may have a part. Go tell far and wide that the paradise is near, and that soon all its blessings will be here. God's kingdom hope has been mocked and pushed aside. His great name slandered, its holiness denied. Let's share in its sanctification. I'm that singer. Proclaim it to every tribe and nation. Then forward, you witnesses, ever strong of heart. Rejoice that in God's work you too may have a part. Go tell far and wide that the paradise is near, and that soon all its blessings will be here. That wasn't a very good singing on my part.
Well, I mean, the tune on the last one, I mean, I thought it was sort of, very pretty. The last one, I don't know the title of it. The first one you sang, anyway. But my favourite hymn is Invisible. Invisible, Invincible. God only wise.
That was that song. That was my favorite song when I was a Jehovah's Witness. There's this other one like Dark Days Are Here. Men live in fear. Something lying because all men are dying. Blah 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 blah. Some of their music is dark. Their music is a little bit like not dark, like somber, like like serious, like sober, like very sober, kind of like, and it's very like, oh my God, we are. I don't know. You can hear how they think of themselves, that they're against the world. You can see why governments don't like them in that very song. This world and its rulers, we do not aim to please. Like, that's not something that, totalitarian governments want people singing in their church.
Yes, we will not die in your stupid wars. And I think that was kind of... Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now I can, yeah.
Okay, because I was talking and I was unmuted, I thought. But
yeah,
anyway.
I can hear you now.
But yes, I mean, people don't understand the whole purpose of religion. It's like they have all these stories to, so the government can make you do things for it. Like, yeah, you have to die in this war against our enemy. Oh, you have to go and live in Israel to protect British interests while thinking of yourself as a British Israelite. You know, all these things.
What? Hold on.
Do you know that?
Okay.
Can you hear? Yeah. Do you know that Ann
Go
Coulter
ahead.
lived in a place called New Canaan? Can
Yes,
you
I know.
hear me? I'm not even sure if you can.
Yes, I can.
Okay,
I
I think
did.
there's a bit
Can
of
you
a
hear me?
delay. I think there's a bit of a
Hello?
delay.
Hello, can you hear me?
I think there is a bit of a delay. I don't know why, but there is a bit of a delay.
My internet might be bad.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've had fun, Vincent. If the internet is getting a
Yes.
bit worn down, we've managed to talk to each other for nearly 7 hours.
Yes, I am tired. So.
Well, I think it's been constructive. I feel, well, more hopeful
Yes,
and
it's
optimistic. All right, Vincent. Thank you.
All right.
And talk to you before too long.
Yes, you're welcome.
Bye. Bye.
Yes. Bye.
Nine people watching. Thank you for all coming.